guess is what I'm trying to get at here. You're not going to catch people on an island too often.
Alright, hello everybody. I apologize so much. I completely forgot that the game started earlier today, and I slept in a little bit, and so I literally just woke up like half an hour ago, and it completely slipped my mind until I saw it on Twitter, and I was like, oh my god. So here we are, we're talking about Double O Nation versus M80. Now this is just a best of 3. We're starting on split picked by Double O Nation. Let's get into it. As we see Nismo take it Artson, John Cutie. Now we're 5, this is the 6th round at this point, so I do apologize. Nismo takes out Shan. This is all happening in mid, although there was one pick down in a main. Now, I've talked about it a lot before. Split heavily favors the defense. In fact, it is the most one-sided map in favor of the defense. 53% of rounds on split go to the defense. Sander takes out Barton. Now, those stats I have are a little bit older, but I think they do still have an accurate representation of how defense-sided this map is. I haven't really found any teams that are super solid on the offense. I think G2 at their prime definitely showed that they were a solid team across the entirety of this map. But when we're talking about these teams in M80 and Double O Nation, I haven't really found any evidence to believe that they're going to be able to take away that defense-sidedness. So yeah, and we just saw Double O Nation force a buy against M80, and they did end up losing it. So now they're going to have to take an eco. They're starting this off. They're going to rush through mid, getting ready to push into A through heaven. We'll see how this plays out. Yeah, I do apologize for starting late. I do want to talk about these team comps because we actually have a KO coming out from the side of M80. Just a little bit off meta, but considering Double Duelist is the meta right now, KO can fill that role pretty effectively. Nismo takes out Artson in vents. Ooh, and 0 point comes through. The suppression will come out on Shan. They now know that they're there. Double O Nation now going to be actually pushing in through to B Heaven now. Look at that. The jump peek from John Cutie. I do think Double O Nation was much deeper than what John Cutie was anticipating. Xander's able to take out Shan before he goes down. Koala Op going to take out Shion. Looking for more, and he finds one more. Ascent trying to trade it off. He takes out John Cutie. Looking to take out Koala Noob, but just going to go to Viper ult. It's a 1v3 situation. The clutch, not super easy for him to pull off here. Spike still isn't down, but it is in his hands, so he can go ahead and go for the plants. Threatens the plant, hoping to get some shots coming through, and they do. He's down to 70 HP now, and now he's trying to stick it. EU shuts it down. So 3 players left alive for M80. Scoreline going to be 4-3. And the majority of the players remaining for M80 continues this econ stability that they've built up. Now again, this map heavily favors the defense here. So if there is a team that should take the lead going into the next half, it should be M80. And M80 is playing a little bit of a more defense-sided comp. Just not running Double Duelist, and instead running that KO. But I don't think it's going to impact them too much. They're also not running a Sentinel, so that does even switch it back to the other side. So it's even a little bit more offense-sided. So the lead that they take here shouldn't matter too much, assuming their offense is pretty stable. This is hey, you know, they actually ended up switching the schedule of everything. So initially today, they were supposed to start with the Union versus the Guard to close out the upper bracket, but they're actually starting with the lower bracket matches initially. I imagine because they want the upper final to be at the end of the day. I don't know if they want those upper final matches to have more time to prepare, or they just want it to be a little bit of a more exciting match to close it off, because there's a 2-day break, so they want to end it with a bang. Whatever it is, that should be noted. There's going to be a little bit of a break today, or sorry, not a break, but there's going to be a little bit of a change to the plans. Initially, the upper final was supposed to kick off today. Ooh, Koala Noob able to take out Barton. Ascent takes out Koala Noob. No. Shan's taking out John Cutie. Boom. 4 players left alive for Double Nation on the round. Very good A execution. It gets them on the site. Now, it should be pointed out, M80 shouldn't, in their eyes, they probably don't want to be here right now. They're in the lower bracket. They wanted to be playing against the Union today, but unfortunately for them, they got 2-0'd by the Guard yesterday, and the maps weren't close. I mean, M80 really did struggle yesterday. It just seems as though their initial strategy coming into Ascension, or that carried them through North America Challengers, was sort of, let's rely on our skill. And although that has been a little bit of a factor here in Ascension, their strategy has started to impact them, especially yesterday against the Guard. The Guard was reading them so well. Now, a reminder, whoever loses this series is knocked out of Ascension, because this is the lower bracket. There's no more second chances. Although this is just map 1, neither of these teams want to go home this early. Cosmic Divide available for John Cutie. Bladestorm available for Kualandub. There you go. Shan takes out Kualandub. This entry onto A can start for Double Nation. They did just win a previous round where they tried to entry onto A, and it did work out for them. Oh, EU. He saw those players pushing and then decided to look more towards Heaven. Shan takes out EU in elbow. That entry can start. Ooh, Pomp Flash comes through. What a good flash from Nismo. He's going to find one. Xander finds two. Artson shuts down Nismo. That will make this a 2v2. Xander's on side. He takes out Barton. It's now going to be a 2v1. Xander's down to 50 HP. Artson takes out John Cutie. It's a winnable 1v1 for Artson and for Xander. Whichever one. But that spike still isn't down. Ooh, Rez comes through. Xander decides not to peek. He waits for the res, and Shan's able to find the pick. 3 kills for Shan in the round off of that res. Good decision there, it seems. And I mean, the biggest upset of all time would be M80 getting knocked out of the lower bracket. I don't think anybody is anticipating M80 from getting knocked out early. M80 taking a timeout here. Okay, hey, it's a defense-sided map. We're losing the defense. Sure, they're running a little bit of a more offense-sided comp, going double initiator and double controller rather than having a sentinel in there at some point. And it's definitely weighing on them. They're not able to use sort of util to play defense. They have to use their bodies in the sense that they have to be peeking these angles. They have to be watching as the entry happens. They have to be trying to use their opportunity to use their util well. But the issue is, Double Nation's not allowing M80 to use their pure skill to watch these angles. Double Nation is sort of just pushing in and finding the kills. For some reason, probably for the first time in quite a while, M80 is losing these gun battles that they've been so good at winning in the past. So now they need to rely on their strategy, which has been a struggle for them, especially yesterday against M80. I think their mental coming into this series as well is just not going to be in a good spot. I mean, they lost 2-0 to the Guard, and those maps were not super close. They weren't OT maps. And I think M80 being in this position where they're having to be in this lower bracket, and it's not okay, you're in the lower final. This is the start of the lower bracket, right? Sure, okay, you got out in the upper semis rather than upper round 1, but still, I don't think M80 wants to be here, and I don't know how they're supposed to take that. It's gonna be a pretty big mental game that they have to work through as they move through this lower bracket. It starts off here, and Double Nation's able to do a good job on their offense, which, considering they're running a more defense-sided comp, doesn't bode well for M80, especially when we switch sides and we're on a defense-sided map. Double Nation will go to the defense, so M80 does need to at least keep it even going into the next half, if not take the lead themselves. Bladestorm, Cosmic Divide, Viper's Pit, and No Command, all available for M80. We see that Bladestorm coming out from Kualandub to save some econ here. We'll see if we can find anything. Look at this, Besson clearing into... Oh, and this time, Nismo not able to watch Vents the way he has been. Counterplayed this time around. Oops, sorry about that. Look at this. It's now down to Xander to lock down the A site. He's Viper's Pit, or he has placed a Viper's Pit down in a main. And now he's having to watch this push. Oh, he gets caught out there. And, yeah, gets flanked by Barton. Kualandub from Heaven, though, takes out Artson and Shion. That'll even it out. It's a 3v3 at this point. Kualandub is very low on HP, down to 6 HP. The spike with 5 seconds left does go down. It's now down to Koalanub to figure out this retake. Koalanub's back up to 100 off that Sky Heal. Shan, 70 HP. The Duelist to try and make something happen. Out of util, though. It's going to be a dry peek here. There you go. Sky guiding light. Koalanub takes out Shan. Besson trades it off. The entry starting for this defense, though. Besson takes out EU, and it's down to John Cutie. Gets finished off by Besson, and suddenly M80 is losing these gunfights, like I said, against the number 2 seed from Brazil by a long shot. I've talked about this a lot. Double Nation is not a team that a lot of teams are going to be afraid of, because Double Nation isn't really near close to the same level as the Union, or at least they weren't in their respective playoffs. And the split 2 of the Brazilian challengers. But coming into this, I mean, it seems as though Double Nation, I mean, they in the group stage looked much stronger than they did in their playoffs and in their split 2. But then they come into Ascension playoffs. And they immediately got knocked down here by the guard, and it wasn't a very it didn't seem like a game where Double Nation was on top of it very much. Was it? I can't remember if it was the guard or someone else. No, it was Fusion. Sorry, yeah, they didn't look that strong against Fusion. Also, I apologize. My thumbnail looks a little bit weird. I'm gonna update it while we're in a little bit of a break. I just didn't have the opportunity to format it and all that because of the game starting so quickly. Xander takes out Shine and Artson. Nismo takes out Sham, but Barton and Besson each find a pick. It's gonna keep player advantage towards M80, and then Nismo takes out Barton in mid. Okay, now it's down to Besson in a 1v3. The spike is in the hands of M80 in mid. And it looks like Besson just gonna go to save his gun. M80 going to be happy to be able to bounce back. I did say M80 needs to at least keep it even going into the next half to have hope of winning this map. And winning this round puts them 1 round away from tying it up going into the next half, but they still do need to win the next one. Eco's not going to be great for Double Nation, but this gun being saved will allow everyone to get a gun. I think everyone would have been able to buy regardless, but now they definitely will.
Yes, they can put those 5 to 6 rounds up at times, but that's not going to be enough this time around. They're going to have to do even more work than that if they want to win
M80.
That's even if they can find the 6th round.
Trying to figure this out. Right? I mean, just need 1 round.
A foregone conclusion, not with the arsenal that 0-0 Nation will be bringing to this next round with that Viper's Pit as well as the weaponry. But I mean, yeah,
again, if you missed it, I talked about it pretty much for the whole of playoffs that the upper bracket finals were going to happen to start off today, but they did decide to move it towards the end of the day. So that'll be happening as our 3rd match should be at around 5-ish, probably earlier than that. Probably earlier than that if playoffs continue the way that they have been. No Command is available for Nismo. Viper's Pit available for Besson, as well as a Cosmic Divide. See what these teams can do. Also, it appears my voice is not entirely recovered from yesterday. It is the pain of starting so early today. Looks like Double Nation going to be pushing up towards mid. Again, they've got a Viper's Pit and a Cosmic Divide. It's just going to be a question of when they decide to use it. Besson takes out Xander. Nobody for M80 going to be able to trade that. 0 point comes out. And now Nismo knows the full extent of that push through heaven, so that null command is popped. Cheyenne's down, further down than I think M80 was ready for. Cheyenne finds and takes out Nismo, but it is traded off by Koalanub. EU takes it Artson. Shan takes out EU. It's down to Koalanub and John Cutie, and they each find a pick. And the rest comes through. So Nismo survives, but Eco doesn't matter. So M80 was allowed, or was able, I should say, to keep it at least even. And now they're moving it into the side that is favored for them, and their team comp, rather. Got this offense, or more offense side of team comp going, of double initiator. Now, typically you see double duelist on this map. Typically you see double, I mean, the way you typically see it is double duelist, double controller, and then a sentinel is what we see come out pretty often. But this time around from M80, we've got double duelist. Sorry, double initiator, double controller, and then one duelist. So yeah, they're not running a comp that will favor the defense in any way, shape, or form. So they just finished their defense. They were going to struggle through it a little bit, but now both of these teams are on the side that they favor, or their team comp favors. And you look over at the side that this map favors, and it favors the defense. So this is not going to be easy for M80. They really should have been taking the lead on their defense. The fact that they weren't is definitely going to be a struggle for them to try and recoup, try and make up for that loss. They can get this pistol around. It could be a good start in mitigating some of this early damage that Double Nation should be able to do, being on the defense of Split. I've talked about it already. Split is a very, very defense-sided map. It's the most one-sided map. Oh, look at that. Piston takes out Koala Noob. And Shand, watching vents from inside, takes out Nismo Handy U. Again, it just seems like M80 is struggling to win their gunfights this time around. John Kitty takes out Artson after some whiffs had come through from Xander. This 2v4 is winnable for M80, but just look at how low their HP has come. Xander's down to 12. Look at this. The entirety of Double Nation knows where they're pushing from. Shine takes out Xander. Down to John Cutie in a 1v4. He gets 1, 2. Looking for more. The spike isn't in his hands, and he has to go for it. And yeah, Beston shuts it down. So Double Nation takes the first pistol round. 7-6 will be the score to start it off. And again, defense-sided map. So if M80 wanted to sort of stay in this map and at least take it to OT, they really did need that pistol, and they don't get it. So it's not entirely unwinnable on this map yet for M80, but it's not looking great. And the fact that M80 struggled so much yesterday against the guard, and now they're coming to the lower bracket and struggling against the number 2 seed from Brazil, I hate to say it, but it looks like M80 may have started to fall off just a little bit. They're definitely not feeling. I mean, you can see it in their gameplay. They don't look as confident as they have throughout the entirety of this Ascension so far, and as confident as they did in Challengers. They're just starting to look a little bit like a team that you know is on par with Double O Nation or 9Z or Fusion. These teams that aren't the Union or Guard. It just seems like M80's struggling a bit more than I think they would like to. And I think it's just because they're trying to figure out how do we play this. It's a defense-sided map, so M80's not going to force a buy off of losing that pistol. Double Nation will, because they won the pistol. It's pretty much just how it goes. So M80 looking into B. They grab the ult orb, and now they get out of there. John Cutie is 2 ult points away from his ult getting up at this point. So they're going to run it over towards A, where Xander's already down to half health, taking a little bit of damage in some early engagement. No kill has come through yet, though. So they're just going to push up, try and get John Cutie this ult orb. Again, on pistols, it's a good idea to just grab some old orbs, although it does seem it's already been taken. Koala Noob takes out Shan. Shan takes out EU, but Koala Noob takes out Artson. Shan takes out John Cutie. So it's going to be a 3v3. Xander is down to a quarter of his HP. He pushes into Cheyenne, and Cheyenne takes him down. So now it's a player advantage in the hands of Double O Nation. All M80 wants to be doing right now is taking out the majority of Double O Nation's players and getting that spike down, and the spike is already down. So now they're just going to try and take out the majority of the players from Double O Nation. See if they can. Double swing, and no. Barton takes out Nismo. Cheyenne takes out Koala Noob. The guns that were picked up by Double O Nation do nothing. Or sorry, by M80 do nothing. So, although it was kept even there for a little bit, Double O Nation will keep the majority of their players. They do still lose 2, which is a decent amount. So M80's going to be going into this next round where they're going to be on a bye. Double O Nation will only, I believe they'll only have 4 of their players with guns that they've kept from their forced bye. And this next round will be a bonus from Double O Nation. And you may be thinking, 4? I thought only 3 of their players survived. Yes, but one of their players was taking eco, so that way they could, you know, in the case that one of their players dies, they would be able to buy one of their players. So you see here, Betson's going to be on a Vandal. So it's going to be a full buy from M80. There's going to be some okay guns for Double O Nation to work with. M80 should be able to win it. They want to do it with the majority of their players alive. If Double Nation kills the majority of M80's players, they'll be in a bad spot. Look at this. Besson trying to push through his own smoke. Gets punished. Takes quite a bit of damage. Loses all of his shield. So he was the one with the Vandal. Now going to be a little bit weaker than he was before. Xander lurking towards A main once again. Backed up by John Cutie this time. They're going to find two. Artson able to take out Xander, but John Cutie's there to trade it off. So good trade results in a 2-for-1. And that does give M80 the player advantage. The thing is, M80 doesn't want to do too many of those plays because they don't want to lose the majority of their players. Look at this. Cosmic Divide has the opportunity to come up, and they're allowed to take a site. Nobody for Double Nation was on the site other than those two in main, and they did die early, so that just completely gives up the site for free. Colin takes out Cheyenne, who was coming for the flank. Is he ready for Barton to be there as well? He was ready for it, but he wasn't able to win the gunfight. Ooh, EU able to take out Besson, who was coming down from ramp. Just take a head tap, but Spectre head tap is essentially nothing. Barton's still able to take out EU. Boom. The majority of the players for M80 are down. At this point, M80 is going to just be trying to save these remaining two players' lives, because if they lose any more than this, it's going to be very, very difficult to get a bye going this next round. More so than it already is, and they may not even be able to get a bye going this next round. Getting that spec down does help a little bit, but even off of this win, it's going to be a bad situation. Barton just wanted to save the Vandal. Not the worst not the worst idea, I should say, as that Double Nation will get some more econ stability. So M80 wins the round that they're supposed to, but Double Nation does take the early lead here in this half.
Smart play though. Like when you're in a bonus situation like that, you double swing someone holding an angle, you feel like you could trade that. They just weren't expecting John.
So M80 does need to win another round to tie it up. Look at this. They're able to get a full buy going despite losing the majority of their players. They want beacon stability, but neither of these teams really do at this point. M80 starting to push in towards A. Some util to push them back. Xander able to take out Shand. Xander also going to take out Shield on site. It's down to Besson in heaven to do something. He gets one before he goes down. There is also Artson. It seems Double Nation had a really solid read on where M80 would go. They just didn't defend it well. Xander is down to 6 HP. EU is down, so no heal is going to come through. It's a 2v4 at this point for Double Nation. Look at this. Sean Cutie's ready to watch in case Artson swings him. Artson doesn't, though. Getting ready to start this retake with the help of Barton. Asher util coming out. Smoke's going to be pulled out here. Concussions as well. Suppression comes out, but it's a bit too late. That Asher util sort of already started to come out. Ooh, and Artson backs right in to John Cutie. Stand down to Barton, and it does seem as though M80 knows where he is. There's no time to defuse at this point, but Barton can still take out Xander and Nismo. Continue to deny that eco stability. But Double Nation themselves doesn't have the best econ. Probably going to have to go into an eco round. And again, M80's more offense, aggressive style team comp is working out for them. They're pretty much allowed to play that aggressive style that they need to with this team comp. They're able to sort of push in the way that they need to. No, this is the first buy from both sides, and although M80 takes it, there's still opportunity for Double Nation to bounce back. But they will be moving into what is going to be a half buy, it looks like. They got Seekers to use. Over on the side of M80, they got a Viper's Pit to use.
He is in or near the top 10 for ACS, KD, and kills per round, so we always knew him as one of the best controllers.
We'll see what they can pull out here as M80 gets ready to move towards A. They've got two players going into heaven. Look at that. Sean takes out Nismo. Viper's Pit is available for Xander. Qualinum takes out Shan. Xander takes out Cheyenne. Now it's a 4v3. The half buy from Double Nation not going well yet, but the two players with guns are still alive. These Vandals could still do some damage. We'll see if they do. Look at this. Barton trying to do something from heaven. He's had a good game so far. We'll see if he can continue that. He's peeking out, sending that Asher util out. Ooh, and Artson was able to pick up a gun. So it's a 4v3, but Double Nation does have guns. But Quantum takes out Artson, and Xander takes out Besson. Barton in a 1v4, trying to get away from heaven, but gets blinded, and John Cutie happy to take advantage. So M80 now takes the lead a good way to start it off. Again, a very defense-sided map, but this early advantage for M80 is a good place to be. Double O Nation taking a timeout here. They want to clean up their act. And although we've only seen one buy from both sides, because of this early loss in rounds for Double O Nation, they do just want to get this timeout figured out to try and get these buy rounds back in their favor. They did already lose the leads, the lead that they should have, especially considering they took that pistol round. The fact that they lost that buy from both sides didn't put them in a great space, and they didn't manage their econ well enough. Typically, you'll see teams, if they win if they win the first 2 rounds, they take that bonus, and typically that bonus gives them enough of an eco boost to give them enough eco to not just buy the next round, but also the round after that. But because the eco wasn't managed nearly as well this time, because Double O Nation spent a little bit more on their util, even spent a little bit more on the guns for that bonus round, it did put Double O Nation in an awkward position where they couldn't buy 2 rounds in a row for all of their players. And so that sort of just allowed M80 to take 3 rounds in a row. So now we're moving into a buy from both sides. Another one. Ooh, never seen this angle before. Now we're seeing another buy from both sides. We've got a Blade Storm, a Viper's Pit, Seekers, and Resurrection in play. Double O Nation has those Seekers and Resurrection. M80 has the Blade Storm and Viper's Pit. They've had that Viper's Pit for a few rounds now, but now that we're on a buy from both sides, I imagine M80 will be looking to use it. Nismo looking over towards A, sends that 0 point through. Sage Wall goes down, and Nismo decides not to break it. Typically, you'll want to break that, especially in your ranked games, to deny that security that util can provide. But in this case, M80 just wants to get Nismo with them to start this push into B site. Xander starts out the entry, taking out Barton. Koala Noob takes out Sean. Xander also able to take out Betson, does make this a 5v2. See Double O Nation at this point, Shand and Artson just going to go for a save. Maybe try and find a few picks before they go down. But at this point, being at such a big player difference already. And reminder, this is off of a timeout. And Double O Nation did have a good read to place 3 on B. Unfortunately, those 3 defenders were just completely overwhelmed. They were way too exposed to the angles that they were holding. And, yeah, it wasn't going to go well. Look at Nismo hunting down these players. The eco is starting to look really, really good for M80, so they're willing to hunt down these players who are both in vents. I don't think M80 is going to find them, especially since peeking vents is not a fun thing to do. The spike is coming towards its end here. Showstopper and Resurrection are now available. I mean, the Resurrection was available before. Look at this, the double swing into vents. John Cutie takes out Shan, so only one player saves their gun from Double O Nation. So they're going to have to take an eco here, most likely. And it's starting to look like M80, although I said that it's a defense-sided map, and it was going to be a struggle for them in this half. The fact that they are a more aggressive team, and they've got a more aggressive team comp, has really lended its hand to them, as it seems they've taken away any of that defensive advantage. And the reason this map is defense-sided is because when you're trying to enter into the sites, you get caught in those choke points. B Garage is a big one. A main as well, although it's a little bit less so. And then, of course, mid is a pretty big choke point. You can smoke off pretty easily. And that's what you typically see from the defense. And that's why Sage can be so useful on the defense as well, because you can wall off those choke points super easily. We saw it in the previous round. The wall went out on A. Unfortunately for Double O Nation, that wasn't where the push came through, so didn't do a whole lot there. Look at the Double O Nation on this eco, full stacking, or not full stacking, but 4 stacking, I should say, on the A site. They've got 1 in screens, 1 in heaven, and 2 on site. Looks like M80 actually wants to go A, and Artson deep into B Garage is going to allow M80, or is going to allow the rest of Double O Nation to be aware of this push. And he's even walled off B Garage so they know that M80's not pushing there. I don't think M80 knows that it's a complete stack yet, although they do know it's an eco from Double O Nation, and it could be a possibility. Look at this, though. M80's just gone through heaven into vents. And they're running through. Besson trying to chase him down. Does get spotted, and is down to 60 HP, so he's not going to push too hard now. Xander takes out Barton and Shan. Artson able to take out Xander, but does go down. Now going to be a 4v2 from M80. Kuala takes out Shion. It's down to Besson with a Sheriff, and John Cutie in Heaven shuts him down. Cosmic Divide from Double O Nation did absolutely nothing there. A little bit of a wasted ult, especially considering the eco. And it looks like Double O Nation going to take their second time out. They didn't end up using one in the first half because, well, they didn't really need to. It's a defense-sided map, and they were able to keep it even, which is typically on your offense a really good place to be in. Because, again, it's a defense-sided map. But it seems Double O Nation, despite picking this map, has no understanding of how to hold these teams to those choke points. And honestly, it was just a really good play, especially in that previous round. Although it was an eco from a Double O Nation, it was just a good play from M80. Because they had no vision going into a site other than, hey, wait a minute, there's somebody on this site. Typically, if there's going to be a player on the site, you can expect there's going to be one in Heaven, and you can expect there's likely going to be one in Screens as well. Sometimes it's not like that, but that is sort of the expectation, especially in pro play, and especially when you're studying a team that has played Split a few times. You're going to know that type of setup. So M80's like, alright, wait a minute, they're on an eco, we spot one on site, there could potentially be a big stack here. So they do decide to, let's just go through Heaven, and that's what they do. So any of that information that Artson had denied by putting that stage wall in B garage isn't going to catch anything. Obviously, the rest of Double O Nation hears that aggressive play through vents into mid to rotate towards B Heaven, but at that point, it may be too late. So this timeout's been taken by Double O Nation. The question is, how do they play differently? And I think it's just you need to be more willing to take those gunfights, and you need to win those gunfights. Double O Nation was really good at winning them on their offense. It's just suddenly on their defense, they're struggling. Which is, you know, at the end of the day, if you're not winning your gunfights, you're going to be in a bad spot. And that is sort of what we see coming out here. Some early engagement as Koala pushing in towards A main, takes out Cheyenne, who was on site. Shan takes out Xander from Heaven, though. Good pick there. Showstopper can come out from Shand if he wants it, and you can see M80 knows that's a possibility. They're still going to stack themselves up in this A main. Artson able to take out, or res Cheyenne. Artson going to take out Koala Noob. EU takes out Cheyenne. Good bait from Artson in that res, as Shan, Barton, and Artson each find a pick. Operator can even be picked up. So, M80 won't be getting to that 12th round quite yet. They won't be securing OT quite yet. But look at their eco. It's so stable. They may even have good eco for the rest of the half, although that might be a bit too far to say. Although, I think if M80 wins another round, they will have good eco for the rest of the half. Showstopper is still available for Shan. No other ults really very close to coming up for Double O Nation. Over on the side of M80, they got a Viper's Pit and Seekers and a Cosmic Divide only 2 ult points away. So, M80's got some impactful ults up or near being up. Again, that Viper's Pit's been there for a while. They just need to get in a position to get it down. Oh, and look at that. The Showstopper comes out early from Shan to aggress down A main. EU does go down. There's a little bit of a lurker, but M80 was sort of leaning towards an A push as they also had Xander there. Oh, look at Koala Noob, though. The jump B comes out from Artson to peek male and into mid from B Heaven, and boom, they go down. So that does leave it in a 4v4. Look at this lurk from Xander. Nearly gets cleared out, but he still takes out Shannon Shine. That's in there to trade it off, but at that point, player advantage given to M80, but no, Koala Noob trying to take out Besson, unable to do so, makes this a 2v2. Besson is down to 30 HP, and off of this, M80 gonna try and swing and peek into B-side. What on earth, that timing? And look at that, Dismo peeks the angle Barton was holding, but from the opposite direction that Barton was expecting. And although the shot comes through, it does miss. It's now going to be 2v1 Besson, again, at 30 HP, off of that earlier engagement and force from Koala Noob. Although Besson, it's winnable. He takes out John Cutie. He just needs one more. First time just going to be played. No, Nismo swings it and takes Besson out. So, M80 secures the 12th round. It's expensive, and Double O Nation is cleaning up their act a little bit, but we saw that early engagement in A main with that Showstopper go so well, and then they continued to try and swing for any lurkers in A, and they were punished for that by Xander, who was waiting so patiently to trade it off, or sorry, to trade off those earlier kills. And obviously, especially after Artson was already taken out in mid, it just became sort of this this tricky situation. I want to highlight the performance from Koalinub and Xander at this point. Though Double Nation has a carry of their own, it's not enough to combat the fact that M80 has 2 carries, especially on this offense. You can have both of those players exploding onto the site like you see right now. Cosmic Divide comes out. M80 rushing into this site. M80 gonna get the spike down. Paint shells do kill Nismo, but John Cutie's able to get a trade pick onto Shion. This is a force buy from Double Nation because they have to. Otherwise, if M80 wins it, they go straight to that win. Shand able to take out Koalinub. Viper's Pit has come out from Xander. Paint shells come out to clear some space. Shand able to take out EU. Besting going to take out John Cutie. It's now going to be a 1v4 for Xander. Can he clutch it out to keep M80 in the game? He takes out Barton. Or not to keep them in the game, but to win the map, rather. Artson takes out Xander, though, and this diffuse can come through. So, Double Nation gets back in it. They're going to stay alive. They win this with the majority of their players. Now, M80 does still have another timeout to use. I don't think they're going to use it yet, because they don't really need to yet. So they're going to get another buy going. They should have a good buy for the rest of this half. We'll see, though. They may want to... Yeah, they do just decide to call their timeout. All right, hey, we've been struggling a little bit. What did we do wrong there? And I think the execution was just too greedy. Obviously, M80 had that good Cosmic Divide, but Double Nation has some util to use to stop that plant from coming through too quickly. That's exactly what they do. Although the spike goes down, those paint shells take out Nismo, and off of that, Double Nation then had the confidence to start a retake, and well, they did it pretty well. I think M80 just wants to shut it down here. Obviously, Split, the defense has the advantage, but because M80's team comp is a little bit more aggressive and more offensive, and M80 is just inherently an offense-sided team with the way that they typically like to play in these sort of explosive entries onto sites, Double Nation has been struggling to deny that. And especially on a map like Split, where the defensive advantage is the fact that the offense has a really hard time getting onto the site in the first place. When M80 is so good at just overwhelming the defenders on the site, it takes away that defensive advantage, and that's what we've seen. We'll see if they can continue to pull that through. It's going to be another buy from both sides, although you do see Shine on a Bulldog. It shouldn't impact too much here. If Double Nation wins this, they can continue this what needs to be a total of 3 rounds in a row of a win streak. They just need 2 more to take it to OT. Of course, M80 only needs 1 to win the map. And I think if it goes to OT, at that point it could be anyone's game, but M80 will I think be willing to put up a really solid play. Look at that. No, John Cutie was left to watch the flank. Could have had a good play as he was holding an off angle, but he does whiff. He does good damage to Shion. Xander takes out Artson, so now it's going to be a 4v4. So they trade off that earlier pick, and Xander takes out Besson. Shan looking to do something here. No, Xander shuts him down. Nismo takes out Barton, and EU takes out Shion. So map 1 does go to M80. M80 between, or sorry, the bout between M80 and Double Nation. Give me 1 second here while I do quickly format my thumbnail. And I will be, give me just 1 second because it does look a little bit scuffed, and yeah, not the way I like to see it. I typically don't like seeing that. So let me see what I can do here.
I mean, the way that he was able to alleviate the pressure of being pushed through B main when John Cutie goes down by pushing back halls, getting a frag, and getting another foothold that they can then use to deal with the fact that they're getting a retake from flank, as well as B heaven. I mean, that was exquisite. It's just a brilliant intuition and brilliant fragging and saving the day for his team on so many occasions. Plus, Nismo had like a crazy clutch. Got to throw that in there. You got a little bit of everything out of that one. I mean, that was a slobber knocker of a game.
Yeah, it's not going to come across as the sexiest stat line in the world for Xander, but it did feel like every single time he was in the mix, it was 1v2 or 1v3 situations in the midst of a team fight, right? Like, he was the sole player trying to push through in a couple of different moments, obviously most evident in the last round, but it also happened with him, defending over towards the A site on the defensive side. We also saw that round on offense where he was kind of stuck in.
Okay, just give me 1 second here. And then I'll go ahead and edit the thumbnail, and then we'll get to talking about everything today, because I did miss the start of the series, or the day rather. So, all right, there we go. Change the thumbnail. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about how this series went, or not series, this map went. Again, I was a little bit late today, so my normal setup is not quite there yet. Let me figure this out. Okay, so M80 wins 13-10. I just want to highlight 2 of their players have above 300 ACS. Now, typically, I say I don't like to see, you know, one player above 300 ACS if the rest of the team, if the rest of the players aren't above 200. And although EU definitely struggled for big time on this map, you do see the fact that yeah, sure, if it was just QuaLaNoob above 300 ACS and the rest were below 200, I think M80 would have struggled a lot. But it's Xander and QuaLaNoob above 300 ACS, both of them with 26 kills. A very, very impressive for both, a very, very impressive performance for both of these players. And then you got 13 kills for Nismo, 14 kills for Giant Cutie. So they're really, really pulling through here. Again, ACS being a really big factor. They're still both above 150, 16 assists for Nismo as well. So he's getting kills, and then also his util is being used effectively. Of course, John Cutie definitely struggled a little bit, but he is IGL, so we can excuse that. I do want to highlight, if EU continues to struggle, it may be a little bit of a difficult position to win on Lotus, but it's also Lotus that we're talking about here. Speaking of Lotus, that's going to be map 2 today. And although Split is a map I think could have gone to Double O Nation if they'd been able to catch M80 off guard, because M80 doesn't play on Split very often. It's definitely a map they haven't proven that they're super, super solid on. Lotus is one of those maps I think M80 has proven they're solid on. They have 13-1 to the guard on Lotus to end off the North American Challengers during the Grand Finals. We've also seen them have a very dominant and impressive performance on Lotus in the playoffs. Against 9Z Team, the final score was 13-4. Against Fusion, the final score was 13-7. So M80 knows what they're doing on Lotus, and I don't know how well Double O Nation can play to try and defend against that. And so I am a little bit concerned when it comes to how Double O Nation will play on Lotus, just simply because M80 has a really, really solid game plan that they like to enter into Lotus with. They actually end up putting Nismo on the duelist role on Raze, and then they put QuaLaNoob on Omen. Again, a little bit of a weird situation because QuaLaNoob is typically the duelist player, but they've really, really found success with it. It has worked out so, so well for them. Now, again, let me quickly go over, because I did miss the start of today, I'll quickly go over the format. Now, for a while, they were saying that the Union and the Guard would be the first series today, but it's actually going to be the final series today. They're waiting until the end of the day to do the upper finals, so that way most people can see it, so that way, they save the best for last, so to speak. Yeah, so that way they save the best for last. Sorry, somebody was messaging me. So that way they save the best for last. It'll be the last series today. It should be a very, very banger series. Again, the Guard was able to 2-0 M80 yesterday, and that's what lands M80 in the lower bracket in the first place. So the first 2 games we have today are M80 versus Double O Nation, and then we have Fusion versus 9Z Team. Now, Fusion versus 9Z Team will be an interesting series. Again, because I'm starting late, I'm not going to talk too much about these 2 series yet today. Instead, we'll focus more on M80 versus Double O Nation. Now, of course, M80 ends up in the lower bracket in a bit of an upset after losing 2-0 to the Guard yesterday in the upper semifinals. And now, Double O Nation got knocked down to the lower bracket to start off the upper bracket. So that's why M80 is playing them, because they get the easier match, because M80 made it to the upper semis before getting knocked out. So they get the easier series, quote-unquote. And I think at this point, with the way we saw Split go, and the fact that despite it being a defense-sided map, and Double O Nation picking the map, they showed a clear lack of understanding of how to make that defense-sidedness work in their favor. Double O Nation was not able to hold M80 to those choke points. I think that Sage util could have been effectively used more often in mid to try and prevent pushes through mid. And even then, M80 wasn't really pushing through mid very much, because they knew if they just aggress very, very quickly through the main entrances into the site, they can likely find success. It's what G2 Esports was so good at doing in North American Challengers. G2 at a time was so good at Split. Most final scorelines for G2 Esports on Split were 13-4. And I think M80 studied those matches, figured out why they went so well for G2 Esports, and decided to try and recreate that year. And it was simply just let's explode onto the site. Just very, very quickly entry onto the site. And that's what M80 was able to do pretty much every time. They would all just rush in, overwhelm Double O Nation. Occasionally, M80 would play it a little bit slower, wait a little bit while longer, have a lurker on one of the sites to find a little bit of contact there, and then M80 would rush onto the site, and it really, really worked out well for them. And this just goes to show how aggressive of a team M80 is, and especially against a team that isn't the Guard or the Union, which is a little bit of a more strategical team. When M80 is playing against a team like Double O Nation, which isn't going to have as deep of strategy as some of those other top teams, M80 is able to just rush onto the site, and Double O Nation did really, really struggle on their defense to shut that down, so they only end up getting 4, and we went into the second half tied 6-6. Again, it's a defense-sided map, but because M80 just aggressively pushed into the site, Double O Nation wasn't able to shut it down at all because they were just getting overwhelmed. They didn't know how to use their util to stop that aggressive push, and they weren't reading where to put those agents that maybe could have slowed down that push, like Sage. I don't know if it was M80 reading where Artson would end up being, or if it was Double O Nation just having bad reads on where M80 was going. But whatever it was, M80 would often push where Artson wasn't. So the one piece of util, or the one agent with some good util to slow down M80 in those aggressive plays, wasn't on the correct site the majority of the times, and so it just allowed M80 to push so quickly onto the site with really nothing slowing them down other than Double O Nation's players. And it was really only Besson who was able to do a good job of finding those kills. Again, only 2 players above 200 ACS for Double O Nation, in Besson, who is one of the controllers, and then it's Shan, who is, of course, the duelist, but he's 5 kills below Besson, and then you've got this core middle 3, but we've seen this so many times, where you've got one player far above, then you've got a core middle 3, and then you've got one player that falls behind, and what ends up happening is this player that's falling behind counteracts the fact that you've got a player performing really, really well for the team, and it evens it out to where everybody, the sort of the middle amount of kills, or like the mean, to put it in math terms, or the average is around 15 or 16 kills, which is less than you see the average coming out from M80, because M80's got these 2 powerful players who are carrying and doing a whole bunch of damage in 300 ACS for each of them. And so then you've got a player like Nismo also able to cash in on that, also able to do damage that M80, Xander, and Qualinum can take advantage of. So again, we need to see Double O Nation cleaning it up a little bit, finding a little bit more use in these types of players moving forward if they make it through in this series, because now we're going into Lotus, a map I don't think Double O Nation will be able to take, just simply because M80 is a team that is very, very powerful on Lotus. Again, Lotus may be the best map from M80, if not one of their best maps, just simply because they've been able to destroy most teams on Lotus. I think their worst performance on Lotus so far was against, I believe, 9Z team, when it ended. No, it wasn't even 9Z team. It was against, it was against Fusion, where it ended 13-7. They didn't end up playing the Union on Lotus, probably because the Union likely banned Lotus, if I'm not. No, they didn't. I think the Union just has a strong enough Lotus. No, I think M80 just wanted to try their hand at Pearl, because Pearl was a pretty good map from M80, so it just didn't end up coming out in that series. So yeah, the Lotus is a map where I think in most cases M80, if they get the opportunity to pick it, is going to, especially at this point when Pearl has started to be a little bit of a more map that they struggle on, whereas before it was a really powerful map for them. Again, they have started to struggle a little bit on it. So M80 has started to pull out Lotus quite a bit more, and they've found a lot of success on it, and I think that's going to continue here. I came into this series expecting a 2-0, and now I'm coming out of that first map still expecting a 2-0 from M80. I don't think M80 should be here in the lower bracket. Again, just like I don't think they should have been in the upper round 1, because they weren't the #1 seed in their group. Obviously, they do take a big defeating loss to the Guard, and I think at this point, M80's going to have to try and make a lower bracket run that gets them to that grand final. But it is starting to look like M80 may not be as powerful, especially after losing to the Union in the group stage, losing to the Guard in the upper semifinals. I think they're starting to lose their grip on where they used to be in one of those top spots, just simply because they can't rely so much on their firepower anymore. Sure, in a series like this against Double O Nation, they can allow for that explosiveness that they like to play through. But when we're talking about when they start to play against a team like the Guard or the Union, which has a bit more strategy behind them, it's going to be a struggle. And you see Double O Nation sort of, you'll see how worried they are. They just lost their map pick. Now they're going into a map that is so powerful for M80. Double O Nation would need to make an upset in this series coming into it, and especially now that this map has been lost from them, they need to make a big upset if they want to win this map and take it to a third map. And even then, they have to fight through the third map, which, in case you missed it, is going to be Haven, which is not a map that M80 struggles on by any means. So it's not looking good if you are Double O Nation. I am interested to see at which point, because again, M80 has been teasing that they've been hiding bind for so long now, and I keep talking about it, and they still haven't pulled it out. So I'm wondering at which point they're gonna want to pull out bind. Are they just gonna wait until they're in a series they're not sure if they can win? I'm not sure, and I honestly don't think M80 is gonna lose to teams that aren't the Guard or the Union, as those are probably the top two teams right now in Ascension, and I think M80 is a close third. And I think it's just going to be down to M80 to try and prove themselves to catch those mistakes that the Guard might make, or catch the mistakes that the Union might make to try and win those series. And honestly, with the way that the Union did look, not yesterday, no, yesterday. The way that the Union looked yesterday, they were looking a little bit weaker. And so I think the Guard, if they beat the Union today and they end up in the lower final, there may be potential, if M80 is able to make a good lower bracket run, that M80 could beat the Union if they clean up their act, pull out more of that strategy that we tend to see them lacking. And yeah, I'm very interested to see how M80 is able to play this series, or at least this map, to try and secure it. But let's take a look at the agent select as we jump into it. I imagine we'll see the same agent select we've seen from the majority, from these teams the majority of the time. Let's take a look at Double O Nation. They've got a Killjoy, a Sky, a Raze, a Viper, and an Omen. Pretty meta comp. Nothing new there. M80, Fade, an Omen, a Killjoy, a Viper, and a Raze. Again, pretty meta comp. We've seen it, or at least meta from them. No, it is even just a meta comp in general. Again, Killjoy, very meta on this map. We've seen Double Controller become very prominent. The Guard, I've talked about it before, was one of the first teams to pull it out, and it worked well for them. And now Tier 1 and Tier 2 teams alike really like using that Double Controller meta. Again, I talked about it earlier. Koala has started to play on Omen on this map. We saw it come out from them. I believe the first time was in the Grand Finals. Maybe not. Maybe it would have been before that. I don't remember exactly. But they did pull it out where Koala was on Omen in the Grand Finals of North American Challengers against the Guard. And they had a final scoreline of 13-1. Since then, coming into Ascension, they pulled it out where M80... Koala was on Omen, and it really still has been working out. Nismo instead takes that duelist role. I talked about it earlier. And I'm expecting to see M80 continue to dominate on this map. I'm not saying it's over for Double O Nation, but it's going to be difficult. Now, Double O Nation decided to start on defense because M80 got to pick the map. Double O Nation gets to decide which side they want to start on, and it looks like they want to start on defense. Now, if Double O Nation doesn't get at least 4 rounds on this defense, I will not be confident that they can take this map, and it'll start to look unwinnable. M80 going to start on this offense, the side that does have the advantage, around 52%. Of rounds on Lotus go to the offense, so it's decently offense-sided. Look at this. Nismo takes out Barton, John Cutie takes out Artson, and Koala takes out Shan. That's all in that entry on to B. Xander takes out Cheyenne, who's lurking more towards A, and in through A main, and he takes out the defender. And M80 was going to rotate over towards A, but they don't even need to, as that final pick comes through, and M80 will take the first pistol, the first round, which is a pistol round. M80 not going to be able to force a buy here, if they want to. Wait, what are they doing? Are they not going to force a buy for... Interesting. So 3 of their players are going to buy, but it looks like potentially 2 of their players are going to save some eco. Yeah. John Cutie and Xander are going to be on a ghost. No. Xander will pick up the stinger. It's just going to be John Cutie on a ghost. All right. For a second there, I was a little bit confused. Oh, look at this. Double O Nation pushing out of C. Now, M80 is actually going for a split push. It's only John Cutie on C. John Cutie gets Besson down to 10. Look at this. Now, M80 sees the extent of this C push, and they're just going to rush it over towards A. They're going to be able to get that spike down on A as well, as the entirety of Double O Nation was pushed out of C. Now they're all rushing towards A to try and prevent this spike going down. After tree room door was open, they know that it's an A push. And there was also a B push. M80 didn't get 2 going through B and cleared into B. So I'm interested to see where Double O Nation decides to push from. It's winnable, especially after that earlier pick, although Koala takes out Besson. Does take quite a bit of damage, but Nismo takes out Shan, Xander takes out Cheyenne, and Qualinum takes out Artson. And it's down to Barton trying to pick up a gun, caught out in Tree Room, and Nismo shuts him down. So this round will go to M80, as it should. They only lose one of their players as well. And that will allow this next round, which will be a bonus round from M80. They're going to have some decent guns to work with. Especially considering John Cutie went into this round saving some eco, or went into their eco round rather, saving some eco. Or sorry, their bonus round. No, their force buy round. There you go. Saving some eco, so that way he could afford a good gun as we move into a bonus for M80. Look at that. John Cutie's going to have a Vandal. Meanwhile, Double O Nation going to be on a buy, so although there's some good guns for M80 to work with, Double O Nation should be able to take this round. Got a 3-stack on A. It's well placed for a second there, but they only catch out that lurker. M80's actually started aggressively pushing into B. And look at this. Nismo trying to find a pick. Ooh, could have maybe gotten it there, but does get caught out. Paint shells do a little bit of damage. And now EU trying to get a trade pick. Unable to do so, though, as Archon shuts it down. So it's a 5v3 at this point. M80 in a tough spot here. Shand able to take out Xander. Sean takes out John Cutie, the one player with a gun. And it's down to Koalanoob. Sure, he may be a powerful player, but what are you doing? A 1v5 with a ghost, and the doubled up hold from Double O Nation as they know where Koalanoob is, and he goes down. 2 rounds now were won by M80, but 1 round won by Double O Nation. Flawless round for Double O Nation. A really, really good way for them to do it on their bye, to try and stay in this, because that's going to get so much early econ momentum on their side. Meanwhile, M80 going to be able to afford a full buy here. But they definitely didn't want to lose that in a flawless fashion. They wanted to kill a good portion of the players from Double O Nation. On those bonuses, you're always trying to at least kill the majority, if not 2. But just kill as many as you can. And the fact that they got no kills there isn't great for M80. They still got that spike down, so there's a little bit of econ there, but they don't deny any econ stability for Double O Nation, which does allow some early econ momentum for Double O Nation. M80, though, now going to be on a buy. It's the first buy from both sides. Look at this. Shan completely caught out. Oh, and he gets stuck there by that Fade Util. It's pulled in, and Koalanoob able to take him out. So that does start out M80 with player advantage after an unfortunate set of circumstances for Shan. And M80 going to start pushing towards A. And it looks like they're going to get ready to move towards A. There's only 2 defenders on A. There's only 1 defender on C, though. Could be an easy hit. Koalanoob is lurking there. And M80 hasn't committed to A yet. With 45 seconds, they could still rotate if they wanted to. This Viper wall does come up, and it looks like they're going to start pushing down A. Look at Double O Nation. They're ready for that. C-side is actually clear, but at this point, M80 does sort of have to commit to this A push. Oh, and a big whiff from Nismo. Cheyenne able to take him out. Now it's going to be a 4v4. Koalanoob just going to, from the shadows, over towards A site. Ooh, Breakable's broken. Artson with the Seekers trying to follow them and find an easy pick, but unfortunately, John Cutie just trying to shoot the Seekers ends up getting a collateral kill. Koalanoob going to take out Besson. It's now going to be a 2v4 from Double O Nation. Down 2 players, and at this point, those players might want to save. There's not a whole lot of possibility for them. Yeah, they're just going to go over towards A site and go for the save. So a good way for M80 to start it. Again, it's an offense-sided map. M80 should be able to take the lead. If Double O Nation only gets 4 rounds, I'd say there's a possibility they can take it to OT on their offense. If they only get 3, I'd say it's looking unwinnable. If they get 5, I think Double O Nation could definitely win in the second half. So 4 is the minimum where I'm like, okay, it's possible for Double O Nation. Anything less than that, and I'm like, alright, it's probably not going to be winnable. Anything more than that is a bonus. And I'll be pretty confident in Double O Nation. For M80, as long as they get at least 8, I'm feeling good that they might be able to win next round. Anything more than that is a bonus. If they only get 7, still winnable in the next half, especially knowing how powerful M80 is on the defensive Lotus. Despite being a team that typically favors offense on most maps, and we just saw it on Split where they were an incredibly offense-sided team on Split. Lotus is a map where they do know how to play defense well. And again, I don't know if it's just simply because Koalanoob's on Omen, but M80 does play well on this defense. We've seen them on this defense multiple times, and it typically goes well for them. Ooh, John Kitty and Barton meet each other. That's B main. Barton takes a little bit of damage, nothing impactful. Then off of that, he does back up. M80 going to start pushing towards C. They got 4 going.
Yeah, certainly keeping that rebel defense interested on the front side of A, not allowing them to start backing off, to start rotating and reinforcing the other sites. Looks like it's going to be potentially a C play here soon.
It's down to Betson and Cheyenne to lock down this site. Ooh, they may be able to. Nismo, yeah, caught out in that nanostorm. Betson going to finish him off. It's not going to be a 5v4 here. Ooh, nearly able to take out John Kitty, but does end up missing, and Qualnoob's able to take him out. So it's going to be a 4v4. Ooh, what a shot from EU. A wallbang headshot onto Cheyenne. Going to take him out. It's now going to be a 3v4 for Double O Nation. These remaining players, and they're on low eco if they lose this. Although, maybe they'll be able to buy next round. Although, no, likely if they all die, they'll have to take an eco. So, if they lose a player here, they may just want to save. Artson takes out Xander. Down to 5 HP, though. Going to wrap around towards B site. It is a 3v3 at this point, though. So, still winnable from Double O Nation if they can play their cards right, like I always say. EU, though, takes out Barton. At this point, from Double O Nation, I save so I can buy next round. But it looks like Shan going to take out a player before he goes down. Still, though, player advantage for M80, and Artson is down to 5 HP. Makes his presence known in C main once again, and Qualnoób just pulls out the classic to finish him off. He knows how low Artson is, and he gets that pick. So M80 will take their 4th round now. It's starting to look like it might be a dominant half from M80, as Double O Nation has lost 2 buys in a row, and Double O Nation, I think, knows that. So they're taking a timeout here to try and clean up their act. M80's been doing a really good job. On split, one of the things that was really advantageous for them was they were explosively entering onto the site, very aggressively and very quickly overwhelming the people on site. This time around, though, M80's playing a little bit slower. They're willing to be a little bit more patient. They send an entry in. If that entry dies, they continue to wait a little bit to try and trade it off. That's what we saw in that previous shot. Nismo tried to entry, got taken out. M80 waited a little bit longer to wait out some of that util that had been used to stop the push, and then they come in and find those picks. And it just, it creates a situation where M80 is able to then start that explosive entry. Even if they're down a player, they're able to close it back out because they know that they can take out those players on site. So what your Double O Nation should be doing, maybe not using so much util in those entries, or trying to deny the entry from M80 rather. Because if they save a little bit more of that util, they may have it for when they need to play retake. Because what ends up happening is Double O Nation places 2 very deep onto the site, very aggressively onto the site. Sure, maybe they get 1 or 2, but they end up going down, and then M80 can get that spike down, and retake on this map is very, very difficult, because first of all, you have to take a while to rotate over towards that site for those players who are on the other sites, and then once those players are there, you then have to push through all that util that the offense has to play post-plant with. So it's not an easy position to be in. Now, to be fair, in the previous round, a lot of that early util that was used was some controller util, and then that killjoy util to prevent that push into C, but still, could have been a better situation. And honestly, just think Double O Nation needs to not be so exposed that they get killed in those entries and in those flanks as well. Look at this. I made it going for a split play here. 2 push down in C, 2 push down in B, 1 push down in A. Looks like they're going to lean more towards the C hit. There are 2 on C for Double O Nation. Artson trying to catch them off guard, swinging close, but Nismo ready for it. Takes him out. That's an early player advantage for M80. Now M80 actually going to rotate it over towards A, where they've got Xander lurking, and Xander actually took out Cheyenne. Boom, now this A push can start from M80. Although, if M80 wants, they can actually go B, where they have John Kitty clearing, and they know Double O Nation is going to be headed towards A. They've actually left that spike near A man, but no, M80 will be committing to A push, to an A push rather. John Kitty able to take out Barton as he's lurking in B, and he also takes out Besson. It's down to Shan to try and prevent a flawless round. It is an eco from Double O Nation, but he's not going to do it. Nismo takes Shand out, and it's a flawless round for M80, continuing to get some more eco behind them, continuing to get some more momentum behind them. Look at the eco now. None of the players died, so none of the players have to buy. And it's just going to be such a good position at this point for M80 to be in. Showstopper available for both teams. Nightfall available for M80. There's one more. I didn't quite catch it. It might be from the shadows. Unless I'm mistaken. Which is a very real possibility. I'm not super good at remembering stuff at a quick glance. So it's a Viper's Pit. There you go. So Nightfall, Viper's Pit, and Showstopper all available for M80. There is a Showstopper for Double O Nation, but they don't have to use it as Barton takes out Noob and Nismo, and Artson takes out John Cutie. That's all happening in C main. Suddenly, it's a 2v5. Shine able to take out Xander, who was lurking in A. What a good counterplay on the buy. At this point, you're just going to try and mitigate some damage, get a few kills before he goes down. He's backing up, though. Maybach right into Double O Nation. Doesn't have to. A flawless buy round ensues from Double O Nation. What a good round. That was just simply M80 doing what they've been doing in this map so far. And Double O Nation counterplaying that by aggressively playing on C. Ready for M80 to be playing aggressive as well. Sorry, I started yawning. Viper's Pit and Showstopper now available for Double O Nation. That Showstopper was available before, but look at this. They're 1 ult point away from Seekers, Lockdown, and from the Shadows. Over on the side of M80, they got a Nightfall on the Viper's Pit. They're 1 ult point away from a Lockdown themselves, but the ult economy is so good for Double O Nation right now. Alright, look at this. M80 switching it up a bit. Going for another bit of a split play, but they end up aggressing now down towards C. It's just Besson on site, although Double O Nation not far away from a rotate. Shand actually trying to find a pick in B main using that Showstopper. They are convinced someone is here. Nobody is, though. Nobody is. Everybody for M80 is in C main. So there's 2 players out aggressive in B main, going to be going for a flank. It is EU who's watching it right now. We'll see if he can find a pick. Attacker Lockdown comes out. You see this flank still trying to come through. Ooh, Seeker is going to catch him out perfectly. It doesn't matter. EU still takes out Chan, and Koala Noob takes out Artson. Both of those flankers now gone. Down to the final 3 players for Double O Nation. Try and retake Besson coming in through stairs, or upper rather, or hall. Does get taken out. I don't know. Apparently, I don't know what that's called, but this hall. It's going to be a 2v5 now for Double O Nation, but these players are going to be saving, and M80 will be able to take their 6th round, so now it's impossible for Double O Nation to take the lead, but more importantly, nobody's expecting that really, again, offense-sided map, but more importantly, M80 is in a very good position to take the lead themselves. And again, I said anything more than 8 rounds for M80 is not going to look very winnable for Double O Nation. Double O Nation, if they only get 4, I'm saying it's possible they take it to OT, although not super winnable. For M80, 7 rounds isn't horrible. If Double O Nation gets 5 rounds, it's not the worst position. EU able to take out Cheyenne. Barton takes out EU, trying to defend himself, but no, Nismo comes around and wallbangs him through that box on C, and he goes down. So now it's down to Double O Nation to try and clamber to something here. If they get 4 in a row, they can tie it up. Still possible, but 4 in a row to tie it up sounds a lot easier than it is. Easier said than done. Viper's Pit available for both teams here. We've got a Lockdown from the Shadows available for Double O Nation. M80 also has a Nightfall in addition to that Viper's Pit. Let's see what these teams can provide here. M80 getting ready to push towards A. Rushing in here. And they're playing pretty slowly, but you see Double O Nation is very aware of this push. But also, Double O Nation has seen how often M80 goes for these split plays and rotates so often. So, although this flank comes through and they now know the extent of this push, maybe a bit late, although Artson able to take out Nismo. It looks like M80 wants to pivot towards Breakable, but no. They are going to be committing to A. They do break Breakable, though. As Quillennium takes out Artson, Besson takes out Xander, so it's a 3v3. But you can see Shand has rotated towards B in the case that it is a B hit, but the spike goes down on A. Defender Lockdown now comes out near tree. Of course, Quillennium going to be looking to disrespect it. No, Cheyenne takes Quillennium out. Time running low now. Looks like he wants to take it out. He's going to swing right into the back of Cheyenne, and boom. Cheyenne able to take him out. So that's now... Alright, there we go. Double O Nation getting back in it. If they want to start a 3-round win streak, that's the way to do it. For sure.
So really well done from 0-0 Nation. Even though the flank got red, and even though
Will be interesting to see how this ends up playing out, though. Viper's Pit and From the Shadows available for both teams. I think M80, at least what they've shown so far, is that even if they lose a round, or they're denied a round, rather, they do figure out how to reset their strategy. There you go. I don't know why my brain's not functioning right now. But it will be interesting to see. M80 getting ready to push towards A once again, aggressing heavy. They do this time though have a John Cutie watching flank, and Double Nation not going for that flank this time around. The Viper's Pit isn't going to be used yet by Double Nation. They did have Besson just holding in C main, maybe waiting for some engagement, going to play off of contact, but nobody's there, so that Viper's Pit not going to come out this round most likely. There's a From the Shadows, but again, not probably going to come out as Barton is on A site, so doesn't need to use it. Viper's Pit on M80 side, though, does come out, and this fight getting ready to go down. Look at this, Nismo up in rope, being joined by Koala Noob now. Question is, will Shan be ready for that smoke to drop? Barton getting ready, coming through stairs to push through that Viper's Pit, gets taken up by Xander. Koala Noob concussed. John Cutie takes out Shine, but Artson in drop, going to take out Koala Noob. Nismo, though, able to take out Shand, and Artson goes down to EU. It's down to Besson in a 1v4. Just going to save his gun. I can't blame him. Not the worst opportunity to be in, or not the worst position, rather, to be in. I don't know why I said opportunity. Alright, there you go. M80 now takes the lead. They struggled to get there, but they do get there. And 7 was sort of that minimum I said. It's still, if Double Edition gets the rest of the rounds in this half, it's still winnable for them. But they're moving into an eco, so it's not very likely, as Besson did go down, it's not very likely that that Double Edition will have very many chances here. They may just have to let M80 get to this 8th round, which is still winnable for Double Edition when we switch sides, but it's not going to be easy. And on top of that, this is not the last round of the half. So even though if M80 takes this round, they'll get to that 8th, there's still possibility that they get to that 9th round. And although a 3-9 curse is possible against a team like M80, which has definitely figured out how to play a good defense on this map, it's not going to be easy. In fact, most teams have figured out how to play a good defense on this map. It just seems like Double Nation is not one of them, which sort of allows M80 to play this aggressive offense they love to play on pretty much every map, let alone Lotus, which is a map they've also figured out defense on pretty easily. Archon takes out Koala Noob, but John Cutie takes him out, and then Nismo, EU, and John Cutie again each find a pick. It's now going to be Besson in a 1v4, and Nismo shuts it down, ready for the flank. And boom, M80 now on that 8th round. Very little grounds found by Double O Nation other than taking out Koala Noob, who, to be fair, the top frag from M80. Good job shutting him down, but talked about it many, many times before. Any one of the M80 players could end up being that top frag, and we've seen it multiple times where any one of the players can be the top frag. And you know what was weird is towards the end of North American Challengers, a lot of teams got very, very good at shutting down Koala Noob, but the rest of the team was able to make up for that in a lot of cases. The weird thing became is that, as Nismo takes out Shan in this round, the weird thing became as we come into Ascension, no teams have really figured out how to shut down Koala Noob very, very well. Despite having so much information to go off of in M80's games and North American Challengers, no teams have really, I mean, maybe they have and it's just not working out for them, or maybe they weren't preparing just to fight M80, which is fair. You've got a lot of new teams to look at. I can't blame them, but it will be interesting to see if these teams, now that we're in the playoffs, will start to be figuring out how to take out M80, especially these teams that need to make a lower bracket run, where they're going to have to face M80. Ooh, Nismo able to take out Besson. Now that's 2 players down from Double O Nation. Sean takes out Xander. EU takes out Sean, and it could be looking that we're going to go 9-3 into the next half, although Artson takes out EU. His offense locked in, being guarded by John Cutie, will pop. It's not going to detain anyone, but it has played some good time. Artson able to take out John Cutie. Oh, okay, 2v2. Maybe I spoke too soon about that 9th round being won by M80. We will see. Artson takes out Nismo. It's possible. Koala Noob now in a 1v2. From the shadows out of there. Maybe just trying to fake it. He does. He takes out Koala Noob. Sorry, he takes out Artson. Koala Noob takes out Artson. There you go. It's now a 1v2. All Koala Noob has is a Guardian, but it doesn't matter. He still wins the 1v1, and that's going to be a 1v2 clutch from Koala Noob to win the round, and the scoreline will now be 9-3 in favor of M80 moving into this half. Double O Nation needs to win 9 rounds in this half. Not super easy, and again, I talked about it earlier. M80 is a team that has really figured out the defense on this map. It's in part to the fact that they've got their aggressive player on a more defensive role. Koala Noob is on Omen on Lotus most of the time now. Something they brought towards that end of the North American Challengers, and it's continued here into North American Challengers. The rest of the team able to pretty much play where they like to play. Nismo is an offensive player. He likes playing on KO, which is a more aggressive initiator, and Breach as well, which is another flash initiator. And so he's happy to be able to play on Raze. I don't think he minds too much, and the rest of the team can just play on their roles. So everybody's in a happy spot here. And M80 knows how to play his defense well. They're going for this aggressive play in B main to start it off in their pistol, although Shan shuts it down. They're ready for that. Okay, alright. They started off with a player advantage. Double Nation getting ready to push towards A. It's going to be down to John Cutie to shut it down. He's got some util here. No alarm bot, but he does have a turret to play off of, as well as some nanoswarms to lock down the push. And there you go. First nanoswarm coming out, as well as the one in tree. One in stairs as well, going to stop that push. He is down so much health, down to 40. Not going to push through this Viper's smoke. That'll just get him even lower. Spike now going to go down. 5v4 here for a double nation flip post plant with, but look at this. M80 getting ready for this retake. They've got 2 coming in through rope, 2 coming in through stairs as well. I'm misspeaking so much today. Oh, through this smoke, Koala Noob takes out Artson. John Cutie takes out Betson. Shan takes out Koala Noob. EU takes out Shan. Shion takes out EU. It's now a 2v2. Barton in tree, gonna get cleared out. He's taken out. It's now down to Shion, and they know where he is. Spike gonna be tapped. Look at this. Ooh, almost winnable from Shion, but John Cutie shuts it down. 3 kills for John Cutie. We don't see very many multi-kills from John Cutie. He is one of the less impressive, I'll say, fraggers from M80. But he is the IGL. I've talked about it a lot. He's a very powerful IGL, which does, you know, allow some lack of performance in some cases. But look at this. Look at this. I mean, he's got 12 kills. He's the second highest frag in this one. And he did pretty well on split as well. It seems John Cutie, he's been in the aim laps, all right. He's been doing some practice here. M80 gonna force a buy, but look at this. Double O Nation forcing a buy themselves because they know they're on the offense. They know that they have the offensive advantage, and they also know. Sorry, my brain's not functioning right now. But also on top of that, if M80 wins this, they'll be on that 11th round. The issue is because Double O Nation is forcing. If M80 wins this, not only are they on that 11th round, but Double O Nation will have to take an eco, and they may just have to allow M80 to get to the 12th round. So I understand why they're forcing. I don't know if I agree with that decision, though, because, again, if they lose it, they're just going to be in such a bad spot. They're already in a bad spot, but it could be much worse if they lose this. And look at this. They're already down 2 players. And look at that. Nismo takes out Besson. Barton is also in B main. May just want to take door and escape. They don't know who's watching door right now. It's Koala Noob, but he gets smoked off, so I mean, he smoked himself off in case of that C push, and Barton is able actually to get away through B main towards Cubby. Look at this. If he swings EU again, pushing up, he will get taken out by a judge most likely, and not a good angle to peek. So at this point, Double Nation just waiting out time. Oh, but that Prowler does tell them that Barton is still in B main. Paranoia comes through. Still, it's just going to be EU to lock down B site. At this point, it looks like Double O Nation, these players going to save their guns for next round. That, or they need to push like yesterday, because, you know, they got 10 seconds left. Had so much time to work with. They just lost those players in that choke point in B main. Again, M80 knows how to take away that offensive advantage, and it's by taking advantage of the fact that the entries into these sites can be choke points. And it seems M80's good at doing that. They wanted to shut down those players, prevent them from saving their guns, but they do get shut down. At this point, Double O Nation going to take their time out here. They're going to probably be forcing another buy because, well, M80's 1 round away from that 12th round. And they did just lose the majority of their players in that previous round. So they're probably going to be forcing a buy here. Double Nation trying to figure out, okay, alright, hold on. Hold up. How do we push through this? Because their backs are against the wall right now. A reminder, if Double Nation loses this map, they're out of Ascension. That's it. No more of them. The number 2 seed from Brazil, no more hope for them. They're gone. It's going to be down to the Union to try and pull through for Brazil. So, whichever team loses this is gone. And M80 would love to just be able to say, alright, yeah, nobody's going to mess with us in the lower bracket. M80 going to be trying to dominate the lower bracket here. Shouldn't have too hard of a time doing it, and they're proving it here with such a dominant Lotus performance against Double Nation. And looks like Double Nation just struggling to figure out how to approach this offense because M80 is just able to push up, and they're being rewarded for this sort of aggressive hold that they like to do, where they aggressively watch those main entrances. So I think what Double Nation needs to do is maybe push in a little bit, not too far. Just enough that you bait out some of that util. Try and get away with your lives if you can. Although that's not an easy task. And then back out. Decide if you want to re-hit or just rotate to another site. Wherever they decide to go. And you do have Shine lurking in A to start it off. But it looks like he's going to back off of that lurk hold. And instead they're going to go for this C push. But like I said, you need to be baiting out some of that util and then getting out of there. But although Besson gets a kill, it is traded. And it does, yeah, looks like Double Nation did force a buy. Again, they sort of have to. You're down so many rounds. Obviously, they don't have to. If they take eco, you know, it's not like M80 gets a win on this round. But with how many rounds they are down, if they had taken eco, very likely M80 would easily win this round, get to that 12th round, and then Double Nation would have to win 9 in a row. So it's nearly a death sentence to just allow M80 to get to that 12th round so easily. And Double Nation would like to shut that down as best as possible. Looks like Double Nation going to get ready to push towards C. They do still have that lurker in Cheyenne in A main. Pulling that rotation. Look at this. EU with a judge. Ooh, wide swing from EU. Or sorry, from Shand. Unable to be defended by EU. But look at Koala Noob. Still trying to lock this down. Pulls out the smoke, though. Gets taken out by Shand. Meanwhile, Cheyenne, that lurk over in A, has been rewarded with a kill. Alright, the force buy from Double Nation is looking good. It's down to Xander, who only has a stinger to do something. He gets a head tap onto Shan through the smoke. Alright, that's something. Oh, and he takes out Artson. It's not unwinnable. Oh, but not able to take out Cheyenne. Again, a head tap comes through, but stinger medium range is not very easy to use at all. So M80 will still just be maintained in this 11th round. The force buy is rewarded from Double Nation. And M80 actually forced a little bit of econ on that round as well. They wanted to shut it down, get to that 12th round. So now they're actually going to have to take an eco or a half buy. So, alright, if Double Nation wants to start a comeback, this is the way to do it. But they're going to need pretty much a reverse sweep here to try and make this a win. And again, M80's got so much room to breathe that they can take ecos like this. They can take some time to recoup themselves. They still have 2 timeouts to use as well. So even if Double Nation makes some grounds here, M80 can take a timeout. And then if Double Nation still is able to bounce back, M80 can take a timeout. Double Nation has no timeouts to use. So if M80 starts to counterplay, Double Nation is kind of screwed. So they just have to hope that that one timeout they took very early on in this half is going to be enough to carry through with a good comeback. Again, Double Nation just doesn't want to go out like this. A map 2 ending this dominantly would be such a bad look for Double Nation. Shan takes out Koala Noob and Xander. What a good entry. The flash from Artson. Really, really good backup there. Besson able to take out Nismo. That clears out B side as well. And it actually rotates M80 towards B because they want to be able to take out Besson. Besson able to escape through door. Shine. Wobbing Sean Cutie. What a play. John Cutie should, or sorry, EU should be able to pick up that gun that John Cutie dropped, though. Guardian now going to be in the hands of EU. But what a shot there through that wall to find that pick. EU just trying to find a pick, prevent the flawless buy round here. But no, Cheyenne going to take EU out, and it will be flawless. Again, it was an eco from M80. If there's a round to get flawless on, it is that one. But it does allow such good econ momentum. Started off. Again, Double Nation trying to make a comeback possibly here. And now because of how strong their econ is at this point, if they lose this round, they should still be able to buy. So they got some good econ in their favor now. So M80 going to be pushing through quite a bit. But they're able to get a buy going. So it's going to be a full buy from both sides. Do see Shine and Artson on Guardians. I do wonder why their teammates aren't buying them. It may be a good decision. Although Guardians aren't bad guns. It's just, you know, when M80's got such a big round differential, I probably would want to buy there, but it is what it is. Lockdown available for both of these teams. From the Shadows available for Koala Noob. And speaking of Koala Noob, he's left alone to lock down C-Site, getting pushed way, way back with that Sky Dog. Now Double Nation pushing up here. Lockdown getting ready to come out. There we go. Lockdown has come out.
Where does he go with this from the shadows? He's going to go all the way back into the defensive side of the spawn, so he stays safe. Damages Talent,
And Double Nation will sort of just be allowed onto the side. Spike can go down here. They're actually aggressing so deep into CT, and it's rewarded. Besson takes out Koala Noob. At this point, M80 may just want to go to save, especially after Nismo goes down. Looks like maybe they're moving towards trying to save here. Wow. Alright, seems that timeout was rewarded. Or rather, used very, very well from Double Nation. They've figured out how to push through that defense that M80's been holding of these sort of aggressive defenses. Double Nation has figured out how to push M80 back. Like we saw, Koala Noob holding aggressively in C-Mound. Gets pushed so far back by that Skydog, and then Double Nation can use that lockdown. They can aggress very quickly into the site. So, if a comeback's going to start from Double Nation, this is the way to do it. Look at that. They're hunting down these players. Ooh, Besson might get caught out by that Odin. Trying to find a pick. Nope. EU shuts him down. Barton takes out Xander, but EU takes out Shand. Ooh, okay. And then EU takes out Barton as well. Okay. 2v2 to finish it off. Double Nation lost so many players there, but it doesn't matter because they've gotten some good econ momentum to work with. I did question the decision not to buy those players who only had Guardians guns, but it worked out. Once again, Cheyenne just going to be on a Guardian. It's like those players in ranked games who decide to only go for Spectres and they never buy Phantoms, you know, and you're like, why aren't you just buy a gun? It feels like that's what Double Nation is doing, but it's not bad for them. If there's a player you want to be, you know, on a Guardian, it is your highest fragger, which in this case is Cheyenne, so this is okay for Double Nation, I suppose. Still, though, I mean, the better the gun, the better. Especially at this point. I would still want Double Nation to buy here, but the comeback's working out regardless. And M80 decided not to take a timeout after that round loss. Personally, I would have taken a timeout, especially just with the momentum that Double Nation is building here. And M80 has 2 of them to use. Why not? Viper's Pit comes out. Paint Shells, though, along with that combination of Fade Util, do take Besson out after pulling out the Viper's Pit, so does allow this retake to start here. A reminder, this is a little bit of a half buy from M80. So they're not necessarily expecting to win this. Defender Lockdown comes out. It is destroyed by Double Nation. Shine able to take out Nismo. Shan takes out Xander and Koala Noob, and Shan takes out EU. Xander John Cutie in a 1v4. 1v5. 1v4, John Cutie takes out Cheyenne. It's now 1v3. Shant is low on HP. Barton, though, in B, gonna catch out John Cutie. John Cutie doesn't have ammo. Has to switch to the classic, and he goes down. And now, alright, Double Nation secures their 7th round. I think M80 will be taking a timeout at this point, right? Right, M80? Come on. Okay, never mind. They don't want to. I don't know. They have been struggling. These aggressive plays that they like to hold on their site have been denied. So they do sort of need to figure out what to do. And I think the biggest thing that they've been doing wrong is this is a team that likes to go for those flanks, likes to go for those risky plays, and they haven't been doing that. And I don't know if that's just something they decided to not do coming into Lotus, but I think they do need to try and go for these riskier plays where they're playing further up in the site, go for these flanks. Because right now, they're not able to find them, and you see them rotating through CT. They're banking on the fact that in this round, it's a buy, but they've all so heavily rotated to C. So if Double Nation catches wind of this aggressive hold and decides to rotate, they're going to be in a bad spot. Or M80 is going to be in a bad spot, rather. Although Koala Noob is locking down A. That does give some of that security. And probably some of that reason why Double Nation is... M80 is holding C so aggressively, and it's rewarded. Xander takes out Arson and Shan in combination with some of that good util, it's now going to be a 3v5 for Double O Nation. They start pushing into B. They'll be allowed onto the site. They're not going to be allowed to plant quite yet. Now they're getting it down. Xander able to take out Shion, who is trying to take out any players in C to prevent a flank. Unfortunately, though, that pick does come through. Quantum takes out Besson, and Nismo takes out Barton. All right, they didn't even need that timeout. All right. Okay, they're going to get to that 12th round. Now, Double O Nation has to win 5 in a row. And considering to start off this half, they won 4 in a row. Or not even to start off this half, but to start off a comeback, they won 4 in a row. It's not completely out of the picture. I think it's a very real possibility at this point that we could see a comeback that gets to OT. But I do think off of that win, M80 is going to be feeling pretty confident, and Double O Nation is going to be looking a little bit worried because they don't have another timeout to use. Had they had a timeout to use, they would have just probably used it there and been like, all right, M80 just won a round. How do we shut that down? But Double O Nation is out of timeouts. So they're really in a tough spot here. They're going to have to win 5 in a row. No timeouts to re-strategize. So if M80 is able to successfully re-strategize like they did in that previous round where they, left Qualinum to lock down A and then they full stacked on C and it worked out. This time around, they send that Viper's Pit down on C. And so they can lean more towards that A and B site. Although those defenders on A are going to be pushed back pretty effectively. Barton is allowed to get this spike down. Nobody going to take him out either. Typically, M80's able to take out that spike planter, but this time around, that's not going to be the case. So it's a 5v5 retake. Showstopper available for Shan. From the Shadows available for Barton to maybe go for a flank or something like that. We'll see what Double O Nation can pull out here. That Showstopper comes out to try and prevent the defuse, and it does momentarily. But still, there's going to be time here. Nismo just decides to try and stick the spike. Xander takes out Cheyenne. Barton takes out John Cutie. Xander finds 2. EU takes out Besson. Barton takes out Quality, but Xander, but the defuse is stuck, and that's it. M80 wins 2-0 to continue their lower bracket run, and unfortunately for Double O Nation, it's time to say goodbye. I was going to say to Brazil, but they're a Brazilian team. They live here. But it's time to say goodbye. Pack their bags, go home. Their continuation in this tournament is done. They're the first team to be eliminated from Ascension. Scratching their heads. They played very, very well. GG. They definitely put up a decent performance in the group stage. Beyond what I was expecting. I was expecting Double O Nation to be destroyed very, very easily here in Ascension. But they were able to beat 9Z team in the group stage. They came in and had a decent performance against Fusion to start off the playoffs here. It wasn't horrible, other than Ascent. But Fracture went 13-11, so it wasn't horrible from Double O Nation to start it off. I came into this not expecting them to do well because they, on paper, were not looking like a very good team when stacked up against the rest of the Ascension teams, and they do end up being eliminated first, but they still subverted my expectations a little bit. They definitely improved coming into this tournament. It does suck, that some teams have to be eliminated, but that is just the way that it goes, and that's the position we're in. So what ends up happening is M80 will move forward to lower round 2. This will be the first match when we come back from a 2-day break that will be taking place tomorrow and Friday. So the July 6th and July 7th, there's no Ascension matches, and then we resume with lower round 2 and the lower final. A reminder, the lower final is a best of 3. It's not a best of 5. So just a little bit of a reminder there. And then the grand final is a best of 5, which will be July 9th. So it's going to be 2 days to finish it off. So M80 will be starting that off in lower round 2. Now, who will they be facing? That's what we're going to determine in the second series today. Really quickly, we'll go ahead and take a look at any clips from that series that ended up happening, or any highlights, rather. Take a look at the highlights that were uploaded to the Twitter from the entirety of the series. Looks pretty short. And then I would normally do ranked right now, but because there's going to be a 2-series break, I'm actually going to take a little bit of a break myself, because I ended up starting the stream much later than I was anticipating. So I'll take a little bit of a pause and a break after we look at these highlights. I'm going to go get some water and eat a little bit, and then I'll come back and we'll talk about the second series we have today. But for now, let's take a look at these highlights.
To play the A stack and B retake. BZN does come in, catches Xander completely off guard, and EU as well caught sitting. John Cutie likely able to nope, never mind.
No!
That is unfortunate. Heaven, they're looking to play the A.
Flash comes through. Here's the check. No worries. First shots land. BZN changes the angle. Gets the immediate trade. 2v2.
One enemy
Barton
remaining.
trying to play through screen side, but it's BZN who finds the kills. It's 4. Doesn't get the kill. Xander's gonna play just below, and oh my goodness, he gets one. Anything more? Sure, why not? Shells. Oh, so well played by Xan. Lots of chip damage coming through, but Xander still finds first blood. Xian stuck on site, and Xander gets a second. Goodness, how good has he been today so far? BZN trying to shut him down, but no one can. Lotus in position to possibly counter it. It's the 1v1 right here. Oh, but Xian holds his ground. EU has to play into this. And Xian's gonna change the angle up and completely cross him up. Well played. Showstopper paranoia combination works out, but Artson will deny the mound post plant, pending, of course, he could get this kill onto John Cutie. 3v2 situation, flash over the top. Artson checks his close corner. The flash does land. Hold on, Artson has given themselves a chance. But this post plant retake is coming in opposite directions.
One enemy remaining.
Shit. Showstopper paranoia combination works. To get his third. Hold on, now it's just down to John, or pardon me, Koala Noob, who's gonna go from the shadows, cancel it, trying to create some down. He gets the first. Off the reset. Barton up top. It's an Omen v Omen battle, and it's Koala Noob.
All right, and just like that, again, M80 is moving forward. I'm gonna have you guys listen to the casters. I'll be back in just like a few minutes. I'm gonna quickly eat. I'm gonna quickly get some water, all that stuff, because I literally woke up a little bit late because I slept in. So let me quickly. I'll add some text on the screen and all that stuff.
Just wasn't quite enough for the victorious M80, who of course are going to be able to continue on that lower bracket run now. And we have Koala Noob on the line.
Give me 1 second.
About the victory, about that 2-0 win, and about being able to be moving on
All right,
forward. So,
go ahead and add that. Go ahead and put that down there. All right, I will be right back. Very, very momentarily. Take a listen to this
part
plan.
of split there. It seemed like 0-0 Nation was pushing you guys a little bit. How do you then readjust to make sure you can get back to your own game?
I mean, we started CT side. We had a game plan. The game plan was a little different, I guess, than what we expected. Just took us a few rounds to adjust. You know, we bounced back. I am always confident in the team. It doesn't matter if we're down 5-0, 6-0. Just confident in them.
That's great to hear. And then I want to know too, this LAN environment now, how that you've been adjusting, considering it's a very different atmosphere than the playing experience you got to have before.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say I don't want to like use a stupid excuse. I like, oh, it's LAN environment, like the white noise the first day was bad, like whatever. The other team had to deal with it too, and they played better. We lost. We lost to the guard. They played well. We had an off day. It happens. We're finally getting used to it, and you know, we're in the lower bracket now, so I think honestly we're gonna use it to our advantage. Like, we're going to the arena now to compete at. The grand finalist team is only gonna have one time to play at that arena, and that's in the grand finals. So we're gonna, even though we're in the lower bracket, it sucks, we're just gonna try our best to use it to our advantage.
And you're talking too about the confidence that you have in the team going on forward. So what is it specifically about M80 and this team that you've gotten to see that you have this confidence that this will be a team that can take the whole thing?
I mean, I'm never gonna like back out of what I say. I'm gonna double down. I still think we're the best team in the tournament, even if we're in the lower bracket. I think individually our team is spectacular. I think I'm still the best duelist, and I'm gonna try my best to prove it. My team's amazing. Everybody in their role is the best. We're working super hard. It was unfortunate circumstances that happened. We're just super confident. You know, like 1 second of hesitation can cost you a round, can cost you the game, and you never want to have that. Like, always be confident. Always be confident in your team that you can win any type of round.
Last but not least, out of every player that we have here, you have the loudest support in the chat at any point coming out from your family. So do you have any words for them, or like, what does it mean to have them all cheering you on from home?
I mean, it's great. Like, it's awesome that I have a family that supports me. Like, they've supported me since I was like 3 years old playing games. And like, they always message me. I'm gonna go to my phone. I'm gonna see like thousands of messages. Like, it feels good. I want to win for them. I want to win. I want to win for my fiance Marissa. I want to win for my family. I want to prove that like I could be the best at something, and like gaming's my life. So I want to do my best, and I did not want to lose today. We're not going to lose. We're going to make it. We're going to make North American franchising.
Best of luck. Honestly, it's been a pleasure to watch M80 play, and it's time for the lower bracket run. So thank you so much for chatting with me. Have a good rest of your night. Best of luck in your next match, okay?
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. For us, great way to be starting off our day, even with elimination, and we still have more elimination on the line. As next up, we have 90 going up against Fusion after the break.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those Wave Runners is too good to be true? Or if I Wear My Kicks 49 is truly selling dead stocks? Or if that Jordan 1 Royal Box is original? eBay checks. See that little blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out, with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
Alright, I do apologize for that, everybody. I apologize for two things. One, I had the wrong title. I had M80 versus Fusion. Again, that just goes to show how quickly I was trying to put together this match, or this stream, because I forgot it was happening. But also, on top of that, I do apologize for the break. Typically, you know, I like to do stuff in the middle of the breaks, that way it's not just silence. But this time around, I did just need to get some water and stuff, because if I don't have water, my voice is literally going to stop functioning by the end of the day. And so I would like to not have that happening. Anyways, we just saw M80 knock out Double O Nation from America's Ascension, but what we do have moving forward is not the end. It's not over. There's still an opportunity here. The jig is not up yet, because there's still some teams that can try and take down M80, and weirdly enough, we end up in an awkward situation where we have both of the Latin American teams facing each other. Fusion won the Latin America North, 9Z team won the Latin America South. They faced each other in an epic Latin American Grand Finals where 9Z won 3-0 in a best-of-5, and now they're facing each other for a rematch once again in this lower bracket. They both end up being locked down here. Now, what ended up happening weirdly is Fusion beat Double O Nation in the upper bracket. Then they faced the Union and lost. And if you look at this series, it wasn't super dominant from the Union. It was still a decent performance from the Union, from Fusion. And what I will say is, although the Union won and continued to show they're a strong team, the Union made quite a bit of mistakes. And not only did they make mistakes, Fusion was there to take advantage of that in a lot of those rounds, which, you know, just goes to show Fusion is a powerful enough team that if they're against a team that isn't at their peak performance, Fusion can punish that in a lot of these situations. That's sort of what their goal is, to punish mistakes that their opponents make. Now, 9Z team is a team that has not won a single series in Ascension. That's right. This is the only team, I believe, with the exclusion of Fusion coming out of group stage. It was both Fusion and 9Z team which had not won a single map or a single series. But then coming into playoffs, Fusion beat Double O Nation. So now the only team that has not won a single map in Ascension is 9Z team. Keep in mind, 9Z is the #1 seed from Latin America. Fusion's the #2 seed, and still Fusion is doing better than 9Z team was. 9Z team couldn't beat Double O Nation in the group stage. Double O Nation actually 2-0'd 9Z team in the group stage. And then Fusion came into the upper bracket of the playoffs and 2-0'd Double O Nation. So 9Z team has not beat a single team on any map. And on top of that, it seems Fusion is actually doing better than 9Z team coming into Ascension. And it's sort of, I'll call this the #1 seed effect, okay? It sort of is something we've seen come out, especially like when we're talking about M80 versus the Guard, Fusion versus 9Z team. I think a lot of these #1 seeds came into Ascension and were like, okay, well, we dominated in our challengers, we don't have to work as hard, right? But unfortunately, that's not how it always ends up going, or rather, unfortunately, for these teams in say, M80, for M80 or 9Z team, where now you do have to try. Sure, in the grand finals of your respective challengers, you were able to beat them, but we saw M80 lose to the Guard, and we may see the same thing happen where Fusion is able to beat 9Z team. Now, let's take a look at their series that they fought each other in the grand finals at. Okay, let's take a look here. All right, how did this go? Surely it was dominant from 9Z team. Yes, actually, it was 13-6, 13-5, and then 13-3. This was not close by any means. So Fusion 9Z team destroyed Fusion, and 9Z team has looked strong throughout the entire of their Latin American challengers. So it's a big question as to why they're coming into America's Ascension and underperforming greatly. Again, they haven't found much of anything. Against M80, you see this, where M80 and 9Z team faced each other. Look at this, 13-9, 13-4. 9Z team really has not found very much of anything in any of these series. And in the group stage, you couldn't even make the argument, because Fusion, for example, you could make the argument, oh, well, they're in the harder group. They have to face the #1 seed from NA and the #1 seed from Brazil. Okay, all right. You can excuse Fusion getting 2-0'd in both of their series. But for 9Z team, they were the #1 seed, the only #1 seed team in Group E, and they still lost 2-0. And then you could be like, well, coming into playoffs, they had to face M80, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but they still were destroyed in the group stage against a team which Fusion has now already beat. So clearly, if I'm coming into the series, I gotta say Fusion's looking stronger than 9Z. And it is a little bit sad to say, but I think 9Z team is just underperforming. If I had to make a prediction of the two teams that would get knocked out first coming into the lower bracket, I would have to say it was Double O Nation and 9Z team. And that's where we're at. Double O Nation's already been knocked out 2-0. And I think there's even potential for 9Z team to get knocked out 2-0. again, we've had a 2-0 curse here in Ascension where every single series has been a 2-0 from whichever team won, and it continues here, continues in the lower bracket, and we may even see it come out again, especially considering the way 9Z team has looked in the group stage. Now, you could make the argument, well, 9Z team has beaten Fusion, so 9Z team clearly knows how Fusion works. Yeah, sure, but also you could make that argument the other way. Fusion has lost to 9Z team. They know what 9Z team is going to pull out, and Fusion had shown so much improvement coming out of their playoffs of challengers, now coming into, or rather their grand finals of challengers, now coming into Ascension. We've seen so much improvement from Fusion. They 2-0 Double O Nation. They got up the majority or rather more than 6 rounds in both of the maps they played against the Union. They did not look like a weak team against the Union versus 9Z team, who does not seem to have improved from challengers. In fact, they seem to have gotten worse since their performance in challengers. And again, I think it was 9Z team who won their challengers and was at that point like, all right, we won challengers. Let's take a bit of a breather. But for a lot of those number 2 seed teams, for example, the Guard and Fusion, they didn't take a breather. They're like, no, we were number 2 seed. We didn't win our grand finals. If we want hope of winning Ascension, we need to show improvement. And so they worked so tirelessly and so hard to get to this point where they can say that they've improved. And guess what? That's exactly where we're at, where the Guard was able to 2-0 M80, where Fusion was able to 2-0 Double O Nation and put up a good amount of rounds against the Union. Do I think Fusion has potential to win Ascension? Probably not, but if there's a time to start, it is in the lower final. Do I think 9Z has potential? I don't think so, because I think they won challengers, and instead of being like, all right, let's make sure we can continue to beat the teams we've already beaten, they're like, all right, let's just take a breather. Let's relax a little bit. Let's calm down. Let's take a bit of a break, and then we'll come back and talk about those number 1 seeds from the other regions that we now need to beat. Not understanding that you need to stay on the top of your game. And I think M80 sort of fell to a similar situation where they didn't put as much effort into their practice coming into Ascension because they were so confident in their ability to win that they didn't feel as though they needed to put that much practice into it. And that's why we see the situation come out where we've got M80 losing to the Guard, where we've got 9Z potentially losing to Fusion. So we're in this very awkward predicament here. And we can obviously talk about the match histories of these two teams. But again, like I talked about, Fusion struggled a little bit in the group stage. In fact, they struggled quite a bit. They got 2-0 to start it off. But then they started off the upper bracket. They 2-0 Double O Nation, all right? What a good way to do it. Sure, they lose to the Union, but now they're coming into this lower bracket with sort of this fighting spirit, knowing that they put up a good amount of rounds against probably the number 1 seed in Ascension right now. So they know that they're feeling confident right now, that they were able to put up so many good rounds against the Union. And honestly, I look at them as a team that should be confident because they did put up those types of rounds. Versus 9Z team, again, has shown that they don't know what they're doing here in Ascension. They've been 2-0'd every single series that they played. They haven't gotten a single map up here in Ascension, and they've played 3 series. If there's, I mean, at least a map up should be the standard here, but they didn't get anything against the number 1 seed from NA. They didn't get anything against the number 2 seed from Brazil. They didn't get anything against the number 2 seed from the Guard. And again, you can sort of look at these and be like, well, you know, maybe they put up a good performance. Yeah, against Double O Nation, maybe you could say that, 13-11, 13-8. But then against the Guard, it was 13-6, 13-6. Then against M80, yeah, 13-9 on Split. Great, but then they got 13-4 on Lotus. So it's like, it's clearly not just 9Z is getting unlucky. It's clearly that 9Z is not standing up to the performance that we'd expect. And 9Z may be the first number 1 seed from any region to get knocked out of this competition. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case, especially with the way that they've been performing. And again, if there's a time to make an upset, if there's a time to prove me wrong, it's now in the lower finals, the lower bracket, which, you know, great. But at the same time, I just don't think they're moving in that direction. Quite frankly, they're just not a team that on paper looks very good coming into Ascension. They looked good coming into Ascension, but now coming into playoffs, especially in this lower bracket, they definitely don't look that good on paper. Their stats don't show that they're a powerful enough team for me to have a whole lot of confidence in them. And I think it's a weird matchup, right? We've got both of the Latin American teams here. One of them has to go home, and they have to knock each other out. And I don't think neither of these teams want to knock the other one out, because why would you want to knock out your compatriots, right? But that is what ends up happening here. And I talked about it yesterday, that we're in this awkward situation. But clearly, Fusion has been putting in the work. They know they need to put in the work to get anywhere close to winning Ascension. And I think they knew that when they were, after they finished their challengers, they knew, okay, we didn't win our grand finals. We need to show improvement. We need to improve. And it seems they really put in the work to show that improvement. Again, just like the Guard put in that work to show that improvement. Because the Guard nearly didn't even qualify for Ascension, right? They got lucky that Moist Mogul started to fumble it, right? So then the Guard was like, okay, we nearly didn't qualify. What can we do to improve? And they found those flaws, and they've been improving, and they showed that against M80. Fusion is, again, that #2 seed from Latin America trying to do the same thing that the Guard did. Beat out the #1 seed from their region and show and prove their dominancy or their superiority. Unfortunately, it has to be in a lower bracket where Fusion, in order to prove that, has to knock their fellow Latin American team out of playoffs. But it is still a position that we're in. We're going to go ahead and listen to some of this pre-match highlights and all that stuff. I'm going to quickly change my title really quickly because it is wrong still. And we'll go ahead and take a listen.
La mejor versión de nosotros y puede que nosotros seamos ganadores de ese encuentro. Sí, solo nos enfrentamos una vez y fue en México y nos ganaron 13-0 y estaban hablando mucho durante el partido, estaban gritando, diciendo cositas, etcétera, etcétera. No cosas malas, pero cosas del juego y bueno, esa revancha la queremos y bueno, ya se dio. La gente verá. Siento que va a ser el mismo equipo, no cambian los jugadores, no cambia, el plan táctico no cambia y lo único que cambia son las ganas de ganar en el servidor, ya que estamos valiendo vaga para un presencial. Bueno, nosotros nos hemos enfrentado contra los mejores equipos del torneo ya 3 veces, de Union 2 veces y M80 una vez y literal perdimos el partido por... ¿Sabes? Ronda de nosotros, que la perdimos por no comunicarse bien y por no hablar bien. Y si logramos eso, te lo juro que le podemos ganar a cualquier equipo. Yo confío en mi equipo, yo confío en mí y siempre ha sido así. Ya tuvimos 3 pérdidas bastante dolorosas que no esperábamos, la verdad. Entonces ya estamos más que listos para darlo todo, vivir o morir. Para mí es un enfrentamiento que yo sí quería. Si quería venir al Ascent y jugar contra 9Z porque yo sé que ellos se creen superior y no se preocupen que mañana viene cosita. De parte mía y de parte de mi equipo también. Vamos a estar ready, sí o sí.
Alright, and although I'm an NA broadcaster and this is not an NA competition or an NA series, I'm still just as excited to see these Latin American teams face each other. Again, today's going to be exciting because it's first of all the start of the lower bracket. So again, these teams, they're back against the wall. These teams in the lower bracket need to win or they're gone. And in the upper bracket, we've got the upper finals, which of course is the upper finals. So it's going to be very, very close, very, very exciting game. Potential for our first 3-map series. I don't think we're going to see a 3-map series here, if I'm honest. I think Fusion can beat 9Z. But yeah, let's go and take a listen to the desk, see what they have to say.
Coming in to these Ascension matches, though, the only LATAM team that actually has a win under their belt is actually Fusion.
Yeah, which has been honestly a real turnaround, I think, from where we got to see in groups. Because seeing Fusion in groups, I wasn't necessarily 100% sold, but then seeing them in their match here going on in playoffs, sure, they also got knocked down into this lower part, but I feel like we've gotten to see a turnaround in how they performed, which is going to be so key today, because when they did face off last time, honestly, it wasn't necessarily too close. This is a best of 5 between them and 9Z, and 9Z kind of just swept the floor with them.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel like the Fusion that we saw the other day, they're looking a lot stronger. They've shown a new side of them this tournament, and they're looking definitely like more cohesive. They're looking more comfortable. They definitely look like they've figured a lot of stuff out, especially with like the new comps that they're putting out recently. Like they just look like they're so much more put together.
Yeah, and the way they're able to be playing around the comps too. I think when we're looking at Fusion and their interesting comps, maybe the Neon Euro is a little too far for my liking, as much as I love it on a personal note, but it has been really fun.
I don't know why I
being
haven't
able
talked
to watch
about this.
them
Okay,
play
hold on. So, one thing Fusion's been struggling with, and for some reason they kept pulling it out time and time again. They pulled it out against the Union, and they pulled it out in the group stage against M80 and the Union as well. On Pearl, they pull out Yoru and Neon. Listen, Fusion, I love you. You've clearly shown improvement. It's great. Double controller, a little off meta. Okay, you got a breach, a little off meta. Neon, okay. Why are you playing Yoru? you sacrifice a recon initiator in exchange for Yoru. Yoru is not, I don't know why the casters hype it up so much. Yoru's not an agent that works in pro play. Straight up, they don't. None of their util can really be used in a way that impacts the whole team, other than maybe the flashes, in which case you should go for a KO, because it's a similar situation. The rest of the kit from Yoru doesn't impact the team very much at all. Really, in pro play is only going to be good for quick rotates, because TPs can be destroyed really, really easily, and fake clones are super easy to read for pro players. So it is completely mind-blowing to me that anybody at all would consider playing Yoru, because it's just not an agent that will work in pro play. I don't care if the casters think it's a great idea. It's not, because it's an agent that does not work in pro play for the simple fact that none of that kit can be used to benefit the whole team, other than the Flash, which again, get a KO then, get a Sky then, which also have flashes, which can also have recon, which is useful for the whole team. The rest of the kit from Yoru, not very useful at all. It's not a good agent to play on any map, let alone Pearl, which is super, super easy to read where that util is going to be going. And it's just a big question. Double Duelist, I can see a world in which that off-meta comp works. But you're not just running Double Duelist, they're running Double Duelist and picking a Yoru and a Neon. And it's a very big question mark from my end. I like that you're trying to pull out off-meta picks. Again, you're catching these teams off guard. It works well, but they have not shown that they understand how to use that util well. Because again, I feel like a lot of these Latin American teams, both 9Z and Fusion, especially Fusion, pull out these off-meta picks, expecting to catch the enemy off guard. And sometimes it works. We saw them pull out some weird picks on Ascent against Doublination, and it worked out for them. But then they come on Pearl and pull out Yoru. I don't care how often you practice with Yoru. I don't care about your sprint success with Yoru. When we're talking about you competing against the best of the best, Yoru's not going to work, because there's a very big reason nobody uses Yoru. The Flash is not unique in any way, shape, or form. A KO Flash would be better, and in addition, you get all that additional util. Same thing with the Sky. The TP, not super useful. It's super easy to get rid of for the defense if you're trying to entry on the offense. And then if you're on the defense, you're only going to be using it to rotate very, very quickly, which, sure, okay, great, but also a Neon can rotate just as quickly as well, and then you have a Neon already, so then why do you have a Yoru, right? It's time and time again, I don't understand why they keep pulling out Yoru. I'm hoping that if Pearl comes out here, they don't pull out Yoru again, because if they continue to try and make Yoru work, they're going to continue to lose these matches, and especially if they pull it out against 9Z team, they may struggle to beat 9Z team, a team which they should be able to beat fairly easily. I need to see Fusion stop trying to get Yoru out here. I need to see that stop. On Ascent, against Doublination, Fusion did pull out an interesting pick on Ascent, an interesting team comp. I'll show you. They ended up going Sage, Breach, Brim, Viper, and Neon. Very non-traditional. You don't see Neon barely ever. The main thing I want to highlight, they don't have any Sentinel that has good trips. So they don't have a Killjoy or a Cypher. And then on top of that, they don't have a recon initiator. They've got a flash initiator, but that's it. Breach is the only initiator with no recon util at all. And so, although Breach can work on Ascent, in fact, you know, Fusion is not the only team to use Breach on Ascent, so we know Breach is an agent that can work on Ascent. The issue is they had no recon initiator. And although Fusion was able to win the match in a very dominant fashion, I think they beat Doublination because they caught Doublination off guard. Had Doublination been better at going for those flanks, had Doublination been better at playing in off angles, they would have been able to catch Fusion off guard, because Fusion doesn't have recon for their entry, and they don't have anybody to watch flank, or they don't have util to watch flank with, so they have to watch it with themselves. And I talk about it a lot. Had Artson gone for the flank, or Besson, they go ahead and use some of that recon util, figure out where that person who's watching flank is, take them out, and boom, now they've got a good flank going, because they have the recon util to figure out where that person is, so they get that advantage of knowing where that player is when they're trying to swing them. And then, on top of that, again, if they're holding off-site or off angles on the site, because there's no recon util on the side of Fusion, they sort of just have to clear it out individually, and it should be an easy clear for them. So there's a lot of different ways that Doublination could have played that. And again, Fusion makes some weird decisions when they pull out these off-meta picks, and I don't think that these will always work for them. It worked against Doublination on Ascent. sure, but when we're talking about Pearl coming out, I don't see it working very well. And honestly, in most cases, I don't see it working very well. So we'll go ahead and take a listen to more of what the desk has to say. I'm interested to see what these map picks and bans are, because it will sort of put in my mind if 9Z team has a chance or not. If Pearl comes out, I expect that Yoru to come out, and I think 9Z can probably win that map. If Ascent comes out, if 9Z can take advantage of the weaknesses in that very off-meta Ascent comp that Fusion likes to run, I think 9Z can take it. Any other map, though, especially if Fracture comes out, I know how well Fusion typically likes to play, or is able to play on Fracture. They like to go for the standard meta comp. Let's see it, though. Let's take a look at how these maps come out. Lotus has been vetoed by 9Z. And it looks like Fusion going to ban Bind. Alright, understandable. Then we come into 9Z's map pick. It's going to be Split. Okay. I don't think we've seen Fusion on Split yet, unless I'm mistaken on that. And if so, I don't remember it, so it couldn't have been that important. Ascent's coming out. Alright, it's a good map for Fusion. Again, I need to see its potential that 9Z will know how to counterplay that. So there could be potential for a 3-map series here if 9Z does a good job on Ascent. Or it could even be a 2-0 from 9Z if their split goes well in their favor. Decider's going to be Haven. Alright, I'm excited for all of these maps. Ascent is a map which, again, Fusion did have a better understanding of how to use that off-meta kit that they had on Ascent against Double O Nation. So I think Ascent could be won by Fusion. I have no idea how Split's going to go, because I don't think, or at least I don't remember Fusion ever being on Split, at least so far in Ascension. So I don't know what type of meta picks they're going to pull out. Because there's just a lack of real good meta on Split at this point, I don't expect anything super interesting to come out.
It was also something that didn't necessarily prove to be the most successful Fusion.
Yeah, we did see, we saw glimpses of hope. Fortunately, we
One
won't
second.
see that here. I do wonder if the Fusion way is to change things. Oh, there it is.
Alright, let's take a look at this. Oh my god, let's take a look at this agent select. We got Fusion going Neon, Brim, Viper, Breach, and Yoru. 9Z team going Asha, Wraith, Cypher, Jet, and Sky. So at 9Z going for the more meta picks, double duelist, an initiator, a sentinel, and a controller. But what on earth is Fusion going for? Yoru. Again, I hate to say it, Yoru's not a good agent in team play. Maybe they're gonna pull something out. Maybe they're gonna surprise me beyond my wildest dreams. It's always possible. You know what? Since they pull out the Yoru, I give advantage to 9Z. I think 9Z can actually take a split here. Obviously, it's their map pick, but coming into the series, I was thinking maybe it's going to be a 2-0 from Fusion, but because, for whatever reason, Fusion keeps trying to pull out Yoru, there's an opportunity here for 9Z to get in there, assuming Fusion doesn't catch them off guard with this off-meta comp, because again, a lot of what Fusion's success is it's catching the enemy off guard with these off-meta comps, and the enemy not knowing how to counterplay them. 9Z should be a good enough team, considering they won the Latin American Region Challengers. I expect 9Z to know how to counteract this Yoru here. I expect them to be able to put up a good performance. It's always possible, though, that that's not the way that it goes, and that Fusion struggles or whatever else. We'll see what happens, though, as we do get 9Z getting ready to push towards B, mostly going through Garage here. Getting ready to push in. Theory, ooh, jump peeking out. Gonna spot that push. And 9Z gonna start this entry. Alright, I talked about it in the previous series. Split is a very defense-sided map, but Fusion's off-meta double duelist, or sort of more aggressive composition, and not having a recon initiator as well, could allow the offensive advantage to go to Fusion when they're on their offense. Meanwhile, 9Z running the meta comp, or at least a more meta comp. Although they aren't running double controller, sometimes you'll see double controller, double duelist, and then a sentinel, but they've decided to go initiator, double duelist, a controller, and a sentinel. So 9Z is a little bit of an interesting composition, but for the most part, it is still pretty meta. And double duelist will allow them to take some more of these offensive rounds, and that's what we see. The first round goes to 9Z. So we actually, although this map is around 53% defense-sided, there is, because of the way that this map has panned out, it's entirely possible that 9Z ends up, or rather both of these teams, their agent comps, will end up taking or having more of an advantage on their offense, rather. Look at this, 9Z on their buy round, or forced buy rather, going to be pushing in towards mid and into B Heaven. We've also got Degada clearing into B Garage, which it is open. EDU in Heaven, able to take out Thule. Rubkoida trades it off. Ooh, Theory and Hell gets taken out by Mitsu. Rubkoida takes out Verdi. And Meated takes out Mitsu, but does go down to Rubkoida. And it's now going to be a 1v3 for Darker. The Yoru. Let's get this Twitter clip. Oh, he doesn't have his TP. Oh, because he's using his to rotate. Oh. Alright, we'll see though. He does have a flash. See what he can do with that. Oh, Cypher Trip. Gonna catch him out here. Well, doesn't even need to go through it. Rubkoida shuts him down. 4 kills for Rubkoida this round. But yeah, like I talked about, again, that Yoru TP is on this defense mostly just going to be used to rotate quickly. Because what else are you going to use it for? You know, like there's not a whole lot of other opportunity. Oh, there you go, Yoru Mask. Well, you know what? Isn't that just a beautiful way to do it? You got the Yoru Mask, the Masters Trophy right there. You got a Yoru being pulled out by Fusion, all that good stuff. I don't know. Obviously that's all still there because it's on the old patch. The old patch, as my voice starts to degrade. It is the old patch of 6.11 rather than, you know, episode 7. Because yeah, I mean, I believe in LCQ the new act will be, or the new episode will be in effect. Anyways, regardless, 9Z started off this offensive round. Again, it's going to be a buy from Fusion off of that second round loss. 9Z going to be on a forced buy here. Or not forced buy, but a bonus from their forced buy on the previous round. And, ooh, that spike does go down, but look at Verdi, able to take out Chuli. See if they can do anything else. Theory going to take out Mitsu. Will 9Z be able to put up a fight here? We'll see. Spike is tapped. Somebody has to swing it. Nobody does. Meated takes out Rubkoida. Spike tapped once again. This post plant from Garage not going super well for this team. David's able to take out Darker, which just prevent a flawless round, but Verdi with 3 kills in the round finishes David's off. And yeah, this round will go to Fusion, as it should. It was a buy round from them. They did have the gun advantage. They had the eco advantage. It should have gone to them, and it did. So good timing there. We'll see. We'll see how else it can. We'll see what else Fusion can do here. Will this be enough to turn the momentum back in their favor? We'll see. Again, I do think Darker's going to be a weak point who gets shut down very, very quickly. If you're going to have a Euro, you need to have those Twitter clips being played. And I'm not even joking on that. You literally do need the Twitter clips, that type of individual multi-kill performance from a Euro in order to make it worthwhile. Darker struggled to do that in both of the times that they played on Pearl, though. And I don't think they're going to do much better here because it's difficult to use a Euro, straight up. And so it's almost like a wasted agent. So you're sort of just going to have this 4th man sandbagging the rest of the team is what I expect to happen. And it's not to dog on Darker. He's on a bad agent. That's just the way that it is. Rubkoida takes out EDU, the entry in through mid. Start move in a direction that they feel like going. You do see both of these duelists doubled up here. Obviously, you can have Darker TP out fairly easily, although he hasn't actually set up that TP. Instead, he's got a fake clone set up, but 9Z going to be moving towards B. They, of course, got that kill in mid, and now they've actually mostly rotated towards B main to go through B Garage and get ready to push in through B Garage. It's a choke point. There's the potential for Theory to take advantage of that. We'll see what they can do. Skydog, though, going to come out first. The spot Theory off of that. Truly going to start this entry with paint shells and a boom pack, and boom, concussed. Theory goes down. Truly able to take out Meated, who dropped into a one-way in that Astro Smoke. It's now going to be a 2v5 here. It's down to the duelists. Can they clutch a 2v5? And they're just going to go for a save. I can't blame them. Again, you've got a player in Darker who has been struggling time and time again on Yoru. And although Verdi is an impressive player, you probably don't want to be relying on him too much here. And you know, you're down the majority of your players. There's really no point in trying to push for it when you likely won't win it. And I know I'm gonna dog on Yoru a lot, but I need you to know I'm not saying this reflects badly for Darker. I think it will in people's eyes, but it shouldn't, because Yoru's just a bad agent in team play. In competitive, it can work, because again, a lot of players aren't as savvy or privy to taking out that Yoru util, which can be very easily taken out. Oh, look at that, Darker. Okay, Degada and Mitsu go down. Oh, but Rubcoida mows him down. They line up right for a double head tap. Boom. 3 kills for Rubcoida in the round, and no players saved from Fusion. But yeah, yours just a difficult agent to play in team play. Not so much in competitive or in ranked, just because typically Yoru util isn't going to be destroyed as easily in ranked. The teams aren't as cohesive. You're not worried so much about supporting your teammates as much as you are supporting yourself, which is where Yoru can pull through a little bit. I mean, we've seen players like Ziptai do very, very well on Yoru, or there's a lot of different Yoru players out there who are the best in their category of playing Yoru, just because ranked Yoru does work out well. The issue is, coming into pro play, it's not going to go that well. Look at that, Chuli able to... Wow, he's just able to enter right onto B side. He gets 2, Mitsu gets 1, Verdi pulls out the overdrive, gets 1 before he goes down to the hands of Degata. It's now down to Meated in a 1v4. He gets 1 onto Degata, but he goes down to Rubcoida. And that will result in NZ taking their 4th round. At this point, I believe Fusion is going to be wanting to take a timeout. Will they? Will they? Won't they? Will they? Won't they? It looks like they won't. Now, it is a little bit early to use a timeout, but still, Fusion is struggling to find anything in these rounds. And although both of these teams are sort of, like I talked about, running a more offensive-sided team comp, for Fusion, you do sort of need to still be finding some of these rounds, because if you go into the next half and you're down 3, you're down 3-9, I mean, you're not going to be able to do a whole lot there. Dimensional Drift available for Darker, as well as an Orbital Strike available for Meated, so duels for Fusion. Every time on Pearl, when Fusion played against the Union in the group stage, every time that Dimensional Drift was available on Pearl, they won the round on their defense. So, we could see the same thing happen here. Although I doubt it. But yeah, sort of talking about, yours okay in ranked play, but in pro, it's just, again, like I talked about, the only useful util that benefits the whole team is the flash. Everything else is about the individual play, which can be easily shut down. And unless you've got, tens who can pull out this, unless you've got a player who is super well practiced in Yoru, it's the only agent they play. They know exactly how to play and catch the enemy off guard. When you've just got a player who's playing a lot of duelist roles, it's going to be difficult to utilize. Chuli takes out Meated. Darker has pulled out the Dimensional Drift, able to take out David's, looking for more. Again, that impressive individual play could come through with something. He TPs into his spawn. No. Oh my god. Rubcoida takes Darker out. 2 HP left, but Estegata takes out EDU. Birdie able to take out Chuli. Okay, now it's a 2v3. Not so much. Not as big of a player advantage this time around. Rubcoida in heaven may get caught out here. He's down to 2 HP, like I already said. Doesn't matter though. He still finds a pick. Spike needs to go down pretty much right now, and there it goes. It's down to Theory in a 1v3. Degata shuts him down. But yeah, once again, that Dimensional Drift from Darker did end up finding a kill. It's just, like I said, unless it's a player who plays Yoru every day, knows exactly how to play Yoru, which your Flash Initiator player, your Flex player isn't going to be a Yoru main who only plays Yoru, because Yoru doesn't work on every map, and that's just the way pro play goes. So it's difficult to find an individual performance from Yoru that will result in that Yoru pick being a good choice, and we see 9Z shutting it down. Had Fusion not gone for Yoru, gone for a smarter agent like an initiator, like a recon initiator, to get a little bit more of that vision grabbing, I think we could be in a different position here. But Fusion is struggling because they don't know how to re-entry, because they don't have good recon, because they've got no recon, so they have to peek it with themselves. Sure, they've got some flashes, I guess, to utilize, but they're not super useful in their hands. And beyond that, as long as 9Z does anti-flash, we could just be seeing Fusion get knocked out, despite the fact that 9Z has not gotten a single map win up until this point, because Fusion has gone for this off-meta comp, which Yoru has not been working for them a single time in Ascension. It has never worked for them, and they still continue to try and use it. Sure, they haven't used it on Split yet. Alright, fair. I mean, yeah, I guess, but, I mean, it doesn't change the fact that you haven't had any success with Yoru, so... Again, I just get so mad at Fusion because they keep pulling out Yoru and it's never worked for them, and it just makes me so confused. I'm baffled every time it comes out because I just don't understand why they keep picking it. Orbital Strike available for Meated, Cosmic Divide available for David. We'll see as 9Z pushes towards B. Oh, that rhymed. Ballers right there. We'll see as 9Z pushes towards B. 9Z getting ready to push in through garage. We've got one in sewers for 9Z to do a little bit of lurky. Thule takes out Darker. Ooh, Verdi though takes out Thule and Rebkoida. Now it's a player advantage for Fusion. Okay, off that timeout, they get an early player advantage. They did have to sacrifice Darker, but I think that's going to be a common theme at this point with the way Darker is. And again, it's not so much that Darker's a bad player, he's just got a bad agent. And so he's going to struggle no matter what. And it may make more sense to just bait himself out. You know, run in, then TP out if he can, and then try and have his team play off of that. It's almost like a flash in a sense, I think. And you can also get some recon using that. That's honestly the best. That's the way I would suggest using a Yoru. Literally use it as a human flash. David takes out Meated. Verdi takes out Degauda. EDU takes out Me Too. Ooh, it's down to David's. In a 1v3. Takes out EDU. Winnable, but Verdi does have a Guardian. David's is down to 50 HP. Exactly. Ooh. What on earth is this? Oh, no, GG. Alright, yeah, Theory runs right into David's. David's goes down. Thrifty round comes through from Fusion, as they do win an eco. Guns can be picked up. Now, although I do expect Darker to slowly become more and more of a sandbag, if the rest of the team for Fusion can make up for that lack of good play from a Yoru, for a lack of good util from Yoru, if Fusion can make up for that, or if Darker can just continue to get kills without even needing to use util, we can still see Fusion take back some of these rounds. It's just that Darker's going to have a hard time doing that, just being on an agent that doesn't have very much util that's going to allow them to do very many impressive individual plays, just simply because Darker's not going to be as practiced on Yoru, and Yoru is an agent where you need a lot of practice in order to pull out those individual plays, and we're in a team play environment. You don't want to be relying on individual plays. You want to be supporting your whole team. Look at this, Fake Clone comes out, it's going to get concussed. And they do shoot it, but immediately anti-flash can come out. Verdi, able to take out Thule, though. Does start off this defense well. And look at this. Fusion's backed out of mid. Don't want any further engagement there. Possibly because of how many players were there. We've got a lurk in Rebkoida in A main for 9Z. We've also got Degauda in Market. But now he's rotating through mid to go through vents with the rest of his team in mid. Rebkoida is pushing up through ramp. Verdi's going to spot him. The question is, will Verdi get the pick? Roster's a little low, but doesn't matter. So I'm not going to hit it. Verdi, full blinded, does still find the pick. So player advantage will be maintained by Fusion. A really nice pick there, but sight has been given up. So Spike will have the opportunity to go down here. But no more flash, no more recon for 9Z. So Postman's going to be difficult, and as Degauda whips onto Meated, may become even more difficult in that regard. Okay. Again, as long as the rest of the team... 9Z is a team that has been underperforming in Ascension, so there's a very real possibility that the rest of the team for Fusion can make up for not having a whole lot of good util. David takes out EDU, looks up the op, picks up the op, and Darker shuts him down. Again, if the rest of Fusion can make up for that lack of good hit on Yoru, which is very possible. Against a team like the Union or M80, Fusion's going to have a difficult time doing that because M80 and the Union, or even the Guard, know how to shut that down. But when we're talking about Fusion against a team like 9Z, who isn't the Union or M80 or the Guard, Fusion may just be able to outgun them straight up, which is exactly what they need to do having a Yoru. And that may be what we see come out. Although 9Z just took a timeout. 9Z started off this half pretty good. They were getting the majority of the first few rounds. I believe it was 4-1 the score. And now Fusion getting back in it. Again, still question the decision to pick out a Yoru, and I think they need to stop doing that moving forward. But when they're up against a team like 9Z, they should be able to pull out just outgunning their opponent. Of course, 9Z taking a timeout here. What have they been struggling to do? They've been playing really slowly, and they haven't been able to trade each other off. They've sort of been playing a little bit too separated, a little bit too exposed, and it results in these situations where they are getting picked off relatively easily. So I am interested to see if these teams will be able to clean up their act a little bit. And Yeah, fix it up and move in a little bit of a better direction in that sense of trading each other off effectively. Because what ends up happening is Fusion's really good at finding that early pick, and then 9Z is just getting trade picks, which is not where they want to be, because you lose a player early and you don't trade that initial pick off, now you're down a player. So if you keep getting traded off in other circumstances, you're always going to be down a player no matter what. And 9Z hasn't really been able to rely on a, multi-kill to even that player count back up, at least yet in this brief win streak. Oh, look at that. Thule trying to entry in through A. Shut down by Darker. That flash used effectively there. Another flash used effectively. Okay, Verdi takes out Repkoida. Degada takes out Darker. Verdi takes out Degada. Mitsu takes out EDU. Mitsu also takes out Verdi, though. Now it's even down. All right, there you go. Impressive individual play. It's exactly what you need to do. Now, again, you may be saying, wait, didn't you say that your util wasn't used and then you just gave prompts to the flash? Yeah, but KO has a flash. Sky has a flash. Breach has a flash. They already have a Breach. But you get my point. Multiple agents have flashes, and also the other util that Yoru brings is not going to be super useful to the whole team. TP can't benefit anybody but the Yoru, and it's not like he's going to swing out and then use the TP, because the TP takes too long. It's not a chamber TP. Chamber TP is a really quick TP. The Yoru TP takes a while, and it's very limited in its use. It's not like a chamber TP can be used to get out of dodge really, really quickly. And the fake clone can be good, and usually it gets shot, but a lot of its benefit comes in the sense of players not knowing if it's real or not. And in pro play, you're not going to be going for fake clones, because every time you're always going to want to shoot that fake clone. And typically, anti-flash can come through as well. So obviously, if you follow that Yoru, sometimes you can catch them while they're trying to anti-flash, but typically if you're right behind it, you'll just get caught out, or somebody else on the team will not be looking at it. Regardless, the win comes through from 9Z. So although this is an a defense-sided map, Fusion does not take the lead, and they no longer have the opportunity to do so. They can win 3 in a row to tie it up, but this is an offense-sided map. Of course, that win from 9Z does come off of a timeout where they most likely talked about making sure to aggress to even that player count back out, because it is really important to either get the player advantage or trade those picks off, and playing aggressive is the way to do that. Look here, 9Z pushing in through mid. Concussion, though, comes through. Mitsu takes out Meated. Traded off by EDU, though, but still. Kept an even 4v4, and EDU is getting pushed back in heaven. Team Flash ends up preventing 9Z from pushing very quickly at all. The Repkoida has been denied early from by Fusion. So 9Z will be down one of their entry dealers, although Thule is still there to make some damage done. Look at this, Darker with the Dimensional Drift. I talked about how against the Union, the Dimensional Drift was a very powerful ult that allowed Fusion to get some of those defensive round wins. And EDU is actually able to take out Degada, who is being chased down. I mean, really just cornered by Darker, being bullied there. So David takes out EDU. Darker trades it off, but the Mitsu trades Darker off. It's down to Theory coming in through Alley. He takes out Thule. It's winnable. He's isolated the fights, and Mitsu is down to 5 HP. This is so winnable here. He taps the spike. Oh, and right as the snake bite drops, it looks like Theory was maybe ready, but Mitsu's still able to outgun there. Health wasn't full for either of those players, and well, Mitsu wins the encounter. Cosmic Divide and Bladestorm available for 9Z team. Over on the side of Fusion, they don't have a whole lot of money to buy with. They're still going to be forcing a buy here because they have enough that they kind of get a buy going. But it's not going to be a complete full buy, which could result in a struggle here.
Chamber was in that pre-buff state he was in earlier this year, he was still kind of making it happen, and he was putting up really good numbers. I mean, statistically speaking, he was like top 5 in his region playing the Sentinels and the Viper, but to see him, start converting into playing a little bit of Sky here recently, he's had a couple of...
Degada able to take out Verdi. Verdi was going for an aggressive play to stop and catch out a push. We're backed up by Darker, but Darker also gets taken out. No TP going to save him now as he goes down. It's going to be a 3v5. Meated able to take out Thule. This entry into B is kind of denied here. But off of that, 9Z just going to rotate over to A. I think they believe it's clear. There is still EDU there, but you look at 9Z, they're aware of that possibility. And that Cypher util does sort of tell them where that player is. Theory takes out David. EDU is getting run down. He's able to get one more before he goes down onto Repkoida. Mitsu takes him out, and then also takes out Meated. It's not going to be a 1v2 for Theory. What do you do here? Coming in through Heaven, picks up a Vandal. Able to take out Mitsu. Fight's isolated. Spike is down, though. And, of course, Degata knows that, so he's just holding this angle, watching from ramp through main. Able to... Oh, no! Theory takes him out. 3 kills for Theory in the round. What a round to close it out, I guess. Now, I did talk about it earlier. Both of these teams running a little bit of a more offense-sided team comp, although 9Z does have a Sentinel and an Initiator, so I will favor 9Z on their defense a little bit more than... Obviously, Fusion is running a very offense-sided team comp, so Fusion's going to struggle on this defense, but in theory, they should be able to take the win on their offense if they put up that performance that they should be able to. It is interesting. This is sort of one of the more balanced series I think we've seen so far. You wouldn't think it, considering that these teams have already faced each other, and Fusion has already lost to 9Z in the grand finals. You wouldn't think, and it was a dominant win as well. So you wouldn't think this is going to be one of the closer series, but I'm honestly moving that direction. What I hate is I love looking at stats in map percentages and map win percentages, which teams favor which maps and which side is whatever. But both teams, or both series today, or both maps played on Split, the team comps actually favor the offense. So typically a defense-sided map, they're all offense-sided, so everything I know on paper has just been shut down. Degata, ooh, what a good shot, takes out Verdi. Thule takes out Meated, and Degata swings and takes out Darker as well. Neural Theft can now come out. Theory takes out Repoida. Hold on, am I mistaken? Degata just used a Neural Theft 2 times in a row. Am I wrong? Theory takes out Mitsu. It's now going to be a 2v3. Fusion. Pass Viper's Pit. David takes out Theory, though, and Degata takes out EDU. Viper's Pit not going to have the opportunity to come out. The final round of the half goes to 9Z. So 8-4, the final scoreline. But like I said, Fusion's team comp heavily favors the offense. That being said, 9Z does have a Sentinel. They've got some util to utilize. They can still put up a good defense. It's not just going to be a complete stopover from Fusion. So there's a very real possibility 9Z takes this map. Honestly, if I'm honest, I think this is going to be the first 3-map series of the day. Thank you, Mateus. I really do appreciate the subscription. Alright, but yeah, let's go ahead and see how this moves. We do have 9Z team holding in a Heaven, it looks like, for the most part. You look at Fusion, they're getting ready to push in to a split play, which will be interesting. Typically on Pistol, you don't go for this sort of split play. Let's see if they do here. Cypher Trip going to be caught out by that Yoru clone. Although, because it just keeps running through, 9Z knows it's a Yoru clone. So they don't even shoot at it. Look at this. Fusion now going to be aggressing into B. Oh, no, he gets cleared out. Oh, what good trigger discipline there from Davids, but still he gets cleared out. Fusion not going to let the same mistake that many teams have made previously happen to them. Verdi and Meated are low on HP, but of course 9Z is down 2 players, so the question is, how do they play this? They've got both of their duelists. Ooh, look at that. Repoida takes out Theory. Now it's a 3v4. Worried about a potential flank, although there isn't one coming, so not gonna have to worry about that for long. Degata takes out Darker. Repoida takes out Verdi. Julie takes out EDU. It's a 1v3 now. It was a 2-player advantage for Fusion, but now it's a 2-player advantage for 9Z, and as Degata sticks the defuse, Julie takes Meated out, and this round will go to 9Z team to start it off. What on earth? What a round. Although Darker tried to go and bait out some contact over on A, and it did a decent job. 9Z still able to play a very, very good retake. You can tell there's a reason they picked this map. And Ascent will be the pick from Fusion. Again, this is what I'm saying. It's possible that this will be the first 3-map series. Although, if this map goes too dominantly in favor of 9Z, like let's say it's a 13-4, 13-5 final scoreline, I will be more willing to favor the defense a little bit here, or favor 9Z a little bit in the series. Obviously, just in case it is a 2-0, as every series has been a 2-0. Now, what would be good for 9Z is if they win this map, this will be the first map they've ever won in Ascension. So, you know, happy first map, I guess. You get a cake or something. We do see Fusion getting ready. I'm sorry, that was so weird. Fusion going to get ready to push through mid. They got Theory watching B Garage. See what they can do. Ooh, look at that. Verdi gets caught out. Takes quite a bit of damage as he got blinded. As he got blinded by me too, as my voice decides it wants to take an early retirement. Ooh, look at that. Reported takes out Darker. Speaking of early retirement, goodbye Darker in this round. We do have 4v5. Verdi on 30 HP here. Getting ready to rush in. There's one on site, one on rafters, and one in screens to defend this A site. So Fusion's gonna have quite the work cut out for them. They do have Theory pushing in through mid, but Vence is watched by some trips as well as mid. And Thule's there in addition to that. Thule takes out Theory. Ooh, and now these players in Fusion trying to go through Vence. Clear Thule out, but Thule takes out Birdie, looking to take out more. He takes out EDU. And Mitsu takes out, Mitsu takes out EDU and also meets Hid. And it's a flawless buy or forced buy from 9Z. So at this point, 9Z 2 rounds away from securing at least overtime, 3 rounds away from taking a win on the map. Fusion is 8 rounds away from getting to that 12th round and possibly tying it up. Yeah, at this point, I think that's what Fusion has to push for is overtime. But again, I was talking about how Darker might be the sandbag just being on Yoru, but it's actually Verdi carrying everybody else. Maybe you could make the argument Theory's there with him, but the rest of the team is sandbagging Verdi very, very hard. Verdi can only do so much. He takes out Mitsu to start off this round, but straight it off by Thule. Gun can't be picked up there. There's just no way for any of the players from 9Z to get there without being caught out. Fusion does have 2 holding on ramp. That fake clone went out, but nobody's there. 9Z not going to shoot them. There is Rubcoin below rafters here in corner. And Cubby going to push Theory. Theory does take him out. Thule, though, trades it off again. Another pick traded off by Thule. Look at this. The Lurker admitted pushing into B Garage. Not going to find a pick onto Davids. Ooh, look at Darker all the way in CT. But, oh, he gets caught out. I mean, Degado was definitely expecting Darker there. But still, to get that deep and not be rewarded for it, gotta be disappointing. Look at Thule. No, gets cleared up by EDO. Alright, still a 2v2. Although, Nancy, maybe we'll pick up some guns here and there. But maybe not. They're actually just gonna go with their Spectres coming in through ramps.
Buying a little bit of time to reposition Ligera and David. Looking to play this one together. There are upgraded weapons on the field. They don't
Cypher Trip goes out, so they know no one's flanking. They also had a Cypher Trip to watch that entrance into screens or that connection from that elbow pillar and towards screens. Look at that! Degado takes a meted and Davids, who's picked up a Vandal, takes out EDU. Boom, 9Z takes their 11th round now. That's 3 in a row to start off this half. Fusion likely going to take a timeout here because they need to win 8 to secure at least an OT, but 9 in a row if they want to take a win before the map ends. Or sorry, before 9Z gets to OT. It would have to be or before 9Z gets to the 12th round, it would have to be 9 in a row. My brain's not in the right state of mind. We'll see how this goes. Speaking of not in the right state of mind, it does seem like Fusion's pick of Yoru is not helping them at all on this offense. In fact, the whole team for Fusion really lacking on this offense. None of them really being set up for success, but I don't even know what more they could possibly be doing. Just the entries haven't been going well. Fusion's been doing such a good job of getting trade picks, and because Fusion's not really playing grouped up in those entries, they don't get to trade off the people who are trading from 9Z. So I think Fusion, obviously we've only been 3 rounds in, but I think if Fusion plays a little bit more grouped up, especially you got 2 duelists, why don't you have both of them entry at the same time? You could find a pick, get it traded off, something like that Fusion can try and pull out here. It's an awkward position to be in for sure if you are at 9Z. But you know, I'm just sort of in disbelief as far as how they want this to end up.
Okay, so kind of do or die time here for Fusion. True. At least for map number 1, still plenty of series to potentially go on as their map selection comes up next. But I think the thing is, we're likely
Nancy now going to get a bye going off of winning their bonus. Of course, they're going to take a big eco boost as well. Meanwhile, Fusion going to be forcing a bye here because, well, you know, they take an eco and let 9Z get to that 12th round. Probably not. Meted Able to take out Tuli. Alright, the entry starting. All of Fusion actually playing grouped up, not just the duelist. Mitsu able to take out Darker and Birdie though. Gets shut down, but now it's a 3v3. Evened out. It looked like Fusion was going to have an early player advantage, but no. 9Z shuts it down. What a good play for Mitsu. What? Davids jumps over using the Rolling Thunder to take out Theory and EDU. Oh my god, Mita gets a pick, but now it's a 2v1 and Robkoida finds the play. What on earth was that? I have never seen anything like that. In case you missed it, Davids was starting to push in through screens. It was inside of the smoke. The Rolling Thunder, though, was used by Fusion, and it pushed him, it launched him in the air, and he flew over the two players that were holding an elbow. He got behind them, was able to get the kills while he was concussed. I mean, unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that. That is a clip. That's a clip. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's a clip. We got a Showstopper, a Neural Theft, and Seekers. Score now going to be 4-12. One round away from a win for 9Z. That previous round was a little bit of a force, but it was mostly a half buy from Fusion, so they can afford to buy this round. Verdi takes out Robkoida. Ooh, an entry into B can start. The Showstopper that's been used by Tuli in A main doesn't find anything. Darker's actually able to find an additional pick on this entry. They got alone on the site to lock it down. Takes out the clone anti-flash, but Darker doesn't play off of it, and Tuli takes out Meated. That's in mid. EDU takes out Tegata, but as Tuli takes out Theory, EDU takes out Mitsu. It's a 1v1 between Tuli and EDU. Tuli's lower in HP. He knows where this EDU player is. The Seekers were just used by Mitsu before he went down. Oh, what a timing! As EDU sees Tuli but doesn't expect him to be there, and Tuli takes him out for 3 kills for Tuli in the round, and he closes it out. So map 1 will end 13-4 in favor of Fusion. A flawless defense came through from, or not in favor of Fusion, from 9Z. So a flawless defense came through from 9Z in that second half. What a map to do it for 9Z to stay in this. The #1 seed from Latin America trying to prove their dominance. Keep in mind, this is the first map that 9Z has won in Ascension. Straight up, that was the first map 9Z won, and we saw some absolutely ridiculous plays come through from both of these teams. Again, I'm still a little bit peeved. I'm a little bit pissed off that Fusion keeps trying to make Yoru work when it so clearly is not going to work for them. But I don't think they're going to pull it out on Ascent, so I think we're safe there. And it's going to be down. Could this possibly be the first 3-map series? We'll see. 9Z just decimated Fusion, and it seems as though, although Fusion is able to catch teams like 00 Nation off guard and able to put up a good performance against the Union, when it comes to 9Z, who has been practicing to face them since the Latin American Challengers, it just seems as though 9Z knows how this team ticks. They know how to counterplay Fusion, and they know how not to get caught off guard because they're used to these weird picks that Fusion wants to pull out here. And it's very, very evident as we do see that come through. And so they didn't really get a lot of diversity of opposition to really test themselves against, in my opinion. And I'm very, very curious to see how Ascent goes. I expect the same pick we've seen come out from Fusion on Ascent to come out here. We'll go ahead and take a look at the Valorant Esports North American Twitter, and we'll see how this ends up playing, or what types of clips we have here.
Viper in the back of the pillar, they're going to run him down.
Tuli does get on towards side. Oh, what a good pull that is. And then Tuli turns it into a double response.
They were on the same page. Sky here recently, he's had a couple of big rounds.
Another overdrive play over towards A in combination of Darker. This time it's 9Z holding back. It's just Dagara, actually.
A lot of weight on Dagara's shoulders as he's the one that has the higher HP. Mizu gets caught out in the open there by Theory, and so Theory now has the 1v1. A lot of these clutches have gone 9Z's way. Fusion needs one of them to happen. Yep. Could it be now?
Dagara on the cross. Oh!
Dude, Dusk, I think that's Dusk. He sounds so disappointed. They need one of them now. Oh, yeah, okay. Here's the clip I was really...
Immediately spend it. Oh my goodness, boop, boop, everything! Spike is blinded. AD will earn the Rolling Thunder and immediately spend it. Oh my goodness, boop,
and he gets over
everything!
and behind.
Booped above everybody!
Look at
they
that.
Didn't check high! That's the only place they needed to look! There's no way, dude!
That is Yeah, that's a clip. That's the clip from Ascension. Nothing else will top that. Straight up. But yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed again in the way that Fusion decides to play this. Again, pulling out Yoru, which has historically not worked for them. And I was expecting Darker to underperform being on Yoru. Unfortunately for the whole of Fusion, it wasn't just Darker though. Look at Meated with 8 kills. Or EDU with 9. All 3 of these players, actually the bottom 4 are all below 200 ACS. EDU is kind of near it. You know, he's got 13 assists. A lot of that is damage done as well. But nobody's really cashing in on it unless you count Birdie, who's got 16 kills. But they're the only player above 200 ACS versus look at 9Z. 17 kills, 15 kills, 15 kills, 14 kills, 13 kills. Such a good kill consistency, such a good spread. And look at this. I love to see it. All of the players above 200 ACS. So beautiful to see. Because again, you can have the best kill consistency in the world, but if you all have 1 kill, it means you're not even getting good amount of kills, right? You're not doing that good damage. But for 9Z, they've got beautiful kill consistency, and they're all doing really solid damage. So you know there's a reason why they've got good kill consistency. It's not just because they've all gotten 1 kill. No, it's all that they're performing highly, and they're all performing at the same level as one another. And maybe if 9Z was playing against M80, the Guard, or the Union, they wouldn't be able to all have the same, you know, above 200 ACS. But when they're against a team like Fusion, who just doesn't perform as well, when 9Z can pull out the plays that they want to pull out and not get shut down, it works out so beautifully for them. And that's what we're seeing here. Ascent is going to be the second map today, or the second map in this series. And honestly, if the 2-0 curse continues, I gotta point it out, 9Z will 2-0 and beat Fusion out here. And I think it's possible. With 13-4 being the split score, it's a very likely 9Z can win on Ascent. Especially considering Fusion will likely go for the no Sentinel and no Recon Initiator setup on Ascent, which could mean if 9Z does figure out how to go for those effective flanks, if 9Z does figure out how to effectively hold those off angles on site and find those kills, 9Z has shown that they are better at winning the gunfights, and I think Fusion often is able to win a lot of gunfights in a lot of their other matches. But again, one of the big factors for Fusion, and the reason they go for these off-meta picks, is because they get that element of surprise. A lot of teams don't know how to fight against a Yoru. A lot of teams don't know how to fight against a comp on Ascent with no Sentinel and no Recon Initiator, because they're just not used to it. They're not used to having a breach on the team. They're not used to these off-meta picks, right? And so Fusion catches them off guard. But 9Z team has been was preparing to face Fusion for the entirety of the Latin American Challengers, and now coming into Ascension, I don't know why that would change as far as their ability to perform. So I think there's a very good opportunity, or even a good chance that we could see 9Z team able to beat out Fusion on Ascent if they can counterplay just like we saw from them on Pearl. Again, I don't think Fusion can catch a team like 9Z team off guard, just like when I'm always talking about Fusion versus a team like the Guard or like the Union. I don't think they can catch them off guard. It's because those teams know why they pick the kits that they pick, the agents that they pick, and for Fusion, they're pulling out these picks, these sort of off-meta picks, and not entirely understanding how to make it work effectively, or not understanding how to, or rather, I haven't seen a super good use of, watching their weak points, and especially on Ascent, again, they don't run a Sentinel, so their flank is completely open, so somebody has to watch it, and if a Recon Initiator comes through, like a Sova, a Recon Dart comes through, they can find out where that flank, or that person holding the flank is, take them out. And like I said, holding off angles on the site, which people won't traditionally clear out, allows you to find a pick, because there's no recon util on the side of Fusion to tell them where those defense holders are holding, right? And then obviously on the flip side, when you're on the offense, it's going to be very difficult if you cut noise for Fusion to know where you're hitting, which means that inherently, if Fusion does run no Sentinel and no Recon Initiator, they will be a more offense-sided team, and that means they may struggle on their defense. And if 9Z, which I expect them to be able to do, especially after that split performance, if 9Z can pull through on their defense enough to at least keep it even against the very offense-sided team comp, we could see their defense go very well for them against 9Z. Their offense go very well for them. I think 9Z can take quite a bit of those offensive rounds against Fusion knowing that Fusion is running a more offensive-sided comp. So the defense that 9Z pulls out will have to be good enough to at least keep it even. Or if 9Z ends up starting on their offense, they won't even have to worry about keeping it even. They can just take as many rounds as possible and then just pull through as much as they need to on their defense. So it will be interesting to see. We'll go ahead and take a listen to this little pre-match, and we'll take a listen to what the players have to say about all this stuff.
I think my
What's your best skill out of the game?
skill was
What?
maybe cooking. I'm good at that. I make some things I see on YouTube, so I'm good in that. My best dish is, I don't know how to say.
I'm down.
It's like pasta with some bolognese. Like, I'm good at that.
Siento que el liderazgo y el apoyo que le doy a mis compañeros.
My best skill out of the server, I would say is, well, not now, but I would say either my ability in school or playing lacrosse. I was pretty good at both of those.
I guess being like a friendly person, and I guess being able to like adapt to like how people are more than like them adapting to me. Like I kind of understand the situation, and I'll like kind of change how I am towards that.
I think my best skill outside of the game is just being like on top of my schedule. I feel like I don't really miss times. Like I'm never late. I always show up on time to things. I try to pre-plan a lot of things. I'm a little boring, you know. I try to make everything too perfect in a sense. That's just how I am. I like to pre-plan things so I know what to look for ahead.
To keep the good environment and making jokes about everything is going on, and making them feel comfortable about everything.
Alright, apologies for that. My headset randomly stopped.
Split wasn't necessarily.
You know, I couldn't hear anything, so I was like, wait a minute. Okay, but yeah, now we can go ahead and listen a little bit to the desk. Sorry about that brief quiet period. I made you guys watch an ad. I apologize for that. But yeah, we'll go ahead and listen to the desk. Hear more about what their ideas are involving this map.
I love the ideas that they have for it. Much like we're seeing from the Fusion, maybe it's just kind of the LATAM way now to just fall back on really what you want to play and find a way to make that work for you. But it's an interesting comp for 9Z, obviously just as interesting for Fusion, but with the Sky, with the Rays, the Viper on this one, their defense is really strong. They find really cool ways to take space away from the attack and kind of have like a nice teeter-totter on the map, or sneak people into positions with a toxic screen and a Sky Flash kind of supplementing. So I really like what 9Z brings to the table for this one.
Especially too, Starry, what I'm starting to get worried about is how Fusion can be.
All right, yeah, let's go and take a look at this agent select. Like I talked about, I expect Fusion to go for what we've seen from them before. Let's take a look at 9Z team. They're running Asher, Rays, Viper, Sky, and Chamber. All right, not completely untraditional, but it is a little bit off meta to be running a Chamber and also a Rays on Ascent. But of course, Chamber can take sort of what Jet does and do a similar thing. Double controller is definitely very unique, so an off meta pick from 9Z. But over on the side of Fusion, they're running a Neon, they're running a Brim, they're running a Viper, they're running a Breach, and a Sage. Now, again, this did work for them against Double O Nation to start off the upper bracket. However, they do have a weak point. Sure, they've got a Sage, great, but they also have no Recon Initiator, and that could definitely be a point of contention. And again, if 9Z can take advantage of that, hold those off angles on site. This is a more offense-sided team coming out from, honestly, coming out from for Fusion. It's a more offensive team coming out from Fusion, like I said it was going to be. So I am interested to see where these teams do end up deciding to take it. As far as is 9Z going to be able to put up the good defense like I'm expecting they should be able to do? I apologize for my dog. But yeah, again, no lack of Recon Initiator, lack of a Killjoy. So it's going to be down to Sage or Darker on that Sage roll to try and put that wall down. That's going to be the only piece of real good Sentinel util. So those flanks can definitely be abused pretty easily by 9Z. But of course, Fusion being a more offense-sided team, starting on the offense, all 9Z needs to do is put up enough rounds on their defense. Once they switch sides, 9Z should have a pretty good offense themselves. But we will see that is the direction it goes in. As Fusion starts off this round entering and taking out Mitsu, who is in tree to lock down the site. Degada takes out EDU. It's traded off by Meated, but then Tuli coming in through tree finds two. Meated and Verdi go down. Theory able to take out Tuli, shut that player down. It's now a 2v2. David's is low on HP. Ooh, but Theory able to take out Rubkoida, and Darker takes out David. The pistol round is won by Fusion. Can I be honest? Where was David's looking at? I'm pretty sure they were like looking at the wall. I don't know what was happening there, but yeah, Fusion takes the round, and we will see as these rounds continue. Obviously, Fusion can force a buy. Now, Ascent is an inherently defense-sided map. It's only about 51%. And it's defense-sided for the same reason Split is. It's because of these choke points. It's less so than Split just simply because these angles are a lot harder to watch. Mid is a lot more open, and so it's a lot less of a choke pointy type of map. But it is still a choke point, or a map filled with some choke points, which just give a little bit of an edge to that defense. Maybe not as much as against Split, but it is still a little bit defense-sided for that reason. And we'll see if that comes into play again. Because of the offense-sided team comp that Fusion is running, as long as 9Z can at least keep it even, or even just get 5 rounds, they should be able to take the second map. And, you know, in theory, if we just look at the pattern that's been forming throughout all of Ascension, 9Z got the first map, so if the 2-0 cruise continues, 9Z should take this map, but obviously, it's not that simple. I think 9Z wishes it was. Anyways, 9Z on this eco, gonna have to defend against this push from Fusion. Fusion getting ready to move in towards A. Sage Wall came out, and it looks like a Grim Wall gonna be held by Darker. We'll see if he finds anything without Marshall. Ooh, Degada actually able to find a pick. Does some good damage to EDU as well. Getting wallbanged, though, and does get taken out by Darker off of that Sage Wall. EDU able to take out Rubkoida. It's now going to be a 3v4. Sage, slow orb, does push 9Z back of heaven, and Darker able to take out Mitsu. Now going to be a 2v4 for Fusion on this eco. Chuli takes out Darker. David takes out EDU. Chuli takes out Verdi. Theory takes out Chuli. It's now a 1v1. Bulldog versus Frenzy. There's a Bulldog right there. Could be picked up, and it does. No, and the whip comes through from David. Theory able to win the round. Could have been won by 9Z on their eco. But Theory able to keep that round going their way. They do lose all but one of their players, and that was the force buy coming through from Fusion. So this next round should be a bonus.
They've had 2 near misses just now.
But Fusion... And it will be, but Fusion won't have very good guns to work with, so 9Z should be able to take this round pretty dominantly if they play their cards right, which I say a lot, but that's just because it is the way that it is. And also since, you know, Mitsu is on Chamber, I feel like it's more appropriate now. I'll try and use it less moving on in the day, but anyways, regardless, Degada able to take out Darker to start to deny that entry through mid. David takes out Verdi, who is trying to entry through a main. It's now going to be a 5v3. Fusion has 2 in a main. You got Theory coming in through Cat into tree, and it's Degada watching it. Theory goes down. The remaining 2 players for Fusion in main. Look at David's watching a main through that tree door inside of Garden as well. So we'll see. And David takes Meated out. It's now down to EDU. He picks up the Vandal that Meated had, looking to prevent a flawless round win from 9Z, but the timing as he looks away when David speaks. 3 kills for David this round. Trying to make up for the fact that he failed to clutch out the previous round. It's now going to be a flawless round from 9Z. Now they're moving into a bye. Look at Fusion. They're moving into a bye as well, but the eco just going to be a little bit worse. Because 9Z takes a flawless bye round, it does mean that they get to start this half off with some good econ stability. Versus Fusion, sorry. Versus Fusion, who's just going to be in a little bit of a tougher situation. And, yeah, we'll see how it goes. We've got David's 1 point away from Cosmic Divide. Thule 1-0 point away from a showstopper. DGRD 2-0 points away from a Viper's Pit. Darker takes out Mitsu. It's now going to be a 4v5. And we will see how this goes. Rolling Thunder now up for EDU. Is able to pick up that ult orb. Z being down a player to start it off. Not going to be the easiest thing to play through, but EDU could be an easy pick. Darker already used the heal, so it's going to take a little while before it comes up. And I think there's a chance Fusion will just wait in B lobby until that heal is available to get EDU back to that full HP. And then they'll get ready to push. So for now, they're just going to play it slow. Ooh, Skyflash does come through into the lobby, so 9Z knows that these players in Fusion are still there. It actually looks like Fusion wants to back out and go through mid now. Nobody's watching it because they're all smoked off. We do have Meated lurking in A lobby, leaning towards A. It looks like Fusion going to get ready to push in. David's holding an off angle, able to take out Verdi. Again, that lack of recon util playing a factor. Still, though, Darker able to trade it off, so David's not going to make it even with the 2-for-1. Only gets 1, so player advantage maintained by Fusion. Rolling Thunder comes through by Fusion. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't hit anybody. But, well, I mean, that could also just be fortunate as well. Ooh, look at that. Aftershock forces DGRD out and into the hands of Fusion. The pick comes through there. Slow Orb comes out. Still, Reporta behind box. Gonna do some damage. Flash comes through. Anti-Flash. Nobody's gonna play off of it, though. Theory takes out Reporta. It's down to Thule, who gets shut down. So, Fusion able to take the first buy from both sides. Like I said, 9Z's econ in such a good spot. It may not matter as they're able to get another buy going, but oh, they're taking a timeout very early on. Now, like I said, Fusion running a more offense-sided team comp. In my eyes, all 9Z needs is at least 5 rounds. If that, they may not even need that many just because of how offense-sided the team comp is from Fusion. Fusion is going to struggle on the defense. So as long as they don't have more than 8 rounds, I think there's a good possibility 9Z can still at least take it to OT. If it's a 4-8, I think OT is possible. If it's 5-7, I definitely think it's a winnable position in the next half. Yeah, there's a lot of places and situations to be in, but it will be interesting to see.
And even when they got destroyed by guard, they still got 6 defensive rounds in that game, and generally
we'll see.
To get, somewhere near 8 defensive rounds. So definitely a slower start is probably what they were hoping for on their defensive side. Want to talk things through.
I'm interested to see all this.
I think if you're looking at this from Fusion on their chance to kind of discuss things here in the timeout.
I am very, very
I think the thing about it is
curious to see the way that this ends up working out.
It was how much they stretched the defense of 0-0.
Orbital Strike available for Fusion. We've got a Showstopper and a Cosmic Divide available for 9Z team. Viper's Pit 1-0 point away for DGRD. Resurrection 1-0 point away for Darker. So we've got some ults close to either side. 2-0 points away from Viper's Pit for Fusion as well. So 2 ults for 9Z, 1-0 point, or sorry, 1-0 nearly away. So they're nearly at 3. Fusion nearly there to 2 ults. Oh, look at this. Look at Thule. Oh, and it's rewarded. He gets 3. Looking for more. Gets shut down. Darker takes out Davids. EDU shuts down Thule after Thule gets 3. But EDU is now alone in a 1v3. What good patience and discipline there. Wow. Again, that is sort of that lack of good game sense. Again, lack of situational awareness is going to be a pretty big factor in this sort of like lower level competitive queue. Pro queue, there you go. Pro play. Reporta takes out EDU. I don't know what I'm saying right now. Reporta takes out EDU, and the site can be gained. Diffusal coming through. A round win gonna come through from 9Z as well. And yeah, 3 ults available for 9Z team. Showstopper, Cosmic Divide, and Viper's Pit. We've also got a Resurrection available for Fusion.
Also, the economy limited for Fusion here. Bulldog only for Adu.
Yeah, it's gonna be
not really a whole lot Meathead in theory can do as far as purchasing power goes. They do have a res, which could keep a weapon in play a little bit longer if need be, but that's about it.
Opening flash and
looks like Fusion going to be pushing towards A now.
Overdrive for Verdi, who likely drops this weapon and then says finger guns from here on out, and that will indeed be the case.
Yeah, that's a good play for Orb to, like you said, kind of spread the weapon.
We do have those 3 ults up for 9Z. They didn't use any of them in the previous rounds. They've got a Cosmic Divide, they've got a Showstopper, they got a Viper Spit. Look at that, EDU takes out Degata. And Fusion gonna get that entry pick, gonna start moving in through Market. Trademark does detect them. Thule's Showstopper comes out, it takes out Verdi, who had just pulled out the overdrive. Thule gets away with his life, but he's down to 2 HP. Fusion's still not going to be able to enter yet. They don't feel safe enough. Meanwhile, Mitsu in B Garage gets cleared out by Meated. Cosmic Divide now comes up from 9Z. Try and prevent that push. David takes out Theory. I mean, a weird ult. I'm not going to lie. It doesn't do very much. Darker able to res Verdi. Although Verdi may get caught out. No, gets away with his life. Market's now cleared out. Yeah, Cosmic Divide actually hurts, I think, 9Z more than it helps them. Because it prevented them from pushing for a while. Darker able to take out Thule. They don't clear out logs. Again, lack of situational awareness between these two teams. Verdi takes out Robcoda, and David's left alone in a 1v4. Now, I was thinking about it. I wasn't mentioning it. If rounds start to trade back and forth as they are, I mean, it'll go better for Fusion. They'll take the lead going into the next half. What? Whoa, imagine if he hit that, though. Yeah, they're already going to shut it down. 3 kills, though. Killed the majority of Fusion's players, so still denying some of that good econ stability. Still, I think 9Z can get a buy going. It's just, like I was talking about, if these rounds do start to trade back and forth here, then Fusion will go into the second half with the lead, but it will only be a two-round lead. Which, again, because of how offense-sided this team comp is from Fusion, they need at least 8 in order to make it worthwhile, because their defense is not going to look good. Very likely it won't look good, I should say. So they do need a really powerful offense here. I do question why. I feel like 9Z probably should have started on the offense. Although they don't get to pick before they know what Fusion is pulling out. They could have guessed based off of... I mean, I knew what they were going to pull out because of what I've seen from them before. So yeah, if I was 9Z, I would have picked offense to start out on, just to try to bully that mental down from Fusion. Even though they're running an offense-sided team comp, starting on the offense could, you know, do some good damage. To be fair, though, if you start on the side that is less favored and you put up a good amount of rounds, it can give you some good confidence then. So I understand the decision. Oh, Aftershock clears out Robcoida. He's pushing right into the firing through the smoke of Fusion. It actually looks like this round, 9Z did not get a buy going. I think Robcoida was the only player with a gun, potentially. I don't even think he had a gun, actually. So it's Viper Spit in the hands of Degata. I thought they had enough, but I guess not. It was just Mitsu with enough, and he did not buy, so... Just interesting there. So it looks like the round trading will stop here. Viper Spit available for both teams. Rolling Thunder available for Fusion. Let's hope Fusion does not use Rolling Thunder to send Davids right over their head to find a pick, like on Split. I'm mostly joking. They got it inside the Viper Spit in B Garage, trying to ward off any push through B main. Nobody's there though. The entirety of Fusion has gone through mid. And it's now down to a 4v5 retake. Again, eco round for 9Z. They're not going to be trying to save here. They're just going to go to try and find these kills. If they can. I don't think the round is winnable, but again, just kill the majority of the players and you continue to deny that econ stability. So, if 9Z kills the majority of Fusion's players, and then they win the next round, which would be a bye, then Fusion will have to take an eco. Look at that. Mitsu starts it off, taking out Darker. Oh, God, he takes out Meated too. What a shot. Player advantage now for 9Z. Verdi takes out Mitsu. Thule takes out EDU. Theory takes out Thule. Verdi takes out Degata. It's now down to Davids to try and find something else. He finds one more before he goes down. Alright, there you go. I said kill the majority, and he did it. He killed all but one. So round win will come through from Fusion. But now, like I said, if 9Z just wins this round, Fusion's eco will not allow them to buy, and they'll have to take an eco round. Got a Rolling Thunder and a Viper Spit in the hands of Fusion. Over on the side of 9Z, they've got Seekers, and Tour de Force is only 1 ult point away. See if it comes up. Moving, or we already passed the halfway mark of this half. I was going to say we're moving towards it, but we just had it 2 rounds ago, so... You know, Tour de Force probably not going to come up a second time. He's just struggling a little bit in this half. Despite probably defense being the side that favors the chamber. Look at that, though. Nice op pick from Mitsu on the jump peek from Needed. That does start this round off with a player advantage. Now, like I said, if 9Z wins this round, Fusion will likely have to take an eco next round. So this is a good round for 9Z to win. And I think Fusion will be very quick to save if they lose another player without getting a trade pick. I think they'll be very, very quick to save. Look at this. Verdi pushed up in A main. Going to be the first to spot the Seekers. Able to take them out. But most of those Seekers are heading through mid. So they know just how split up Fusion is. David's able to take out Verdi. Looks like Fusion not going to go to save, though. They're still going to be pushing here. They've got Darker deep into B Garage. And it looks like the rest of Fusion going to be going in through mid. Going into market. Trademark going to spot them. No, Mitsu's going to spot them. What a shot. Takes out EDU. Chuli takes out Darker. At this point, Theory. Wow, what confidence to leave his back entirely exposed to A heaven, or A ramp rather. Theory just gonna sit out here near this CT spawn. Looks like 9Z knows where he is though. They are very, very ready for him. They're just gonna wait that time, wait for the time to go down. Now again, because Fusion loses this, they're gonna have to take an eco this next round because 9Z's done such a good job of doing eco damage in these rounds. And on top of this, rather, if Fusion, or sorry, if 9Z doesn't lose any of their players this round, which it's looking like they may not, so it's possible. Nope, they won't. Mitsu shuts it down. So because it was a flawless round from 9Z, 3 kills from Mitsu in the round, by the way, as I was talking about how he's struggling, Tour de Force gets up. And Cosmic Divide, over on the side of Fusion, you got a Viper's Pit and Rolling Thunder. Point being, because it was a flawless round from 9Z, they suddenly have so much good econ stability. So, although Fusion has to take an eco round, 9Z should be able to win this round and get even more eco stability, which means it's going to be much harder for Fusion to win a round and then shut down 9Z that way. So 9Z should be in a good position to, again, at least get 5 rounds in this half. That's if 9Z gets that, they should be able to win this map just because Fusion is running such an offense-sided team comp, not having any good sentinels for recon or recon initiators. To be fair, 9Z has a Sky, which is both a flash and recon initiator, so it's sort of a hybrid to do both, but still, 9Z will have more recon, and that's why they'll probably be able to put up a little bit of a better defense than what Fusion can do. Look at this, though. Fusion's taken A site. Overdrive has come out, as well as that Viper's Pit. 9Z trying to figure out where to push from. Incendiary has sort of blocked off this heaven push. Birdie with a classic. EDU takes out Degata. I believe that was in that Viper's Pit. Ooh, Chuli takes out 2. Rubkoida takes out Theory. Chuli takes out EDU. It's down to Darker in a 1v4. Darker struggled on Pearl. So, or not Pearl, Split. So did the rest of Diffusion, though, but doesn't matter. Chuli rushes in with the short AD at 4 kills in the round by finishing off Darker. He's got a showstopper in the hands of Chili. Tour de Force still available for Mitsu, but he has an operator. May as well use that. Fusion, of course, 1-0 point away from their orbital strike, but they're on a bye. They need this round. If they don't win this, if Fusion does not win this round, not only will 9Z tie it up, Fusion will have to take an eco, and that should even allow 9Z to suddenly take the lead, to possibly even get it to 6-6 going into the next half, if not take the lead in the half, which would really not be where Fusion wants to be. I believe Fusion's already used a timeout as well, if I'm not mistaken, so yeah, not the best position here. Mitsu, keeping out of A. Look at this, Darker. Going for a weird wall, but Mitsu's ready for it. Look at that. Grim wall not going to work out for Darker. Alright, man, if you want a Grim, just hire him. Showstopper available for 9Z, as well as a Tour de Force. Orbital Strike available for Needed. Darker's not Grim. Oh man, I was just thinking about like that cat meme, you know, where they're like at the keyboard and they're like, he is not typing. Whatever, that's Darker. Anyways, Orbital Strike still available for Needed to try and secure the Shad. Infusion wants this round because again, unless they save 3 or more of their players, if Fusion loses this round, it's looking like 9Z will be able to take 6. Ooh, Verdi able to take out Tuli. The entry can start. Mitsu's still there though, looking as deadly as ever. What on earth? The no-scope onto Therius. They got it. Takes out Verdi. Looking for more. Oh my god. And he still hits the head on it. What on earth from Mitsu? Are you serious right now? 9Z destroying these rounds to tie it up. Fusion is going to be using their timeout now. They've been saving it for whatever reason. I would have used it a few rounds ago if I was them. But, I mean, what on earth is that 4K? Look at this. Like, what? What do you even do against that? And then boom, boom. Oh my god. Mitsu's bringing the Chamber meta back into play, especially after Chamber's been buffed. Especially after Chamber's been buffed coming into episode 7. I mean, last chance qualifiers, we're going to see Chamber coming out quite a bit, I feel, especially when we've seen players like 9Z get that operator, or like Mitsu get that operator out, and I mean, oh my word. Again, Fusion hasn't been putting up poor performance against a lot of the teams here in Ascension. The issue is, 9Z has them figured out, and has had them figured out. So if there was a team that was going to knock Fusion out that wasn't Double O Nation, it was going to be 9Z, straight up. And 9Z, this is the perfect time for them to get back on their high horse and start winning these rounds. Again, they got their first map win already in this series. Looking to make it a 2-0, continue the 2-0 curse, and not just get their first map win in Ascension, but also get their first series win in Ascension here to continue their lower bracket run. Sure, they have to face M80 to start off the lower semis, but that's for future 9Z to worry about. Plus, there's a 2-day break to figure it out. Tour de Force available for Mitsu. Orbital Strike available for Meated. It's an eco round for Fusion, though. Agata takes out Verdi. Traded off by Darker, though, so Meated able to pick up a gun there. Orbital Strike is still there for Meated. Again, didn't use it in the previous round. Ooh, Res comes through. Nobody's able to trade it. Tuli was looking to do it, but they're ready for that possibility, and they spray him through the smoke. Oh no, Mitsu's all the way over on A. David's still a good player, but only gets one before he goes down. Orbital Strike clears out Market as well. Not gonna be easy. We'll see. What can Mitsu do? Our hero Mitsu. Nope. Peeking the wrong angle, bud. Theory takes him out. Koida takes out Meated. I think they were expecting Stairs to be smoked off or something, but it wasn't. Oh, what a play. Koida uses that dog, but the aftershock comes through to counterplay him. Oh, he's gonna get wrapped around on. Yep, there he goes. Goes down. So the eco actually turns into a win for Fusion. Alright, so 9Z isn't going to be able to as easily secure that 6th round. This next round, both teams are going to have money to buy. It's going to be a full buy from both sides. Tour de Force is in the hands of Mitsu, though. I mean, I'm terrified. If Mitsu's on the site that Fusion decides to hit, it may just be over. Fortunately for Fusion, though, they are going to be going to the side Mitsu's not at, going towards B. And I think they're going to want to go quickly here, just as quickly as they can. We'll see, though. It looks like that's the direction they're headed in. Concussions come through. Verdi gets blinded, but still going to push in here. Sends that wall up, getting ready to concuss in. Engage into the side. Concussions come through. No ults in the hands of Fusion to use. David's able to take out Verdi. Gets down to 27 HP. Not great. And now that Tour de Force and Mitsu is pushing out of B lobby, so the rotate can't even come through. Meated, though, takes out Degata and Tuli, and then the aftershock takes out Davids. Tuli takes out EDU with the paint shells, though. It mitigates some damage, but it is going to be a 2v3. Tour de Force in the hands of Mitsu to try and do something. Oh, look at that. Good wallbang damage. Koida with the Odin doing something. Mitsu getting ready to come in for the flank. Again, no good recon util or sentinel util to prevent that flank from coming through. Ooh, Meated able to take out Koida. If there's a man who can do it, it is this man. He gets Starker down, but no, Meated shuts it down. So Fusion will take the lead going into the second half, even though 9Z did have the opportunity to shut down the lead. The lead does still come through. So we will see how this ends up playing out here. I'm again, I did say 5 was sort of like I still believe 9Z can win, and I think I'm still confident in saying that. Because again, Fusion is running a more offense-sided team comp. They're gonna struggle on this defense, so it's definitely still winnable for 9Z. Tying it up would have been much more winnable, but still, they may be in a good spot here. Their team comp isn't super offense-sided from 9Z, but I'd say it favors offense more than Fusion's comp favors defense, if that makes sense. And although this map is defense-sided, I don't know if Fusion's going to be able to take advantage of that. Although a breach is a good way to take advantage of choke points. You've also got some controllers with some good mollies to do it. So it's possible. Stage wall, walls off A. Alright.
Fusion could get to 8. It puts him in a great spot to follow up.
Ooh, paint shells. That actually ends up hitting Darker and kills him. What? How does Darker go down to that? It's now going to be a 5v4 from 9Z to start it off. They have some good movement here. Let me turn the casters down just a bit. Ooh, Verdi, though, able to take out David's in A main to trade it off. But look at this. 9Z's wrapped around. They're going in through tree. It's Degata to clear in. He takes out 2 in EDU and Verdi. It's now going to be a 4v2, 2-player advantage here. I'm terrified of Mitsu. Look at that headhunter. 4 bullets in it. 2 for each player. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I'm gassing up Mitsu so much here. I'm right, though. You should be scared of him. It looks like Fusion gonna get ready to push in through tree here. Did I mute the audio? I didn't mean to do that. No, it was just really quiet. Okay. Alright, so Fusion getting ready to try and retake, although... Alright, no. I mean, you know, that hits somewhere. I don't know. Repcorda takes out Meated, and Chuli takes out Theory. So, 9Z does take the... What happened? The UI has not updated. Okay. Anyways, 9Z, has now taken their 6th round. It's okay. I'll keep track of the score in my head. So 9Z takes the pistol round, which will allow them to get a force buy going. And then against Fusion, who will be on an eco. And this should allow 9Z to take this round. Okay. We've taken away the UI completely. Still not fixed. Alright. Oh. Okay, still trying to figure it out. It's okay. It looks like 9Z, though. Let me just do casting. 9Z going to be entering in through A. Reported takes out Theory. Davids takes out Verdi. Chuli takes out Meated. There's still 1 and 2 defenders left for Fusion. 1 coming in through heaven. 1 going to be in garden. Maybe approaching through tree. That door's closing. As well as the window of opportunity for Fusion to win this round. Darker nearly able to wallbang Degata to death, but no, not going to find it. It's down to EDU. Probably just going to be trying to die to the spike instead of a player. Look, though. It's Mitsu. Oh, thankfully, for EDU, he doesn't peek Mitsu. And that does allow EDU to get away. I'm saying Mitsu, but it might just be Misu or Mizu. But I'm just gonna say Mitsu because I don't know. Sounds better in my eyes. All right, we're going to default. Oh man, you don't see this in pro play very often, in Riot sponsored events very often. In case you don't know, the typical UI you see is only allowed to Riot funded or sponsored events. So there's a usual observer POV. Anyways, it's a little fun fact for you. Anyways, 9Z going to be on a bonus. Fusion should be able to afford a buy. Score going to be 7-7 here. Here we go. Default observer view. We get to see all the chats and such. This is going to be fun. And it looks like 9Z getting ready to approach Fusion here, yeah, Fusion. There's actually 3 stack from Fusion on A, 1 in heaven, 1 coming in on top of switch. So pretty decent defense here from Fusion that 9Z will have to play through. There we go. Bulldog being used to take out that Sage Wall, denying that early vision. Mitsu with is Marshall looking deadly in mid, and it looks like the rest of 9Z wants to meet him there. Well, nope, still not fixed. Just keep checking. Eventually it'll work, right? Surely. get rid of the sponsors. Nice. 9Z getting ready to come in through to A here. Oh, look at that. Verdi's gonna defend Tree a little bit. Skydog comes through, gets concussed, so it can't move. And now this entry starting. Fusion able to take out Degata. Meanwhile, look at Mitsu all the way in through mid. Meated, able to take out Ripkoida. It's now going to be a 3v4 as Thule takes out Meated. Oh, EDU takes out Mitsu. Now it's a 2v4. We'll see how this moves forward. Theory ends up taking out Thule. David's able to trade it off, but then EDU shuts down David. So the bonus round from 9Z does not go their way, but obviously you're not necessarily anticipating it going their way. I would actually prefer, just for the way things look, if I could pull up the Brazil. Let's see if it's fixed on Brazil. Nope, same issue. Okay, that's fair. I guess it's the same observer. Makes sense. So anyways, 7-8 gonna be the score. Down to 9Z here. Again, the offense should in theory be easier for 9Z, considering the defense is gonna struggle for Fusion. First buy from both sides. Mitsu even has that operator in his hands. Trademark comes out, making sure nobody's in that smoke. Nobody is, though. Boombot coming in. The entry trying to start from Thule. Push back a little bit. Doesn't want to entry quite yet. Look at this. 3-player push through Tree into Catwalk. Reporter may be the first to see it. As well as David's. Look at that. Darker and Birdie able to get away with their lives. They realize, alright, this is not going to work out for us. They got it in a main, looking to do some damage. We'll see if he can. Maybe not. 9Z getting ready to push through mid. You got 3 going in through mid. You've also got Mitsu still with that operator in B garage inside of that smoke. EDU takes out Thule though. That's over in on Cat into Tree. Meanwhile, the rest of 9Z starts just pushing into B through Market, and Ripcord actually able to take out Meated. Theory takes out Mitsu there. Down goes the off. 3v4. This point, Degata though takes out Verdi. Theory trades it off by taking out. Ooh, Degata takes out EDU. Theory took out Davids, but then Ripcord takes out Theory. So it's a 2v1 now, and Degata ends up taking out Darker. Operator can be picked up as well, so 2 guns can be saved. Point being though, the first buy from both sides goes to 9Z, and it allows it to be tied up here. So this definitely looks good from the perspective of 9Z. Again, in case you're wondering why the overlay isn't there, it does seem as though it has bugged out and gotten stuck. So we're on sort of the default observer POV, which if you've ever watched tournaments outside of the Riot sponsored events, you'll know this is sort of what you'd be used to, or if you've ever watched the non-streamed POVs of like Game Changers or whatever. Although Theory takes out Thule, Degata takes out 2, Mitsu able to take out Verdi, who was going for a flank. It's now going to be a 2v4. Again, this is the eco coming out from Fusion in response to the 2 buy rounds being won here. Or sorry, to the buy round being won here by 9Z. EDO takes out Robcoida. Degata's there to trade it off. Degata with 4 kills in the round. 3 kills, sorry. Looking for a 4th. There you go. Viper Split has come out in Tree, so does prevent this play from coming through. Mitsu with the op. Checking into main. Look at Meated, though. Getting ready to try and engage. Looking for something. Can't find it, though. David's able to take him out. There you go. 9-8 now the score. 9Z has won 4 out of the 5 of the first 5 rounds of this half, and it looks like a timeout is going to be called by Fusion. Pretty good choice here. And it is important to highlight, we do have a Cosmic Divide available for 9Z, but over on the side of Fusion, we got 3 ults available. We got the Rolling Thunder, we got the Viper's Pit, we got the Orbital Strike, some very, very pivotal ults, Now, you don't typically see Brim on this map for a multitude of reasons, but one of the reasons that you may want to pick Brim in a lot of different situations, you have an orbital strike, a very, very impactful ult. Looks like although the overlay was bugged, we still have the inside cams of the arena. See the coach here. Fusion, of course, struggling here a little bit. They don't want to let this map slip away from them. They want to take it to a third map. They want to win this series. Reminder, whichever team loses this, they're out. They're out of Ascension. It's over for them. The map's over. Yeah, it's not a good position to be in to lose this series. Because you're out of Ascension. It's over for you. And despite the fact that Fusion has been able to put up some decent performances against a lot of the teams, against 9Z, which again had prepared to face them during the Latin America Challengers, so they knew how to play against Fusion. Now they're facing each other in the lower bracket to start off lower round 1. And it looks like 9Z is just as prepared as ever. Looks like we're still going to be going for the basic observer overlay. It's okay, though. We'll work through it. Chuli takes out Darker. Boom. The sentry started. Although the orbital strike, which I talked about being an impactful, does come out. It does take out Degata. Chuli was trying to hold in that corner of an entrance through B main or B garage, but does get flushed out by Aftershock. Not going to get taken out, though, so still going to be a 4v4. Look at this. Getting ready to rotate through mid is 3 out of the 5 of those, 3 out of the 4 of those remaining 9Z players. But look at this. You do see Fusion ready for the possibility of an A hit. Look at that. As Chuli takes out Meated, as I keep saying, look at this, look at that. 9Z's getting ready to push into B. That pick there going to clear out the site essentially, or for the most part, rather. You see EDU coming in through CT. Pulls out the Rolling Thunder to stop the plant, which it will. Now Verdi coming in to play off of it. There's Chuli with a flank to try and protect his team, but it's not going to come through in time. Verdi takes out 2. Mitsu and Chuli, though, each find a pick, which leaves Verdi in a 1v2. It's winnable. The fights could be isolated. A Cosmic Divide, though, could play a factor. Actually, no, it won't at all. It was supposed to deny the re-entry, but they do end up re-entering regardless. Mitsu able to get the final pick with the operator as he was holding that right side of Boathouse opening. So that round will be won by 9Z. That does put Fusion back on another eco. Keep in mind, that is the final timeout that Fusion used going into that round, and they don't win it. So it's starting to look more and more winnable for Fusion. I did say this defense was going to struggle for, or more and more winnable for 9Z, sorry. I did say that this defense was going to struggle from Fusion, and that absolutely was a factor. I love to just see players who, you can tell they've practiced so much on their agent when it's almost like reflexive, the way that they do it. So you saw him fire that off shot, and then he pulls out the headhunter in case he misses it. That's definitely just a reflex he's practiced so many times. Look at that aggressive play trying to come through from 9Z, but Verdi with the overdrive denied by Chuli. Darker's there as well. Isn't going to get a trade pick. Mitsu able to take out 3 in mid. 2 players left. One of them is in market. Chuli is trying to clear them out. No, Meated shuts it down. Close range stinger, almost like a judge with a little bit more range. EDU able to take out Rakoida, and they got it. Now it's a 2v2, winnable. No, David takes out EDU. Meated can pick up a gun, so it's no longer a 1v2 where Meated would be on a stinger, but still not going to be the easiest situation. Fights are isolated, but look at this. Operator comes out. Doesn't matter. Meated wins the encounter. Spike still isn't down. It is in the hands of Davids, though, but he wants to take the fight first, and he gets it. Doesn't even need to plant the spike. The 11th round will be won by 9Z. 2 rounds away now from that 13th round, from a 2-0 victory. Continue the 2-0 curse in Ascension and make it through to the lower bracket semifinals to face M80. That's where 9Z is headed, and although they've been struggling in playoffs and really the whole of Ascension, again, this is their first series where they've even won a map. Doesn't change too much here for them. They still want this just as badly. 9Z is getting ready to push up towards B.
I am hungry. Showstopper earned off the orb here for 9Z. And that is
ready to push in. Ooh, EDU going to be forced back. It's an 11-8 scoreline. 11-8 scoreline. These players still even. As 9Z's pushing into mid a little bit. Now, keeping in mind, Fusion's now going to be back on a bye, so they're really going to be trying to win this round, because they've been struggling on any of these rounds, let alone a bye. Look at that. Showstopper is available here. But the Viper's Fate on the side of Fusion. Theory could pull it out. Oh, the operator misses the shot. He recocks it. Doesn't matter. Theory takes Me2 out. David's able to take out Theory. Julie, Showstopper, able to clear into sight just a bit. Takes out Meated. Observer, or the producer's trying to figure out if the overlay is working yet. Nope, not quite. Repcoida takes out EDU and Verdi. It's now going to be a 1v4 for Darker. Darker takes out Repcoida. Resurrection going to come through to try and help clutch out this round, prevent that 12th round from being won, but no, as David takes out Darker. Verdi able to take out Degata, but David shuts it down. And that does mean Fusion will be moving to this next round low on eco, and on top of that, so they're going to have to force a bye. On top of that, the 12th round has been won by 9Z, so Fusion has to win 4 in a row to take it to OT to try and secure this map, to get to a 3rd map, to try and win the series, but it's looking like, again, the 2-0 curse is continuing here. And it's looking like it will continue. Just look at 9Z, though. Fragging so highly overall. I mean, Fusion has some really good kill consistency, like I always talk about. But just like I talked about in the previous map, you can have the best kill consistency in the world. But if it's all 1 kill, it doesn't matter because you're not doing damage. Although they've got great kill consistency, I imagine when we're looking at the post-match and we're looking at the stats, you'll see the ASCS is not very high for a lot of these players. Compared to 9Z, which will have, they sort of just have these 2 carries in Me2 and Verdi, but it doesn't really matter to, or in Thule, sorry, which doesn't really matter because they're winning the rounds regardless. Viper's Pit has come out in tree and into a catwalk, but nobody for 9Z is going to be pushing through there, so sort of a wasted ult in a sense. Although Verdi in heaven takes out Degata, who's pushing up. Thule trades it off, and then Darker's there to trade off Thule. Davids is also taken out by Darker. Darker had a struggle in the previous map. And likely because he was on Yoru, but definitely making up for it now. In hell, Repcoida cleared out. Able to take out EDU before he goes down. It's now down to Me2. The man, the myth, the legend. Not going to do anything, though. Yeah, Defender's able to win it, and Me2 even goes down, so good, absolutely good for Fusion there to, again, if they wanted to start a comeback, that was the way to do it. And also, these runs have been decently expensive on the side of 9Z, so they did have some econ stability, but look at their eco now. If they lose this next round, they'll have to take an eco round. Now, if they lose this, 9Z does have a timeout to use, so they're not too worried at this point. But they likely won't want to use it, as it is sort of... keep themselves in the race, but my only concern is their rounds of Conan. 9Z, yeah, they don't want to have to use it, right? They don't want to have to use it by losing this round. Now, honestly, it's a pretty equal buy from both sides. 9Z does have Me2 on a Guardian. He did use his Tour de Force in the previous rounds. That's no longer an option, unfortunately for them. Cosmic Divide and Seekers, though, are available. And Thule spraying through that smoke, trying to catch out Verdi, and he does. No ults available for this side of Fusion, which does allow 9Z a little bit of this good entry. Now, typically, when I'm watching this Default Observer POV, I have like notes and something on my side so that I can keep track of which team is which players are which. But I wasn't prepared for this situation, so I apologize if I mislabel some of the players and all that good stuff. Meated finds 2. Theory takes out Me2. Repcoida takes out Meated. It's now going to be a 2v1. Theory, they know where he's coming from, and he goes down. Repcoida with 3 kills in the round, which means, that's right, 9Z just got a 2-0 victory over Fusion. Fusion shaking their heads, clasping. They're going to be crying because they just got sent home by their fellow Latin American team here in Ascension. That's right. Say goodbye to Sao Paulo, Brazil. You're going back. I don't know which country they're from. You're going back to you're going back to Colombia. There you go. But yeah, so the second map, the second series today is another 2-0. Again, that 2-0 curse continuing. I do have to wonder what's the cause? What's the reason? Why is every single series becoming a 2-0. And you could just say, well, clearly there's some very big skill gaps. But honestly, in a lot of series, I just don't feel like there is. Like in the group stage, when M80 played the Union, that second map went 17-15. So clearly that was a decently even matchup. I think the Guard and M80 should have been a closer matchup. I think they're really, like, I think what happens is the team that gets that first map up, the other team is like, okay, it's over. And I think they just start to lose hope after that first map is won by one of the teams. The losing team definitely going to be feeling a little bit depressed about that. Yeah, Fusion, of course, going to be sad that they do have to go home here. And it is, of course, an unfortunate set of circumstances that we land here where it's a 2-0 from the side of 9Z team. And again, Fusion looked really, really strong throughout most of Ascension. It's just that 9Z had them figured out in ways that a lot of other teams didn't, because Fusion was often catching teams by surprise because they didn't know how to counterplay Fusion with weird comps. Unfortunately for Fusion, though, 9Z is a team which has been studying them. They studied them in Latin American Challengers. So then when they're coming into Ascension and Fusion is doing the same things that they were doing in the Latin American Challengers, 9Z can read them like a book, and it just seems as though the same way Fusion fell to 9Z in the Grand Finals of Latin American Challengers, they fall once again in the start of the lower bracket here in America's Ascension. It is a sad way to go. We'll go ahead and take a look at any Twitter clips, and then we'll go ahead and analyze the game if it's been put into VLR. Sometimes they don't put it in, and then I can't do it. They don't put it in until like the third series starts, whatever, which can be pretty annoying. Oh yeah, and in case you're wondering, wait a minute, there's 3 series today. Yes, so initially the Union and the Guard was supposed to be actually the first series today, but they ended up switching it to the end of the day, so that way more people could watch it, and it would be a big way to end off the day. So the Union versus the Guard will be the 3rd series today. It should be a good series to talk about. It should be a good series to watch. But again, before we get to talking about that, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the highlights on Twitter from this previous series, and then we will go ahead and do some ranked to pass some time, and then we'll talk about the 3rd series we have today, which is the Union versus the Guard. A very, very exciting matchup.
Way forward, they are going to spot the Viper in the back of the pillar. They're going to run him down.
Thule does get on towards side. Oh, what a good pull that is. And then Thule turns it into a double response.
The sky here recently, he's had a couple of big rounds.
Another overdrive play over towards A in combination of
Wait, I already looked at this map, didn't I? Sorry about that one. Okay, yeah, here.
But Thule, he is out, and no, this is a Fusion just hitting the gas. But Thule, he is still stuck in this top position. The fast lane gives him a chance to blow the play wide open. Oh, not like this. Another. You just kind of wait for the opportunity to play for exits. Mizu gets. Wait a second. Mizu gets 2 here. Solo peek. Got a 1-tap weapon, and 9Z may actually gets the first blood. Clean. That's their door. So now over towards tree side, things are a bit more laborious, but 9Z will clean up with the superior weapons. Just took a little bit of time. Darker also not allowed to come back through the Cosmic Divide. The check continues to find a little bit of value, though. Slow is in the mix. Same trademark continues to find a little bit of value, though. Slow is in the mix. Mizu backs off after finding a trade. Tough shot here. Oh! Theory gets blown away, and then the easier shot doesn't land, but it doesn't matter. The Headhunter.
Yeah, again, I want to highlight Mitsu is looking like a powerful player. I think even if 9Z doesn't do well in Ascension, I think he's got a really solid career ahead of him. He's definitely seeming like the player to try and bring back the Chamber meta. And again, in case you didn't know, coming into episode 7, Chamber's been buffed, and so it's he's a more viable agent now. And so it will be interesting to see how it ends up playing out. I'm excited to see it. But again, this series does end like that. Still, these stats have not been put in, these stats for. Oh, I should still pull up this. These stats for the second map have not been put in. So what we'll do, we'll listen to the casters a little bit. When they throw it to a break, I'll see if I can pull it up on my end. If I can't, then we'll go ahead and just go into Ranked and we'll skip over analyzing that second map. Again, not super necessary, because all I'm going to say is Fusion bad, 9Z good, and for Fusion, it doesn't matter a whole lot because they are going home. But still could have been interesting to talk about. We'll go and listen to go home.
So I am excited, though. I know Dryad is I guess, a fan of kind of the Fusion coach and what the Fusion team was cooking up. Obviously, we have quickly become fans of what they're doing. They've got a lot of cool stuff going on. So I'm excited to see kind of the future of that team. It is unfortunate that their road ends here, though.
Yeah, being able to see any team that's brave enough to be bringing out a Neon and a Yuri with this part of the competition definitely is worth some applause there. So that has been great to see. But I'm excited to see the Chamber.
Yeah, I mean, I dog on it a lot because it's a bad choice, but you know, it does show like the level of confidence they have, and honestly, they're not horrible with it. They clearly like have enough of it with it for it to be at least somewhat viable. Again, still waiting for this map to be put in. So for now, we'll go ahead and do Ranked, and if it still isn't put in, we'll just move on right past it, and we'll talk about the Union versus the Guard. So, yeah, really quickly to pass some time, we'll do Ranked, because you don't know what it is. You just guess the rank of the clip. There's different games, but we're just going to do Valorant, because, of course, that's the game I'm casting. Let's see here. One down. Nice. Looking at the ground, I love it. Run and gun, I love it.
Spike down.
Just like me.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, this is like okay. It's like silver. That's iron? Okay. You know what though? For an iron, that's not bad. Who said Ascendant? Which of you said Ascendant? Bro, he's looking at the ground. For iron, that's actually really good. Yeah, typically irons don't know how to use their util like at all, but he like actually uses util. So you know what? I'm not even mad about that. You know what? Hey, you're going places.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing?
You just improve on your aim and you're basically diamond.
Oh my god, come on.
You're an NA diamond.
Are you push it?
What is he?
Push it.
Oh wait, he's French. I don't know how French.
What is that?
Push it, push it.
This is French, right? Don't know.
Push it?
Oh, you don't know Shaho.
No, I'm German, man.
His movement's not bad.
I don't
There's a
understand.
concept of how to use rays.
Off the high Eric.
Nice.
Wait, let me see this again.
It's so bad. Oh my god, come on.
There's some cons.
Ranked, are you push it?
What is he?
There's some cons. His movement's not bad. I'll say. I don't know about other regions. I'll just say diamond. Safe bet in my eyes. Okay. Yeah, I guess that checks out. That checks out. Okay. I just don't know other regions. It's like I don't even think that's an NA diamond though, but I don't know. I'll use that as my excuse though. I don't know other regions. No comms. Zero comms. What?
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining.
Somebody signed this, man. Okay, but zero comms though. They're all going based off of sound.
Placing swarm grenade.
Like zero comms, that's crazy.
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining.
Alright, that wasn't eco from them though. I'll say flat. I don't know. Boom! There we go. Okay, here's the thing though. Cause just no comms. Literally zero. Nobody was saying anything. Except for the Reyna at the end, who was probably saying nice job or whatever. So damn, that was quick. I like how the only one I got was when I got it spot on. Okay. But yeah, let me go ahead and see. It looks like they're doing a player interview. Before we jump over to that, I do want to see if they put this in yet. Nope, okay, we'll go ahead and listen to the player interview. And then we'll start talking about the next series and all that good stuff.
Acho que a clave foi a mentalidade do equipe. A gente não mudou nada com respeito ao tático. Así que só foi mentalidade. Tipo, a gente sabia que a gente estava jogando bem, que custava fechar um pouco situação de clutch, tudo isso, mas é 100% mentalidade. É isso.
We changed our mentality. We
Nope.
became more confident. We were missing like a little luck situation, but now everything went better.
Okay, I think they said they changed their
Definitely
mentality.
glad it's going better. And fun matches
Something-
today. Really interesting agent choices coming out. How do you then adapt your team strategy to counteract weird things like Neon and Yoru?
Como vocês fazem para counterar essas
Composição.
composições diferentes com o Yoru e Neon?
A gente só crava a mira um pouco, na verdade. Tipo, ele joga muito agressivo no primeiro tempo, então só a gente foi cravar a mira, então a gente resolve, tipo, no segundo tempo.
Não pode repetir? Pode repetir?
A gente só crava a mira no primeiro tempo, ele vai agressivar, tem Neon, tem Breach, tem Yoru, ele vai buscar o jogo, a gente só espera, ser paciente, e é isso.
They know the other team is going to be aggressive, so they just wait, and they
Okay.
know like Breach and Yoru, they will come, so they just need to be patient and wait for them to come. And yeah, it's all about aim.
For sure. Last but not least, next up, you're playing against M80, the team that knocked you down into the lower bracket. How are you feeling about this rematch you get to have?
Sorry.
Como você está sentindo isso com o rematch contra a M80 que já derrubou vocês para lower?
A gente não tem muito, tipo, antitático, na verdade. O jogo de hoje foi mentalidade. Eu acho que contra a M80 vai ser a mesma coisa. A gente jogou bem, então pode ser o mesmo estilo de jogo contra a Fusion. Eles são muito agressivos. O cara do Fusion treina na NA, então eles são muito agressivos, só crava a mira. Tipo, a gente é visitante, será? Tipo, o Brasil é local, a pressão é do NA também, é só uma organização muito grande, eu acho. Então a gente é do Latam, ele vem aqui devagar, isso. Pressão deles.
Oh, we're going with the mentality again. We think the pressure is on the M80 side. They're like a big organization. We're feeling at home here. And they are aggressive, just like Fusion. We're feeling confident this time.
Okay.
Well, best of luck in the next match. Thank you so much for chatting with me. Have a good night, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. As for us,
Thank you.
Elimination matches done with for the day. The heartbreak is finally done, and instead we get to head back up to the upper bracket and find out which team is going to be stamping their ticket into the grand finals. We're taking a short break to get it ready. You're not going to want to miss it.
All right, I am very, very excited. Again, I want to see, let me see if they put this in yet. Nope, okay. All right, let's just get into it. I'm going to change my title, and we'll get to talking about the upper bracket finals. Upper finals. M80, nope. Ooh, that's rough. The Union versus the Guard. All right. So, I don't think many people expected this to be the upper finals. In fact, I did not come into Ascension thinking these two teams would really meet each other. I mean, I thought there was a possibility they'd meet each other, obviously, but I didn't really think that they'd meet each other and there'd be a possibility that the Guard wins, or me thinking, all right, the Guard can win. But the way that we've gotten here is a little bit strange. Again, here's what ended up happening. All right, so there's one team from each region in each group. There's 6 teams, 2 teams from each region. They are placed randomly. In Group A ends up being the Union, the #1 seed from Brazil, M80, the #1 seed from NA, and Fusion, very unlucky, the #2 seed from Latin America. Over on the side of Group B, we had the Guard, the #2 seed from North America, Double O Nation, the 2 seed from Brazil, and 9Z team, in theory, got lucky being in the same group as both of the number 2 seeds, as they were the number 1 seed from Latin America. Unfortunately for 9Z team, though, they got 2-0'd by Double O Nation, and then the Guard 2-0'd both Double O Nation and 9Z team. So we come into playoffs, the Guard is the number 1 seed from Group B, the Union 2-0's both their opponents, so they become the number 1 seed in Group A. So then we come over to the start of the upper bracket. We have Fusion and Double O Nation play each other. Fusion goes up to the upper semifinals, where they face the Union. The Union 2-0's makes quick work of Fusion and ends up in the upper final. Then over on this side, we see M80 209Z team. They end up in the upper semifinals against the Guard, both North American teams. And take a look at this scoreline. Aven, 13-9. Ascent, 13-7. The Guard, considering who these two teams are, I would like to say the Guard decimated M80. Just because that is such a poor performance considering the types of numbers M80 has put up against the Guard before. And the Guard really showed that they've improved coming into Ascension. Because here's the thing. I talked about it before, and I'll talk about it again. The Guard, let me pull this up. Not this, but the Guard in playoffs was in a very weird spot, right? Because they went into it coming out of Split 2, they were the overall performance. They were the number second place team. Moist Moguls was the number 1 team coming out of Split 2. Okay, you may be wondering, who's that? You're right. Who is that? They're a new team coming into North American Challengers. They went into North American Challengers as Breakthrough. They got purchased by Moist Esports, now Moist Moguls. Get rebranded. It's a whole big thing. So now we're coming into this, where Moist is favored to... I honestly viewed Moist as a team that would make it to the grand finals. I did not think Moist wouldn't make it, and I really did think Moist would qualify for Ascension. I thought Moist was going to be here. And I think a lot of people did as well, because here's what ended up happening. 2-0 from TSM by Moist. Then they faced the Guard. The Guard gets 2-0, okay, by Moist Mogul. So the Guard lost to Moist. Then the Guard has to go through the lower bracket. And this series was completely fumbled by Moist Moguls. I don't even know what happened. They lost all hope all of a sudden coming into the playoffs lower final. They didn't even make it to the grand final after making it all the way to the upper final. Then the Guard goes to the grand final. They only get 1 map up, and it's not... some of the maps are close, but like take a look at Lotus, right? So coming out of that, the Guard is aware of the fact, coming out of North American Challengers, that they nearly did not qualify for Ascension. They're very, very aware of that fact, and that they got lucky that Moist started to underperform when they needed to not underperform the most. So the Guard is aware of how lucky they got to face an opponent who should have beaten them most likely, but fumbled the bag. And I think coming into this, they're going to be so aware. I think coming into Ascension, the Guard was so aware of the fact that they had fumbled it so hard that they're coming into Ascension and going, all right, we need to improve. We need to show improvement. So they practiced coming into Ascension how to beat not just M80, who they failed to beat in the grand finals, but every team that they needed to face. They used the time in between Challengers and Ascension so well to improve in almost every facet. I see the Guard winning more of their gunfights. Their strategy looks way more on point. Against M80 yesterday, they had the perfect reads on M80. They knew exactly how to counterplay every strategy that M80 brought to the table. Clearly, the Guard is a more powerful opponent than we saw from them in the North American Challengers. Now they're coming into the upper final. And I'm not just saying this because I'm a North American fan. I actually favor the Guard to beat the Union. I know. It's wild. And let me explain myself before you go, okay, buddy. All right, man. Okay. Sure. No. Listen, hear me out, okay? I know it's an unpopular opinion because they're the number 2 seed from North America, but hear me out, okay? The Union versus Fusion, as my computer decides it wants to explode, the Union versus Fusion on Pearl went 13-7. Fracture went 13-8. You're like, okay, 2-0. What are you trying to say here? Fusion is the number 2 seed from Latin America. Fusion pulled out the weirdest off-meta comps. They pulled out a Yoru. And the Union is the type of team which is powerful enough to try and prove why those types of comps aren't the meta. They should have known how to counterplay Fusion. They should have been better at not making mistakes. The amount of communication and misplaced errors I saw from the Union, where they backed right into Fusion, where they failed to clear out angles. the situational awareness that the Union lacked yesterday against Fusion was enough for Fusion to get a good portion of rounds. And here's the thing. The Union is a team that shouldn't be making those small mistakes. And although Fusion was able to catch a few of those, Fusion isn't as good as M80 or the Guard. Now that we're coming into this series against where the Union is playing the Guard, who is very much so on top of their game right now, I'd say this is the Guard at their peak that we've ever seen them at least in this season of Challengers and Tier 2 competition. This is the best I've ever seen the Guard perform. The Union is not going to be able to get away with that many mistakes as they did against Fusion. And sure, towards the end of both of these maps, they cleaned up those mistakes, but they still made them in the first place. And if there's a team that is going to punish them, it is the Guard. And then we're talking about the Guard versus M80. And although they didn't beat them as badly as the Union beat Fusion, Fusion and M80 are not on the same level by any means. M80 has decimated Fusion, right? And honestly, the scoreline, when you compare these two scores, okay? So, Pearl was 13-7, or the first map was 13-7 from the Union against Fusion. Fracture was 13-8. Then we go to the Guard versus M80. The first map was 13-9. The second map was 13-7. A nearly identical scoreline, with the exclusion of Haven being 13-9 rather than 13-8, where there were two maps at around the same amount of score. So it's a nearly identical scoreline, except this time the Guard is doing this scoreline against an opponent that is much more formidable than Fusion. So I'm not just coping here when I say that I think the Guard is going to beat the Union. It's not just I'm an NA fan. I genuinely believe that the Guard can take out the Union here. It's not cope. It's not me like just believing because I'm an NA fan and I'm rooting for them. No. I genuinely believe the Guard is looking powerful enough to be able to beat the Union. And it could even be a 2-0. I don't expect it to be. There's so many series, though, that I've expected to not be 2-0s, and then they ended up being 2-0s. But this is definitely a series that I don't expect to be a 2-0. I expect it to be a 3-mapper. I expect each team to take their chosen map. I expect some overtimes, even. That is how powerful both of these teams are. But in my eyes, it is a very, very clear... there's a very, very clear expectation in my eyes. The Guard is going to beat the Union. And again, I'm not just saying that because I'm an NA fan. Obviously, that's part of it. But at the same time, it's not just cope, okay? Let's take a listen at this pre-match or this pre-series interview with these teams.
It'll be a fun duelist matchup against him. You know, it's always going to be a tough, fun game. You know, we just got to crack them and figure them out in the moment, in the match, always adapt, and then I think we'll be good.
Eu acho que a The Guard, nesse quesito, eles são um time mais preparado para jogar em stage. Acho que eles têm um pouco mais de experiência do que os caras da M80. Eu acho que a M80 fez bons campeonatos online, o que faz muita diferença jogar no seu conforto. Mas eu acho que os dois times muito equilibrados. Da mesma forma que a M80 dominou o online, eles poderiam ter perdido. E da mesma forma que eu acho que a The Guard está um pouco superior no quesito psicológico aqui na LAN, eles podem perder também.
Yeah, we're definitely here to avenge NA. You know, it was always a rivalry in NA with us and M80. But you know, when we came to this event, I think it feels like NA versus Brazil versus LATAM. It feels like all the regions were fighting for themselves. So yeah, when we won the game against M80 just now, we said over to the stage like, we're gonna avenge you guys, and we're here for North America, and we're gonna do great.
Eu acho que essa rivalidade é mais por parte deles do que pela nossa. A gente veio focado em ser campeão, não em ganhar de time X ou Y. Esses dois times pra mim não tem muita diferença, são estilos de jogos parecidos, mas...
I disagree entirely,
é isso,
actually.
não tô muito preocupado contra quem eu vou jogar.
No, I've talked about it a lot. M80 is not... The Guard and M80 are not the same team, buddy. Alright, M80 is a very aggressive team. The Guard is a lot more of a strategical team.
It will be the hardest matchup. You know, I think them being comfortable on this stage is a big factor. You know, they've been playing here for a long time. But I think we'll be able to crack them. You know, comfort only brings you so far, but at the end of the day, it's who the better team is, and that's really all that matters.
Vencer a The Guard tem isso também, da gente colocar moral neles também, da mesma forma como a gente colocou na M80. A gente quer mostrar, a gente já sabe disso, mas a gente quer mostrar pra todo mundo que a gente é o melhor time do campeonato. E acho que é isso, no final, o que importa é quem é campeão e a gente quer o pote de ouro.
it is time for our upper finals match. I feel like a match that could be the caliber of the grand finals here, as we're going to see the Guard and the Union go up against each other, Tanner. And it should be such a highly anticipated match.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it there. I do love that the Guard kind of have this extra chip on their shoulder in saying like, hey, we're going to get it done for M80. We're going to avenge you guys. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the Union's just like, who are these guys? Like, yeah, we're just going to come beat everybody. We're not worried about anybody specifically. Like, we're the Union. We're qualifying for Americas. So this is, yeah, it's super exciting to kind of see the back and forth between the two teams so far.
Especially, too, with how strong both teams have been able to play in Ascension so far. Both of these teams were the best in their group, which meant they got to have that first round bye going into our bracket. So be exciting considering how strong they've been playing and being able to see that play out in the matches that they've had so far. When we see the top two teams face off, who is going to be considered the best for now?
Yeah, both teams so far have done so well in Ascension, but especially the Union, because I'm pretty sure they're undefeated since Split 2 still. Which, I mean, props to them. They've just played out of their mind. And I think that they have just strong mid-round adjustments that just makes their gameplay just so hard to predict.
Yeah, I want to talk on that.
Okay, hold on. I want to clarify.
17.
So, when the Union, that player from the Union said that the Guard and M80 are very similar teams and have a very similar playstyle, I disagree entirely. I think the Guard is a team which is so good at reading their opponents. They're a way more adaptive team than M80. The Guard is a lot more strategical, like I said. That's why they've always sort of tended to favor the defense, where you have to rely more on strategy rather than so much of your aggressive and explosive playstyle, like M80 likes to bring. M80 is a more aggressive type of team, and I think that's very clear that M80 is more of that aggressive, more explosive type of team. And so when the Union says M80 is a lot like the Guard, I think that's just a misunderstanding of the Guard, and I think that may weigh on them when they're expecting the Guard to, yes, be an aggressive team. That's part of it, but the Guard is also just a team that knows when to go for safe plays, knows how to read their opponent really well. Like I talked about, they're a really adaptive team. I mean, for the first time ever, we saw the Guard have perfect reads on M80 almost every step of the way. Whenever M80 would try and do site executes, the Guard would shut it down. Whenever M80 would try and retake on Haven, there were some beautiful moments where the Guard was so good at just like, nope, M80, you're not going to do that. And I expect the Guard to have those same type of reads. I don't think it's going to be as intense against the Union, just because obviously they don't have as much experience. In fact, they have no experience playing against the Union, but there is still so much data on the Union, and with how hard the Guard worked to try and take out M80, they said near the end of North American Challengers that they wanted to face the Union, and I don't think that's changed here coming into Ascension. I think they still want to face the Union, and I think coming into Ascension, they knew, hey, we're not on the level of M80, we're not on the level of the Union. Let's prepare to face both of these teams. Let's prepare to play against them, and they did that against M80, and I expect them to have done the same thing against the Union, even if they've never faced the Union before. They did their research. They read M80 so well, like a book, because they'd done their research. They put in the hours to understand how to best a team in M80, and I imagine they've done the same for the Union, maybe with a little bit less time, maybe with not as much experience, in fact, no experience in server against them, but that doesn't change the fact that they do have so much data on them, and they are the type of team who would know how to read them, and how to find those good plays, and where to get how to deny those retakes, how to deny those executions. I expect a really powerful series. Keep in mind, neither of these teams have a bad map. Both of these teams have a really solid map pool, with the exclusion of the Union on Haven, but that's okay because they can just ban it every time. The thing is, here's the thing. I think if the Union doesn't win this series, they're not going to win the grand final, or rather, they're not going to have as easy of a time in the grand final. And the reason is because they really like banning Haven so much, because they struggled on it in Challengers. In fact, coming into Ascension, they had a 0% win rate on Haven, and they haven't played it a single time in Ascension, knowing that they have a worse performance on it. And I can't blame them for not wanting to play on Haven, right? But here's the thing. If the Guard wins this series, and then the Union goes to the lower final, and they beat whoever they have to face here, and then they end up in the grand final, whoever wins the upper final gets both of the map vetoes in the grand final. That's right, the team that makes it through the upper bracket to the grand final gets 2 map vetoes in the grand final. That's sort of their advantage, because obviously every team gets a second chance unless you're in the grand final and you made it through the upper bracket. So to sort of give them a little bit of a benefit, you get to veto both maps here, and that is such a big advantage. So if the Union doesn't get that, then whoever they, or rather, if the Guard wins this, then if the Union ends up making it back to the grand final, they're gonna have to face the Guard when they get to ban every map that the Union pulls out here, and that the Union doesn't want to play on. So obviously the Guard doesn't ban Haven if they play against the Union in the grand final, if the Guard makes it through the upper bracket. So the Union needs this, or else they're really going to struggle in the grand final, because they're going to have to be against the Guard if they end up making it back to the grand final. They'll have to play against the Guard, who will be able to veto a map that they're bad on, which there aren't very many of, or they get to allow through, more importantly, Haven, which the Union is not that good at. So, again, the Union needs this series so badly, and I'm not just saying that. They really do need this, because otherwise they're going to struggle in the grand finals heavily, not having that advantage of being able to veto both maps. And I imagine these two teams in the upper final will likely see each other in the grand final, especially if the Guard ends up in the lower final, because they've already beaten M80, and they'll likely be playing M80 again in the lower final, right? Yeah, for the Union, though, I mean, there's always that opportunity that they end up in the lower final and M80 beats them out. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I expect both of these teams to be in the grand final. There's always that chance. Point being, whichever team wins this is in a really good position in the grand final. They get such a big advantage in the grand final. They're not only do they get a free spot in the grand final, and they don't have to play for 3 days in a row rather than just 2 days in a row. But on top of that, they end up they end up having such a big advantage in being able to veto both maps. It's such a good position to be in. I can't stress that enough. So both of these teams want this win so badly to get that advantage. It's not just about proving you're the better team and getting to grand finals or secure a grand final spot. That's part of it. But you can secure a grand final spot in the lower bracket. That's not what these teams are worried about. These teams are worried about getting the opportunity to have both map vetoes in the grand final. That's what these teams are up against. I don't think either of these teams are worried that if they go to the lower bracket, they won't be making it back to the grand final. What they will be worried about is not being able to get that first team into grand final, not being able to get both of those map vetoes. So I am interested to see which maps are picked here in this series, especially if maybe the Union's just gonna decide they want to pull out Haven and catch everyone off guard and absolutely dominate. But of course the Guard, again, neither of these teams really have any weak maps with the exclusion of the Union on Haven, which they can just ban. So I don't think either of these teams are gonna be in a bad spot no matter which maps come out. I am interested to see how this goes. Neither of these teams are like the Latin American teams where they go for weird off-meta picks. Both of these teams tend to typically use around the same amount of picks. I'm going to go ahead and listen to the casters here because we're getting ready to start this series. We're getting ready to take a look at the map picks and bans. I am very excited to see which maps are banned, which maps are picked, and I'm excited to see the direction that this heads.
Either way, the Union are going to be running forward, and the Guard are usually a team that do pretty well in kind of handling that pressure, receiving the pressure and dealing with it like that. We see it all the time in the M80 versus the Guard matchup. It makes this exciting. And coming into this, the casters talked a lot about the Union in their post plant, right? If you let them plant that spike, I think it's like 86% of the time or 88% of the time they're going to win that round, which is #1 in that respective stat. But on the inverse, the Guard are the best retaking team. So we are really getting a nice kind of yin and yang between these two teams, which makes it that much more exciting.
And I cannot wait to see.
And again, like I said, the Guard is really good at adapting. So although the Guard definitely has some set strategies that they like to pull out on retake, on-site execute, all that good stuff, it may not matter because they're also a really good team that, okay, wait a minute, our set executes don't work. They can also just adapt and change it up. So even if the Union is ready for the possibility of those set retakes to come through, the Guard is such a good team that they can just adapt, switch it up. And I don't think either of these teams, even if there's a player or even a 2-player advantage, I still think it could go either of these teams' ways in those rounds. So I'm really looking forward to this series. Again, there's not a whole lot else to talk about other than that these two teams, I expect, again, I talked about it before, I expect a 3-map series. If this is not a 3-map series, I'm not just going to be disappointed. I'm going to be very surprised, right? For this not to be a 3-map series, I think a lot would have to go wrong on the side of on the side of both of these teams, or whichever team ends up losing. So I'm expecting the 2-0 curse to be broken today. It's entirely possible it isn't. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, because I've said it a lot, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, every single series, look at this. Every single series in the group stage, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. All 6 of the oh wait. Just these 3. All 6 of the group stage games were 2-0s. Then we come into the playoffs, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and then this was a 2-0 as well. They haven't put it in yet. I am blown away with the amount of 2-0s, and 2-0s do imply these are dominant matches. Not all of them are. I think a lot of them in the playoffs have been. I think they were closer in the group stage. Like we saw M80 versus the Union go 17-15 on one of the maps, and that's the only overtime in Ascension so far. And so when we're talking about these 2-0s, I think in the playoffs they've been surprisingly dominant. But I expect this to be the first 3-map series, if not a 3-map series. I expect an overtime at least. I do expect an OT to come out here. Man, I don't even know what else to talk about because I've already said like everything I had up my sleeve. I should have listened to the casters more, I guess, and then talk more about what I have to talk about. I've sort of been praising the guard because I do favor them to win this, but that doesn't change the fact that the Union has proved that they're a powerful team. We can go ahead and look more at their player history. Again, they're on a very big win streak right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 series in a row, and the past 6 have all been flawless series. So for six series, they've been on a flawless win streak. No maps lost in the past 6 series that they played. That includes Valorant Challengers Brazil. That also includes so the final 3 matches that they played of Challengers Brazil, and that also includes the second, sorry, not the second, but the first 3 series that they've played in the group stage. So I am, we're in the group stage and playoffs of Ascension, I should say. The first 3 of Ascension, because they only played, each team only plays 2 series in the groups. It's weird. Point being, though, my point being, this is a big hot streak that these teams are on. I think a lot of these teams have so much to live up to right now. Again, I still favor the guard, but it can always not go the way I'm expecting. I would say it's an upset, but I think honestly the guard is the underdog coming into this series. I'm pretty sure most people view them as the underdog anyway, because nobody's expecting the guard to win Ascension. I don't think. I think people were mostly looking at, I was mostly looking at the Union and M80 coming into this, but the guard is suddenly a contender. I think people always thought maybe there's that possibility that they make that underdog story come through in Ascension, and it looks like they're moving towards that possibility. Again, this is a team where I feel like they've come to LAN, and despite not being at the home turf advantage, it doesn't matter. Their energy is so good here. Obviously, the Union is a Brazilian team. We're in Sao Paulo, Brazil. This is going to be a big ups for the side of the Union. They're gonna just have a little bit more of that energy brought to the scene. They're gonna be a little bit more excited when it comes to these series, just simply because they're gonna be in their home turf. They've got the fans behind them. But we've seen the guard time and time again still have such a good onstage performance. They love being able to see the other team in front of them. They truly have benefited from being on LAN rather than sitting in their homes. And it's definitely shown that, on top of just the improvements that they made to their performance and their strategies and their executes and all that good stuff. They've also shown that they're a powerful team in general and on LAN. Again, they've shown that LAN definitely helps benefit their energy, the motivation that they bring to this to these series. And yeah, I'm definitely very interested to see how this ends up panning out. Again, as I keep saying, I expect the guard to win, but it could go either way. Let's take a listen to the casters.
It's like really hard to read them, and they're just a really well-rounded team. Like, we knew how good they were, we just didn't really know how good.
Yeah, and as you kind of go down the list of players for the guard on the other side, I think you've got players that are the only role that sticks out to me that might not be as similar is the way that Tex is going to play the game versus the way that Askia is going to play the game. And that's something that the guard have mentioned, whereas Tex is going to be a bit more reserved, kind of more of a rock, versus Askia on the other side, who is kind of just diffuse. He's just, hey, go, go, go. Tex is going to be one of those players who is looking to receive some of that aggression and then look to dish it out.
The guard really has a known reputation to be like a team that's able to shut down a duelist. Like, they're really good at like shutting down like the early aggressions from a duelist. And I really love to see what they have planned for Askia, like how they're gonna deal with him just being a force, how they're gonna kind of shut down his momentum.
Yeah,
and that's something that they did yesterday.
Even Tex talked about like that duelist duel in a sense of Tex standing up to Askia. And honestly, Tex not the most powerful duelist coming into Ascension. I don't think anybody views them as that, and the stats don't show that. But it doesn't change the fact that Tex is still a powerful duelist, and it will be sort of that duelist battle. Now, of course, the Union V2ing Haven, like I talked about, was likely going to happen because of the fact that they have a 100% loss streak on Haven. The guard actually bans Lotus here. Interesting to see that. Fracture's picked by the Union. The guard decides to start on attack, the side that is favored on that map. Ascent is picked by the guard, no question there. It is their best map. Fracture's also not a map the guard struggles on. They don't like playing on it, but they've beaten M80 on it during the Grand Finals and North American Challengers, so they've got some level of confidence on it. The Union, of course, picking it because they've been doing well on it in Ascension the entire time that they've been playing on it. The decider will be Pearl if it goes there, which I do anticipate it to go there. The Union will start on defense. I'll talk more about that if we approach that. So both of these teams pick probably their best maps that they have available to them. Yeah, I'm excited to see the way that it goes. We're starting on Fracture, which is of course the pick from the Union. And I'm more than looking forward to this series to start. Again, I'm excited to see these agent selects. I expect it to be pretty much the meta you typically expect. Yeah, I'm very. I'm ready. I'm ready. I've said so much, but when we're talking about two teams that are so even, it's so hard to be like, this is what's in favor of this team, but also this team has this, right? It's like they're so equal. Let's take a look at the agent select though, as it looks like we're getting ready to start Fracture. The Union picks Breach, Raze, Sage, Cypher, and Brim. Okay, interesting. The guard picks Fade, Breach, Brim, Raze, and Cypher. So over on the side of the guard, going for that sort of meta double initiator that we see, a recon initiator, a breach, a good pick. But I want to highlight the Unit has gone for double sentinel. They're not the strongest defensive team, but they get 62%, which is a majority. And considering this is an offense-sided map, around 52% of pro rounds on Fracture do go to the offense because the defense gets pushed very quickly into their spawn when those entries onto site start. So as long as the offense takes out those defenders, it's a difficult retake. To counterplay that, you got to go for flanks. You got to just lock down the site, not lose your early engagements, get some early picks on your defense if you can, that type of thing. Now here the guard did decide which side they wanted to start on, and they do start on their offense. So this could be a good opportunity for the Union to show that this defensive sided comp works well for them. Now on their offense, they're going to struggle a little bit more. So they're hoping to take at least 7 rounds here on their defense to take the lead, or else their offense may look a little bit weaker, especially considering the guards got a little bit of a more meta pick. Sure, it doesn't favor the defense as heavily, but because the Union's running a more defense-sided comp, they are hoping to take the majority of their defensive rounds. We will see how this ends up going because this meta pick from the guard does still favor that offense a little bit. All right, we have VN able to take out Trent, and it's now going to be a 5v4 for the Union to start it off. Able to play this defense well. They've read that it's going to be a B hit, and they're able to find that pick. Unfortunately for them, though, the guard is actually going to be going towards A. NTK, though, takes out Jonah. There were 2 players pushing through Arcade. And now that the rest of the guard players are pushing into this A spawn, or not A spawn, A site, they're going to be able to get this spike down. You see Valen with those triple smokes all coming through to allow them to cross easily and securely. Or double smokes, rather. Net able to take out Askia. Now it's just a 1-player advantage. But no, Bonk takes out Valen on site. It's now going to be a 4v2. And DK is Aftershock going to take out Tex. It's down to Net, the Cypher. Getting pushed here. Pulls out the cam. Knows where these players are coming from, but it doesn't matter. VN takes him out. So the Union wins the pistol round. A good start for them. Again, the Union going to be trying to get the lead in this half because they're going to struggle a little bit more on their offense. Despite this being a more offense-sided map, the Union does want to take the majority of these, or at least keep it even on their defense to give themselves a good edge on this map. And I did say I expect a 3-map series. but I do favor the guard. So it's going to be down to the guard to try and put up a decent enough offense despite the defense-sided nature of this setup from the Union. And the Union's not going to struggle too much on their offense. So again, if the guard can get at least 6-6 tied up, they'll be in a good spot. The Union is hoping for at least the lead on their defense. The guard is hoping to at least tie it up. If it's tied up, everyone's sort of happy. Nobody's super upset at that point. And at that point, we may even see an OT come out. So it's going to be an eco from the guard. It's a buy from the guard. Or sorry, it's a buy from the Union. There you go. The Union and the guard. What an array of names here. We've got one player left for the guard after some early engagement in B main. Down to just Jonah in a 1v4. Jonah P getting flanked here. Doesn't matter. Ponk's still going to take Jonah P out before that flank even needs to come through. And the guard will take... Sorry. What is my brain doing? The Union is going to take the second round. So they win the first 2 in a row. I'm probably going to do that a lot where I confuse the Union and the guard just because their names are so similar. I'm glad this overlay is fixed as well. Obviously, towards the end of that second series, we had to go for that default observer POV, which isn't the biggest issue, but, it did get a little bit annoying at times, so glad to see we're back to normal. And now, the guard's going to be on a buy, of course, off of those first 2 rounds being a loss. They take that second round as Nico. Now they can buy. Meanwhile, the Union's going to be forcing a buy down. In some situations, on that second round, the guard could have forced, but because this is a more defensive setup from the Union, the guard's not going to want to be going for that force buy on that second round. Just because the Union should be able to win that round, right? So that's sort of the reasoning there as to why the guard does not force, in case you're wondering, because occasionally offense teams or teams on offense will force even if they lose that pistol round. And look at that, Trent able to take out Oskia. But over in Satellite, RVN takes out Net. You can tell the Union doesn't necessarily know where this push is coming from yet, though they're expecting an A hit, as they do have 3 other players leaning more towards A. Razga, RVN re-clears down Satellite. You can see the Union maybe getting ready for the possibility of a B hit. It's just one of their players. It's Ponk to lock it down. Jonah clears him out. So player advantage now for the guard. Now again, this is the bonus round from the Union. They're not favored to win the round, but if they can kill the majority of the guard's players, they'll put themselves in a good spot. After Shank comes through to get that spike planter off of his position, Spike's still going to go down. And minimal damage done. Tex takes a little bit, but nothing crazy. Do you see Union starting this retake? Trent, though, takes out Rafa. It's now going to be a 2v4 for the Union. Pushing in, Tex able to take NTK out. It's now a 1v4 for RBN, who has a Vandal, but not going to do any additional damage other than getting Jonah down to 45, which, doesn't really matter that much, as Jonah does take him out. So the guard will take the third round, their buy round. They had the gun advantage. They should have taken it, and they did, and they only lost one of their players, and they should be able to get that player a gun. So this next round's going to be a buy from both sides. The guard will be able to buy next round if they lose this one. The Union will not if they lose this one. So if the guard is able to win this round, they'll put themselves in a good spot. So this buy from both sides is the opportunity for the guard to get back in this. And also if they win this, of course, they tie it up. Puts them in a good spot in that regard as well. You see the guard using some util here to get some vision, that recon util, to get some vision into arcade. Recon util, which mind you, the Union does lack, other than maybe that Cypher Cam. Could be used for some recon, but you'll find it's a little bit more difficult to use than, say, a Sky Flash or a Sova Dart, that type of thing. We do see the guard able to push into arcade. There's some util used by the Union to push them off. Ooh, and look at that, Rafa trying to go for his Grim Wall behind Generator, which he's done multiple times. This time, though, denied. So he's going to have to play off of it, as he does get flashed, doesn't want to be exposed there. Oscar is starting to come for this flank. Spike does go down, though, so it's a 5v5 post-plant for the guard. See how they do end up playing this. NTK able to take out Valen. I believe that was through a smoke. Rafa takes out Net. Ponk takes out Jonah. Tex able to take out Ponk. Trent takes out Rafa. Now the flank coming through from Oscar. He takes out Trent. Tex gonna meet and take out Oscar. He's down so much health, though, and it's a 1v1 that NTK wins. So, although the first buy from both sides, so many players are lost from either side, the win does come through for the Union. Although the guard will be able to buy this next round, regardless of that loss, because they did win their buy round, their previous buy round on that third round of the half with so many of their players alive. So it does put them in a good spot here. to be able to buy 2 times in a row. The only issue is they're not able to win the first buy. So they're going to need to, again, show that adaptability I've been praising them for. And, you know, they're not looking as stable as I thought or as strong as I thought they may look on Fracture. Especially considering they've, you know, how much readability they showed against M80. I thought maybe they'd have put in the same amount of work towards the Union this time around, but it does seem maybe they're a little bit weaker against the Union than they were against M80. We'll see, though, as the guard now, again, back on a buy again, the exclusion of Valen, who's stuck on a Spectre. Although, look at the Union, 2 of their players on Bulldogs, so they're in a similar situation. Rolling Thunder, Neural Theft, and Orbital Strike, though, all good ults that the Union would like to try and use. They're going for this 3-player flank, or 2-player flank, rather. Tech 6 out Oskia, RVN just traded off. It's going to be a 4v4. The guard was ready for that flank play, and that shows some of that readability, that adaptability you'd expect from them. And the guard getting ready to push towards B. We're starting to spectating net. I thought Valen was an enemy player for some reason in my mind. Orbital Strike actually comes out from GarVN, because they do, for a second there, think it's an A push, but now that the re-aggression has started into B site, as Net takes out Rafa, it's going to put them in an awkward spot. Ooh, Neural Theft does catch Ponk out, and off of that, Aftershock comes out, but Rolling Thunder has come out from NTK, which does do some good damage and concussions, and GarVN is able to take out Jonah P, evening it out a little bit, so it's no longer a 2-player advantage. Orbital Strike, though, comes out, forces Net into, or NTK into the hands of Net, rather. It's now down to GarVN in a 1v3. It's got a Vandal, but it's looking like the second buy from both sides might go the way of the guard, and yeah, GarVN knows time not going to really be in his favor. He's just going to go for the save. Can't blame him there. It's not the most winnable position. Still winnable, but, you know, he doesn't want to test anything too crazy. Actually going to go towards watching B main. Nope, there's a Cypher chip. Can't do that, buddy. Thought about it, though. Maybe he'll catch someone. He wants to, you can tell. Valen might run right into him. Though they're ready for him to be there. Possibly. But yeah. So the Union not going to win that 5th round. So the guard does take the second buy from both sides. And actually, because that initial buy from both sides that the Union won, they lost all but one of their players. It meant that coming into this round, although they could force a buy, their eco was still not stable. So off of a loss, they would have to take an eco round, and that's exactly what comes through. So that was a good round for the guard to win, because now they're going to be able to get a buy going themselves. The Union won't, so they're going to have to be on an eco. So it's going to be a position where the Union will likely have to give up this round. They're not going to want to, and a timeout does come out to try and figure out how to win these buys. Now again, I've talked about it before, Fracture is an offense-sided map, but because of 2 Sentinels in the hands of the Union, this is a more defensive-sided team comp. So the Union is hoping to take the lead on their defense. If the guard can keep it even, they're in a good spot, especially considering they're running a more meta comp on Fracture. So their defense isn't going to look horrible. It's not going to look as strong as the Union's did, but because the Union's offense is going to be so weak, it could mean if they go into the second half tied 6-6, that the guard might be able to take the lead or take a win, or potentially it could at least go to OT is the sort of position we're in there. Because although the Union will be running a defense-sided comp, it sort of balances out because they'll be on the offense of Fracture, which in theory should be what's happening here, where the guard is able to beat the Union because they're on the offense of Fracture, so they have that bit of advantage to play against the Union, who's running that more defensive-sided comp. We'll see if that's the case. On this eco, though, look at the Union full stacking on A. Now, one of the benefits for the defense, although there are very few, one of them is that the Union can, or the defense rather, can rotate very, very quickly from each site to each site rather. But in this case, they've gone for a 3-player flank out of Satellite, and Net locks it all down. They all go down, and you can see the guard now like, we'll just push into A. Never mind, we'll go B. We just saw 3 there. And because it's an eco, they're reading that it might just be a full stack. Good choice there. Rafa pushes up, takes some damage, just going to get away now, inspecting his knife. Not going to use the heal, though. Weird position there. He only has a shorty, so he was hoping to maybe find an easy pick if he could. Now that heal comes out, they're watching A main. Meanwhile, the guard, they did spot Rafa over on A, so they're aware that there might be a player here on B, but there isn't. So they're going to still just try and clear it out, be cautious. They don't want to lose any players here, because a flawless buy round would be very, very good for them. Meanwhile, Rafa wanted to go for a flank, but has to destroy that trip before he can go. So he goes for it. There's still a Cypher cam watching that angle, so they'll know if that flank is coming through. And Rafa actually looks like he's going to be going for a flank through that north side of offense spawn. Meanwhile, NTK and CT coming in through that generator. Doubled up is Jonah and Valen. Boom. Goes the dynamite. NTK goes down. Ooh, Rafa is able to pick up a Vandal. What? How did... I don't know where he... Okay, whatever. Picks up the Vandal. Still going to be shut down by Valen after taking out Net as he crosses through to that south side, and the guard is very, very much so ready for him. So, although it's not a flawless round from the guard, they do win it with the majority of their players left alive. They'll all be able to get guns this next round. So their eco stability is going to be maintained here. And the guard looking pretty solid here. The Union, off of that eco, of course, going to be able to afford a buy. And, you know, Net did get 3 kills before he went down. So, you know, maybe it's okay that he dies. The eco that he got in that round will make up for it. We do have a Showstopper and a Nightfall coming out from the guard. Over on the side of the Union, they've got a Neural Theft and a Resurrection. So we'll see how these ults are played. Look at this. The Union going for an aggressive hold in an Arcade. Tex pulls out the Showstopper, though. He wants to find a pick, and he does. He takes out NTK. Takes a little bit of damage there. It goes down to 45, but still going to be alive to tell the tale. And now the guard going to start pushing towards B. Honk in heaven takes out Valen. Shredded off by Jonah, though. So player advantage maintained. Net takes out Gut RVN as well. So now it's a 2-player advantage. So 2-on-4 for the Union, and they just go to save. Good choice there. There's a Resurrection, but they're not going to be in a position to use it. So they do end up just going to save here. So and the Neural Theft comes out from Net, so they know that the save is coming out. And the Union is going to start it off, allowing the guard to not just tie it up, but it looks like the guard going to be able to take the lead. Again, the Union wants to at least keep it tied up going into the next half, if not take the lead themselves, because they're running a more defense-sided team comp. The only issue is, the biggest issue is, the guard, there's still so many rounds in this half, and because the guard has just taken a second buy round win, after already winning one of the buy rounds from both sides, it does definitely put me in a position where I'm like, maybe the guard is going to be able to take the lead going into the next half, if they continue to keep this momentum carrying through, which it looks like they may be able to. Obviously, the Union is a powerful team and knows when to save and you know, is able to preserve some econ that way, but only 2 other players survive, so it's not the majority, so they're not going to be able to even count as a full buy as we move into this next half. So the majority of the players might force, or they may just go for this eco where 2 other players have Vandals, so I'll call it a half buy. And we just see Ponk actually, no, he's going to go for a Sheriff. So Neural Theft and Resurrection in play for the Union. They also have a Showstopper 1 whole point away, so they could still win this round if they get that Showstopper up. Could make a big impact. Nightfall in the hands of the guard, though, could allow them to do an aggressive play. And again, the guard is getting better. Again, those first few rounds were won by the Union, but since then, the guard's sort of just shown that adaptability. Look at that. Net able to take out Rafa. Gun can be picked up by Ponk to re-peek it. Cypher Camp catches him, though. Can't re-peek it yet. It's 4v5 now from the Union. 4-on-5. What do you do here? They're going to be doing this weird aggressive play towards that north side of offense spawn. Unfortunately for the Union, though, it's an A push, and the guard is starting to push through. NTK is, of course, going to hear that being in CT, but he doesn't have the best gun, so he's not really going to be able to do a whole lot in the way of defending this site. Has to wait for those players that in Ponk who has a gun coming in through rope. Spike goes down. Aftershock comes out. Doesn't hit Jonah for too much, though. Ponk able to clear out Valen. That does even it out. It's now 4v4, but still low buy from the Union. It's going to make this difficult. Showstopper comes out from Moskia, and he takes out Trent. Although Tex from main gets 2, looking for more. He gets 3. Ponk shuts him down. It's now a 1v1. Cypher versus Cypher. Shooting through the smoke. Going to happen from Net. 5 HP. No! Net's not going to swing it! He thought he cleared it all out, and he nearly did. Oh, Net going to be holding his head. The eco round turns into a win for the Union, and almost all of the players die for the guard. What a good way to shut down some of that eco momentum that the guard has. The guard not going to be taking a timeout yet. They don't need to. The round didn't go horribly for them. It's just that Net, you know, misread that last play there. Again, showing why they're not the #1 seed from North America. It's still, again, as long as the Union can at least keep it tied up going into the next half. I mean, honestly, I expect it to stay tied up going into the next half. Like I talked about, oh, they do actually take a timeout. So like I talked about, the Union is running a more defensive-sided comp, but because it's offensive, it's an offense-sided map, it sort of balances out, where it in theory, if these teams are perfectly balanced, they'll go into the next half tied 6-6, and then we'll switch sides, where the guard doesn't have as defensive side of a comp, but because the Union's running a defensive-sided comp, on their offense, it sort of balances out that offensive advantage. So, in theory, this map should go to OT if these teams are really evenly matched. The tied scoreline of 4-4 does sort of reflect that, and if these rounds do start trading and we go into the next half tied 6-6, I'm confident in saying we might see an OT. Guard taking a timeout here. Again, to try and figure it out. Again, they are a very adaptive team, but they often have to use their timeouts to figure out more of that adaptation. We got a Rolling Thunder. We got a Nightfall in the hands of the guard. We got a Resurrection in the hands of Rafa. See what they can do here. 3 players for the guard coming in through Satellite. 2 going in through a main. We will see. These players do. Nightfall comes out. Prowler gonna clear out Askia. Still gonna send in those paint shells. Got RVN preventing the push through drop. Finds 2. Ponk takes out Jonah. NTK takes out Tex. Trent takes out NTK. And Askia takes out Trent. Only 1 kill comes here from the guard. So off of that timeout, the guard actually performed so badly. I mean, what on earth? They go for a split play. 2 through the north side. 3 coming in through the south side. And what? I mean, I've never... That's not what I would anticipate coming out from the guard. That's all I'm saying. Especially considering off of a timeout. Now, the guard does still have some econ to work with. They got such good econ stability. But that round definitely going to destroy your mental a little bit. But look at the eco for the guard. Still not very damaged. Still going to be able to buy for the next few rounds. Resurrection is still available for the Union. Honk spotted. Can't play too far up in B. The guard has got 4 now on that north side. 1 in that south side. It's net to lock it down. And there may be a flank coming through from the Union. They've got 2 in A main. I think they were waiting for a smoke to drop, and now they are going to push through. Ooh, lucky for Net as he just starts crossing over towards that north side of A. Ooh, but that Cypher trip destroying that south side. Net now going to be a little bit more cautious about the possibility of a flank. Looks like the guard now going to start rushing in to... Oh, Tex just like me. The guard's starting to push more into B site now. Ooh, concussion comes through. Tex still able to take out Rafa. Cosmetic concussion. It's actually maybe even a team concussion, possibly, so... Probably works out there. I don't think it was, actually. No. That would have been NTK. So it's a 4v5 now for the Union. It's down to Oski to lock down A site. He's the sole defender. And the guard has started to rotate over here. Sends paint shells through. They take out Valen. Tex able to take out NTK over on B site. So B site's actually cleared out, but it's not like the guard's going to rotate back through. Pog actually takes out Trent. Spike plant going down. Net takes a little bit of damage. It's a 3v3 though. Net takes so much wallbang damage. Oh, Bonk able to take out Jonah. Now it's a 3v2. The guard showing some of that mechanical difference in why the Union... Ooh, Net able to take out 1, but no, can't make it a 2-for-1. So it's down to Tex in 1v2. If there's a duelist, it's Net, but Spike's just going to be held. Nope, GG there. And this round will go to the Union as Ponk takes out Tex. What a round for Ponk. 3 kills in the round. All of those very pivotal kills. Kills that matter. And the Union gets to the 6th round. Now, I said they wanted to be taking the lead going to the next half. And it's looking like they're moving in that direction. As the guard honestly started playing worse after taking a timeout. If I'm honest. I don't know. I mean, they're missing their gunfights that they should be able to win. So, I don't know. Maybe that timeout shook them up a little bit. They got a little scared. Their mental got a little shook up. I don't know what it is. But all of a sudden, after that timeout, strategy was still about the same. And then they started losing their gunfights. So need to see that be cleaned up. 3 ults for either side. Orbital strike for both teams. Neural theft for both teams. Union also has a resurrection. The guard also has a showstopper. Tex able to get an entry pick onto Rafa. Bonk though holding the ADS with the Vandal. Takes out Tex. So no more showstopper to entry with. Bonk's cam. Can catch that plant about to go down. Orbital strike comes out. Stops the plant momentarily. But then the counter orbital strike comes out from the guard. Spike now going to get to go down. Valen down to 5 HP though. Still going to get the spike down. Neural theft does come out though. Oskia's grenade though, paint shell is going to clear out Valen. So player advantage down in the hands of the Union. Oh. Jonah P able to take out RVN. Oskia takes out Trent. Jonah takes out Ponk. NTK takes out Jonah. It's down to net in a 1v2. He takes out one. Onto NTK. Looking for the final pick, and he gets it. He cultures the 1v2 to secure a round for the hands of the guard. They need one more to tie it up. They're going to have some econ for this last round. Union should also have some econ. Yeah, right? Yeah, wait. No, not all of them can buy, I don't think. Honestly, I saw that Boombot going for Jonah, and I was like, alright, well, he's dead. But no, he found 2 before he went down. Pivotal factor there. He knew he was probably dead too. That's why he ran in and started running and gunning. Union, look at that face. Yeah, they're very, very aware that they choked that. Spectre is in the hand of Oskia. Ooh, Tex able to take out Oskia. Ponk there to trade it off. I mean, Ponk, maybe a Cypher player, but doesn't change the fact that he's a powerful fighting force. So we're looking for more. Not gonna find it. 4v4. Prowler comes through. NTK takes out Tramp. Valen trades it off, though. Neural Theft comes through. Now a flank coming through. Valen takes out Ponk, but Rafa trades it off with a flank. Both of these players in main, because Net came through that north side through drop. And the final round of the half goes to the Union as they shut down Net. 7-5, the final score. And we're going to this next half where the guard is down 2 rounds. Not the best way to do it. But the Union will struggle on this offense because they're running a defense side of comp. So, I mean, you've seen even their Sentinel in Ponk can frag out. Even Rafa can frag out. Even their Sentinels have that good firepower. We'll see what the guard decides to pull out. I've talked about it before. The guard is a team that typically favors the defense. They're a more strategical team. They like to be able to adapt their strategies to what their opponents pull out. So if the guard takes his pistol round, they will immediately be able to most likely tie it up, unless the Union decides to force if they lose this round. We'll see, though. The guard does have to win this round, though, in order for that to be a possibility. Look at the guard, though. They've got a good read. The Union read beautifully as they start this push into A. Prowler comes through. Still, the Union committing to the site. Drone able to take out RVN. NTK takes out Tex. Trent takes out Askia, though. Valen takes out Ponk. Jonah takes out NTK. Rafa trades it off, but Jonah shuts it down by taking out Rafa. 3 players left alive for the guard, and I did say if they get that pistol round, they can immediately tie it up. And guess what? That's exactly what they do. Now, if the Union wants, they have the offensive advantage. They could force if they felt like it. They don't have to, though, and honestly, I wouldn't want them to. It's not a great decision. They're already up rounds. There's no point in doing it, other than to try and prevent an early lead for the guard. It does look like they're not going to force here. Which, again, I'm okay with. I agree with that decision. And not just because I want the guard to have a free round, but also just because they're running a defense-sided comp, right? So I wouldn't lean on the possibility of being able to frag out too much here. Look at this. Rafa pushing up down B with a Marshall. You know he's a powerful player with it. If he gets caught off guard, though, he might get taken out. There you go. The guard on their guard takes out Rafa. It's going to be a 4v5. Again, it's an eco from the Union, but that Marshall was a powerful force. Could have done some damage, but now it's just down to the rest of the players from the guard from the Union to try and make a comeback here, but look at that. Jonah takes out NTK. It's now a 2v5. The remaining 2 Union players are in A main, which is less defended, but they're deciding actually to back up. They're like, no, the guard's going to know we're going A. Let's go back towards B. Looks like they're going to cross across rope. Maybe. Well, one of them does. Doesn't look like Askia wants to. Unfortunately, though, he's going to peek Jonah. who's ready for him to be there. Meanwhile, got RVN's coming in through that north side of A. Look at Trent ready. And as Valen takes out Oskia, it's down to Got RVN. Hopefully he doesn't walk knife out. No, he doesn't. It's down to Trent to lock this down. Knows he's there. And boom. There you go. Head tap. Insta. Got RVN down. Flawless force buy round for the guard to tie it up. A good way to do it as well. The Union now going to be going into a buy. The guard going to be on an eco. Or not an eco. A bonus. So they're not going to have nearly as good guns to work with. But they do still have, you know, Tex with the Guardian. Bulldogs. It's not going to be the easiest fight for the Union. Still should be able to take the round, though, and get this lead back in their favor. But again, very, very offense-sided map. But the Union running a defense-sided comp balances that out, where it should be a little bit easier for the guard on this defense even. But there you go. They're ready for the guard to play aggressive, and they try and shut it down. GarVN takes out Tex. Valen takes out Oskia. GarVN takes out Valen. Net takes out GarVN. Traded 3v3 now. Rafa has pushed through Arcade and into B. Meanwhile, Ponk is over in that north side of A, near Satellite. Now backing out through Satellite to go back to that north side of offense spawn and join his team to go for B. Rafa caught out in heaven. And at this point, the guard was ready for an A hit, but it seems now, based off of that cam, they're going to be more ready for this B hit. Look at this. Jonah and Trent going to be going for a flank. Now, none of the Union is going to stop that, although there is a Cypher cam there, which could definitely stop that. Cypher chirp broken. Now the guard knows for a fact that this is going to be a B hit. Ooh, Cypher cam in that north side of offense spawn spotted those two flankers, so going to be heavily defended. Ooh, Rafa gets concussed and Prowlered. Now down to his team to defend them. Ponk takes out Jonah, but Net takes out NTK, so he's re-entering through Canteen. There's a 2v2 here. Already, the guard has done enough. They've killed the majority of the Union's players to deny Econ stability, but now they're in a 1v2 for the Union. Trent takes out Rafa, but Ponk takes out Ned. It's now a 1v1. The gun has been picked up by Trent. Even guns here. It's a Vandal versus a Vandal. Some time to be played here. Ooh, Trent takes it to half. Can he get it? I think he does. No! Just barely. 0.1 second. The clutch not going to come through from Trent. Wow. Down to the wire. But guess what? That was the Union's buy. And they won it. All of their players died. So this next round's actually a half buy from them. That was the guard's bonus, and they nearly won it. Sure, they all died. But they were okay with that. They were even okay with losing, because they would have been able to buy this round regardless. And now they really can buy, and they can likely win it, because the Union has nothing. Sorry, that sounded depressing. No, the Union has very little guns. There you go. Look at this. What a good concussion. Jonah takes out Oskia. Trent takes out Rafa. Got RVN able to take out Tex, but Trent takes out Got RVN and NTK. It's down to Ponk in 1v4. We clutched out the 1v2, but no, not a 1v4. Clutch, he goes down. So a round that should have been easily won by the guard is, and that'll tie it up. Although the Union won that third round of this half like they should have, they did it in a way that left them so vulnerable. And look at this. The Union not even able to afford a complete full buy. You got Ponk on a Spectre. Look at their guard. They've got some good econ stability at this point. They got a Nightfall to use this round. Sure, Union's got a Neural Theft and an Orbital Strike, but being down a Spectre could weigh on them. It is Ponk who's down on that Spectre, though, and if there's a player that can use it, it is him. We'll see if he can do that here. Looks like the Union going to be pushing towards that south side of A, in through A main. The guard aggressively holding in towards Satellite. Nobody's there. The whole of the Union is going in towards A main. Trent going to be the first to see the extent of that push. So much util being used. Nightfall actually comes out. So Prowlers start to come out off of that. Concussions come through. His guard is getting to re-entry through drop. You can see the Union so aware of that. And you know the guard knows they're aware of that. Trying to figure out how to approach it. The Nightfall effect has worn off now. Oski is able to take out Tex and drop. It's now going to be a 5v4. Rafa spotted below rope. And he's taken out by Valen. But Oski is there to defend. He takes out Valen and Trent. Net's still there, though. Drops down. Able to take out one. Gets flashed, though. May get finished off. No. Able to avoid it. Meanwhile, Ponk takes out Jonah, and RVN takes out Net. So the defense does not go well for the guard. Union able to take the first complete buy from both sides. And at this point, I would take a timeout if I'm the guard, but they may just want to wait a little bit longer, because they do have enough eco to get at least somewhat of a buy here. Orbital Strike available for both of these teams. I mean, what a play from Oskia. Really, truly an impactful moment there. Again, these rounds are coming down to the wire. I still would not be surprised if this map went to overtime. With the way that these teams are playing, with how close it's been, trading back and forth. Again, I wouldn't blame these teams taking it to OT. Tech's able to take out Oskia in early entry pick. Now again, this is a buy from both sides. Although the guard lost it, they had so much econ stability built up, they were able to pull it back together here. Neural Theft available for Ponk. Orbital Strike available for RBN. We'll see what they can do here. The Union is getting ready to push into A. It's just down to Tex on site. See what he can do here. He already got a pick. Could be more than enough, but if he gets one more, I mean, he's in a good spot. He gets one more, looking for more. He gets another. He gets a third. He gets a fourth, looking for the ace. Ponk takes out Trent, but he's down to 30. Tex is hunting him down with the showstopper. Doesn't get him. Punk's down to 30 HP. What a play from Tex, and he's still alive with 50 HP. Concussion coming through. They're not going to hunt him down. They know Punk's explosive potential. They don't want to risk too much here. Punk doesn't have the spike, though, and he's just going to go to save his gun. So an ace not going to come through from Tex, but an impressive 4K to lock down that push through a main. Ties it back up. Again, I'm still not going to be surprised if this goes to OT with the way these rounds are trading. However, off of this round loss, the Union will not be able to buy next round. One of their players holds onto a gun. They might be able... Nah. Let me think about this. I don't think they can. Yeah, they would need 2 players to still be alive. So, I do believe the Union's going to have to go on an eco or a half buy. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. Sometimes teams pull out the weirdest eco management that I've ever seen, but I do think the Union will be able to buy next round. I've never seen Cypher up close that much. I do think not buy. The Union's going to be on an eco. We do have 4 ults for the Union though. Very, very impactful ults. Again, let's get a replay of this. 2, 4, 2 through 4, just like that. I mean, oh, dude, if Tex had gotten that showstopper ace, that would have been the clip. Yeah, it's going to be an eco from the Union. They just don't have eco to work with here off of that round loss. So they've got a Resurrection, a Rolling Thunder, a Showstopper, and an Orbital Strike. The guard has an Orbital Strike of their own. We may even see some of these ults come out from the Union. They may also just want to save them until next round, when they're going to be on a buy. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 1 or 2 of them come out, though. So the Union is not, you know, they do like to use some of these ults, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense when they're on ecos, just because getting an eco win could be good for them, especially if they're going to keep trying to trade these rounds. But look at that. Valen able to get a pick onto Ponk through a smoke. Orbital Strike getting ready to come out to deny the plant as well. He gets tapped. Net takes out RVN. Doesn't get tapped yet, actually. Rafa, very low on HP. Orbital Strike still not out. I mean, if that went out in heaven, if the Orbital Strike goes out in heaven, it may just be over. The entire bloodline gone. Neural Theft came out from the guard, so they know the extent of those players in heaven, but they don't decide to put it out. Can't blame them. Again, they know it's an eco from the Union. They don't want to spend too much. Concussion come through. Look, Oscar is trying to entry into CT. Only has a Frenzy, though, and Trent able to win that gunfight. It's 2v5. Rafa trying to do some damage. He takes out Valen. It's down to NDK as Trent takes out Rafa, and no, Tex shuts it down. And the guy will now take the lead. I've said this before, though. I've also said the Union's taken the lead so many times because these teams are really going back and forth here. Although, if you look at the scoreline, or you look at... you look at the way this half has gone. Only 2 rounds have been won by the Union. 5 have been won by the guard. So, that just goes to show the Union did go into this half with the lead. But again, the Union is running a defensive-sided team comp, and they're coming into this half on the offense. So they're not going to be able to take advantage of that offensive-sidedness because they lack that sort of aggressive util you might typically see. They don't have a recon initiator, so they can't get good vision when they're trying to entry onto these sites. So they have real good, really, or very much so, a lack of vision as to where these players are unless they shoot through the smoke like that. Orbital Strike comes out in B main, but spraying through the smoke, Jonah gets caught out. Goes down, and it's not going to be a 5v4. 4 ults still available for the Union. No ults available for the guard at this point, and really not even close to getting up. Very poor ult economy at this point, so the Union does have that advantage in that case, plus their upper player now started off. Pong coming in through that north side. Cypher Trip comes out. Net trying to play within his own Cypher cage. Oskia entering in, trying to clear out sight. Is going to be able to. I mean, nobody's there. Dak's able to take out Oskia, actually, which does make this a 4v4. And then Net takes out Pong, making it a 3v4. Orbital Strike going to come out from the RBN, though, and Rafa is able to take out Net off of that. But Valen with a flank takes out NTK. It's now going to be a 2v3 here. Sage Wall's already been used. Rez can come through, though. Ooh, Tex tried to get rid of the Rez. But no, will be evened out now. 3v3. Incendiary going to play time in A main. Incendiary from the other side comes out. She does sort of corner these players in the Union under hell, but nobody's got util to abuse that choke point. Although, there you go. Tex takes out Rafa and Trent takes out Oskia. It's now going to be a 2v1. Go RBN can clutch it up. No, he can't. 3 kills available for Tex is winnable, but not quite there. And that does mean the guard has now taken a 2-round lead, starting to look less and less winnable for the Union. I came into this series saying I'm expecting a 3 map. I'm expecting these teams to take their map pick, but the guard is looking at taking the map pick from the Union. And it's not like Fracture is a bad map for the guard. The guard really doesn't have any bad maps. Same could be said for the Union with the exclusion of Haven, but of course, like I said, they can ban it. And also, like I said, these teams aren't just fighting for a spot in the Grand Finals. They're also fighting for the upper bracket winner, because if you win through the upper bracket and get to the Grand Finals, you get both of the map bans. Which means, even if the Union gets knocked out here, wins their lower final, gets back to the Grand Final, the guard can actually end up bringing Haven into the map pool by not banning it. So if the Union wins this going into the Grand Final, they're definitely going to want to ban Haven because they've got a really bad win rate on it. But if they go into the Grand Final because they got knocked into the lower final and had to win that, then the Union will be forced to play on a map that they're bad on, making it an even bigger struggle for the Union to try and win Ascension. I'm starting to look more and more at the guard, especially if they win Fracture, as a team that might be able to win Ascension, and they may get their spot in NA franchising. It's looking like they're moving in that direction, if I'm honest, and I think what the Union's been struggling to do is entry onto these sites, and it's because of that lack of initiator util. They're running a more defensive-sided comp. Sure, they took the lead going into this half, but it needed to be a bigger lead than it already is, and it was only a 2-round lead, and the guard just being on a team that has a decent team comp. It's not a horrible team comp for defense. They got a Cypher. They got some good initiating util. That can be just enough to continue to take a good defense side, especially against a team that isn't running a good offense-sided comp. So the guard's able to quickly close it up. The guard also just has really good adaptability. I talked about it before. They're a defense-sided team in general because they know how to respond well to what their opponent is doing, which is harder to do on offense. It's hard to respond to your opponent on offense because that's the job of the defense. You're responding to where the offense is going. You're responding to the strats that the offense pulls out. Ooh, look at that. The guard able to find some early engagement in Ponk, who's lurking in A main. And look at this, they're chasing him down. These players don't want him to get away. Running. Still chasing him. Meanwhile, the rest of the Union has pushed into B site. This spike getting ready to go down on B side as well. There are still 3 players in CT for the guard. Trent takes out Rafa. Reminder, this is an eco from the Union, so not necessarily going to win it. Trent takes out Go RBN. Ponk has to reload, and Jonah catches him in that reload. It's now going to be a 2v5 for the remaining Union players, and Net and Valen shut them both down. So the guard now in the 12th round. The Union going to be on a bye. They have to win 3 in a row in order to secure their map, or at least try and secure it. They'll just go to overtime, and then they have to fight through that. So they need 3 in a row to take it to OT. The guard, I mean, they can taste the victory here on this map. And if they take this map, we could see the 2-0 curse continue. in Ascension, where the upper finals is 1 and a 2-0, because I don't doubt that the Guard's going to be able to win Ascent. That's why I said coming into this, I expect a 3-map because both of these teams are going to win their map picks. But if the Union doesn't win theirs, I mean, I'm not saying it's over. There's still a possibility. But it just seems like the Guard coming into Ascension knew that they were going to have to prepare to fight M80 and the Union. And it just seems like they're really able to do that versus the Union came into Ascension thinking, we're going to win this. They didn't really feel like they needed to prepare for any team in particular necessarily. You even heard them say, which showed a very clear lack of understanding of the Guard, that M80 and the Guard have a very similar playstyle, which just isn't true. Although in this round, Tech's able to take out Oskia, but then Ponk takes out Tex, and Rafa takes out Trent and Jonah P. It's now going to be a 2v4. Yeah, it's just not true. M80 is a more explosive team. They're an offense-sided team. Like I said, the Guard is a very adaptive team. That's why they favor the defense. And because of the fact that they thought this was a team that was similar to M80 shows a lack of understanding of the difference between these two NA teams, which shows the Union wasn't necessarily prepared to fight against each of those teams individually. They took out M80 in the group stage, sure. But the Guard is not M80. They're a different team, straight up. And I think, again, it shows that lack of understanding from the Union, which may weigh on them. Look at Net in CT. Trying to catch these players off guard. Looks like at this point, Valen just going to be going to maybe find a pick, just save his gun. So the Union does win this round that they needed to win to bounce back. Good start for them. They need 2 more. Orbital Strike coming out from Ga RVN. Good play factor. And the Guard still not very close to too many of those ults. What a good A execution, though, from the Union. Entering very, very effectively. And again, the Union has some really solid firepower. But I'd say the Union is successful for a similar reason that M80 is successful. Where M80's got some really powerful firepower. They have decent executes and decent strats to execute well and defend well, and retake well, that type of thing. I mean, literally, if that spike goes down, the Union wins almost 100% of the time. They're a team that really knows how to play post-plant. The thing is, they fall to similar issues as M80, where they know that they're so good and they're the top dogs that they don't really prepare too hard to fight those lesser teams, which is why the Guard was already able to beat M80. It's why, and it could be why they lose to the Guard here. All right, in this round, I'm going to start doing play-by-play now. The Union getting ready to push in towards B. They're actually able to take B site. No picks have come through, so the Guard does still have some util to stop that plant. And Jonah P is actually able to take out Ponk through the smoke. Sage Wall does go up to wall off Generator. Look at this, though. We do have Net coming in through Canteen. Ooh, NTK takes out Net and Valen, but Texas Paint Shells take out 2. Rafa takes out 1, and it's now going to be a 2v2. Ooh, Showstopper has come out from Tex, and he misses the shot, but he still goes in with the shorty and finds the pick. It's traded off. It's a 1v1 now. Spike is tapped. Oh, and Jonah P completely unaware. There you go. The win comes through from the Union. 1 round away, though, from tying it up. And I do think, I'm not going to say the Union is just M80. They are different teams. The Union does bring a deeper level of strategy than I feel M80 does. But I think the Guard prepares to fight specific teams. Like, I think they are ready for each team's strategies, and they know which strats teams are going to pull out. Versus M80, the Union, they don't necessarily prepare for each team individually. Instead, they prepare their own individual play. They prepare their own strategies, their own executes. Sure, they're also able to adapt when they need to. Sure, they also know how to use timeouts effectively. But they also, like, the Guard comes into Ascension knowing that the 2 teams they have to beat are the Union and M80. So who are they going to be trying their hardest to study and understand and anti-strat? It's going to be the Union and M80. And they already proved they could do it against M80. And the Union, who I talked about it yesterday, they look kind of weak against Fusion, making some small mistakes. And the Guard is the type of team to know that and know how to take advantage of that. Obviously, it does seem as though the Union has cleaned some of that up, especially coming into Fracture. But I am worried going into Ascent if some of those mistakes, if the Guard is going to be better at counterplaying. Although, obviously, as I keep talking about how the Guard might be able to beat the Union, the Union has started to make that 3-round win streak a reality. They just need one more. The Guard has taken this time out to try and figure out how to stop the Union. I think the Guard has stopped going for these aggressive, hard-read anti-strats and had started to just play more in CT, and the Union was able to take advantage of that. Look at this, though. The Guard has gone for a 4-player stack on B. It's leaning more towards an A hit from the Union. Operator on Tex does do some damage. Finds one, does end up getting traded off. The Orbital Strike forces him out. And, yeah, he just gets pushed there. Could have maybe found one more before he went down, but he does whiff that off shot. Ooh, look at that. The res can come through onto Ponk as well. Neural Theft also an option to figure out where these Guard players are, and there you go. Now they're going to know how heavily defended A is. They're going to know there's a flank coming through from net. And they do just decide, alright, lesser of two evils. Let's go fight the flank. Fortunately for net, though, he's backed out. Made the smart play there. And it actually looks like the Guard now getting ready for an A hit. Although the unit is just going to go B. Because they saw the heavy B presence. Or the heavy A presence earlier. So they're getting ready to push into B. Starting that entry. Rolling Thunder comes out into CT. Not going to hit anybody. And net in heaven. Able to take out Oskia. Looking for more. Sends out the Cypher Cam to try and get some vision. Does get taken out, though. Got RVN. Pushes into heaven. Not going to find anybody. Because net has dropped out. Gone through Arcade. Now Rafa takes out Jonah P, though. So player advantage in the hands of Union. Bonk takes out Trent. It's now going to be a 4v2. 2 HP left for Rafa, but may not matter. His NTK's operator takes out net. Picked that up in the previous round. It's now going to be a 1v4 for Valen to try and prevent OT, but it looks like we may be seeing an OT come through. So all NTK has to do is hit the op shot, but he doesn't even have to as Rafa takes Valen out, and we're going to overtime. 12-12, the final score. So we move into the first round of overtime. Now, this is the second overtime I believe we've seen in the whole of Ascension. Unless I'm mistaken. The longest we've seen in America's Ascension so far, the longest RT was 17-15, and that was M80's second map against the Union. Keep in mind, this is the Union's pick, and we're already going to OT, so clearly these two teams are evenly matched. And I think, again, we're talking about the Guard who heavily depends on being a more defensive team, or rather, heavily depends on being able to adapt a lot better to the side of the Union. The Union just trying to play their best, which is very, very good. Their best is very, very good. This is why people say they're the second coming of Loud. It's because they are a very powerful team overall. They've got decent strats, even if they're not super good at anti-stratting or adapting as a team like the Guard is. And I think if they could implement more of that anti-stratting, then they'd be the perfect team. Regardless, they're still able to put up a good fight. Now, like I talked about, defensive side of comp from the Union, okay? And both of these teams had a better defense than offense. So it's going to be down to whichever team can secure their first offensive round win rather than the defensive round win. Oskia able to take out Tex and Trent. Again, this is the side that should be easier for the Union. Gut RVN takes out net. Valen takes out Gut RVN. Oskia is able to take out Valen, though, so the showstopper comes out. Not going to take out Jonah. It's down to Jonah in a 1v4, and he's rotating over towards B. He crossed towards that north side of offense spawn. He's running it over. Oh, Sage Wall. But it does go down. Perfect timing there. And now he can get on B site. He picked up an orb as well, so if he gets 2 picks, that orbital strike, or not orbital strike, that rolling thunder can come out. Does destroy that Cypher trip. But at this point, the Union already knew that this is what was happening. The question is Jonah ready for the flank through A main? B main, rather. I don't know why I'm getting so confused all of a sudden. Nope, he's not. And Oskia is able to get the 4th kill for himself in the round by taking out Jonah. And that, again, this is the side that should be easier for the Union. And it was. They took the win with 4 players left alive. So now the Union has to win on the side that was harder for them, which was their offense. But they're also coming off of a 3-round win streak on their offense. So it's very, very possible they shut this down right now and win this round. The Guard may want to use a timeout here. Keep in mind, I'll go over the rules once again if we enter that second. I'll go over the timeout rules if we enter the second, if we enter a second OT. There are some interesting rules about the overtime timeouts, but I guess I can go over it now as the Guard just call a timeout. So the way that it works in overtime with your timeouts is you get 1 timeout to start out with. Each team gets 1 timeout. if you use a timeout, you get another timeout in 4 rounds. So you have to wait 4 rounds, 4 total rounds, and not like 4 rounds of OT or like 4 phases of OT. No, it's 4 total rounds. So after this point, this next round will happen. The guard wins it, and then the next 2 rounds happen and nobody wins. And then another round happens, then the guard will have another OT to use. So use it sparingly because they are pretty spread out. Obviously, if your opponent uses a timeout, you can talk during that time as well, figure yourself out, figure out what to do as far as how to secure all that. The guard just wants to make sure that they can shut down this defense, or sorry, secure this defensive round, and then figure out how to shut down the defense from the Union if they enter that second phase of OT. So they just want to clean everything up, figure it all out, and yeah, spreading out those timeouts like that is sort of designed to help make it, obviously, so that way you don't just get 1 OT or timeout per overtime, and then, you know, you go 35 rounds into OT and everybody has no idea what to do. So just allow some of that time to be played. Again, I did expect some timeout or some overtimes to come out in this series. I expected multiple. We're only 1 map in, so it's still possible. Look at Tex, able to take out Pog. Is he going to get another impressive 4K? Maybe not. He misses those paint shells. Tex on top of site. I believe he gets concussed, and he's getting wallbanged. I mean, this is not looking good for him. Yeah, he gets shut down by NTK, so that trade does eventually come through. So it's going to be 4v4 here. Guard and Rope getting ready to drop out. Flash comes through, and boom, Rafa goes down. Trade not going to come through either as Trent takes out RBN, and now it's a 2-player advantage for the guard. The final players for the Union in a main, getting ready to go through door and entry into Sands. Net may be the first to see it, and he gets a kill onto Askia. NTK in main as well. Needs to clutch a 1v4. No, not going to do it, so the guard will take it to a second phase of OT. Now, if the Union wants to, they have a timeout to use. The guard, of course, just used theirs to try and figure out how to shut down not just that round, make sure that they take it to another phase of OT, but also figure out how to plan their offense. Yeah, and it looks like that timeout will be called by the Union. They really want to shut this down as best as they can. I can't blame them. Again, both of these teams, neither of these teams super struggled on their offense. It's just that both of these teams only won 5 rounds on their offense. So it's, you know, it is just the side that's going to be harder for these teams. Oh, actually, that timeout wasn't called. I thought it was because I thought I saw the timer pause. I was mistaken, though, so we'll just go right into this. The Union doesn't want to use one, apparently. Which, again, I understand. The guard just used theirs, so they had some time to talk, figure it out. The defense is the easier half, or the easier side, rather, for the Union. Because they did, again, get the majority of their defensive rounds, so both of these teams are going to have a better defense than offense. But you just saw, in that first phase of OT, both of those teams on their defense won with 4 of the 5 of their players left alive. So it's a very even play here. Very clearly. The guard starting this take through Arcade. Tex gets into heaven, but he's immediately shut down by NTK. And off of that, the guard actually can't do anything in the way of trading it off because that Aftershock prevents the guard from pushing in. There's some Fade util that comes through to try and do some damage, additional damage rather. We do see the guard getting ready maybe to rotate. Yeah, looks like that's where they're going. They do have Net lurking in a main. That's not where they're going to join him, though. It looks like they were thinking about going just through that north side of offense spawn towards Satellite and then over towards Drop. But looks like they are actually going to be going back towards B, hoping that they baited out a rotate. And they have a little bit. Both Sentinels are on A, which means it's just down to these more offensive players to lock down B side. And it looks like they can. RVN takes out Valen and Jonah P. Askia takes out Trent and Net. And it's a flawless defense from the Union. The guard now going to need to take it to another round. Or rather, another phase of OT. And it looks like the Union now taking their timeout to try and close it out. Now it's a tech pause, but I would imagine it's that timeout coming out. As they do just want to shut it down. Close it out. They struggled on their previous round of offense. And they know, again, the Union is running an offense-sided team comp. So it's not going to be easy for them to play these offensive rounds. And that's why they struggled a little bit. I thought maybe coming into OT they would be able to carry that momentum that they got towards that end of that first half or sorry, towards that end of the main game phase where they got a 3-round win streak. I thought maybe they'd carry through that offensive momentum, but no. So I think the guard just really scrambling here to be like, okay, all right, so let's play it calm here, and yeah, the guard starting, because the guard started on their offense, it puts them in this awkward spot where now the Union gets to start on defense first in overtime, which means that assuming they win the side that is going to be easier for them, they're able to just take that early round lead to give them some of that movement. That does mean, though, if that initial first round in each phase of OT is won by the guard, then the Union is in an awkward spot where the guard is suddenly up the round they shouldn't be up. So it goes both ways, where it's a little bit awkward. But I'd say it's a little bit of a worse off position for the guard, because obviously they're going to have more pressure on them after that first round is won. Look at this. Once again, an A push shut down. Jonah takes out Ponk. Trent takes out NTK. It would take an impressive individual performance and individual play from the Union to even it back up. But no, Trent shuts it down. After Askia takes out Tex, Trent takes out Askia and NTK, or RVN. I don't remember which one. And it's not going to be a 1v4 for Rafa. Spike still isn't down. In fact, Spike is in the hands of the guard. No point in saving for Rafa. Just got to push through and decide how to approach this. There's no easy way to approach this. But hey, if there's a player that can do it, it is Rafa, one of the top few players for the Union. Not going to be easy for them, though, knowing who they're up against. Net making sure they're not pushing through rope. They're still pushing through door, though. Rafa closed door and then opened it again, so the guard is prepared for the possibility that it's going to be a retake through a main, but also you can see they're very, very aware. Now they definitely know, and a flank pick going to come through from Net most likely. Net not playing too risky, though. Oh, there could have been good timing for Net, but he doesn't swing off of contact, and it doesn't matter. Rafa going to peek that doubled up combo of Jonah and Valen, and boom. The guard takes it to another phase of OT. Nearly a flawless round, only losing one of their players to combat the flawless defense that the Union had just put up. And now, if this round ends, the guard will get another timeout up, and they may just want to use it then, shut it down. It's sort of the position they're in. They just need to shut it down in every opportunity that they get.
This is what we wanted. A big contest between two teams that took down the favorites in this event. M80, formerly #1 for franchising spot.
It looks like the guard going to get ready to push towards A. But they are playing so much more calm now. Again, they've been so used to losing these offenses. It looks like they want to switch it up with these offensive rounds. Looks like they want to switch it up. Again, both teams struggled more on their offense than their defense. So the offense is the harder side for both of these teams. And it's going to be down to whichever one of these teams can win their offense to try and win the map. And that, in theory, if, say, the guard wins their offense, they should then be able to win the map because they'll have an easier time on the defense. But it is always possible that the guard wins their offense and then in turn the Union wins theirs. Even if these teams struggled more on either side. Guard waiting so patiently. There was a stage wall in A main. And it looks like the guard just going to push right through that. Get ready for this execute. Prowler. It's Trent and Net coming in through that north side. We saw this exact same execution from the guard to start off the OT. Didn't really work out for them then. We'll see if it does here. They waited much longer before starting this execute. And they actually fake it out, and now they're rotating over towards B. It's not going to be an easy sight, though. Such a good defense set up, and RVN takes out Valen. Askia takes out Tex. Time running low. Rafa takes out Net over and drop, and it's just down to Trent and Jonah. Trent takes out Askia. Flash, though. Nobody cashes in. It's NTK in heaven. Spike doesn't get to go down in the final, or not final, but the first round of the third main game phase. Triple OT, won by the Union, as they should have been able to, and they only lose one of their players, as usual. The guard now has another timeout to use if they want to, but it looks like they're not going to. They're confident in their ability to win this defense. The Union still has yet to use a timeout as well. No, they did use one. I think. They're all blending together now. There's so many rounds at this point. I can't remember. It looks like the Union is going to get ready to push towards B.
At least that's the thought for now. They put a sound cue over towards the A site.
Feigning pressure here to try and lure players into a fight.
It's going to be Pang continuing that contact at the same time. Everyone from the Union just inching their way forward.
It looks like, ooh, the Union getting pressured hard from the guard. A 3-player push out. A main is spotted by the Union. Guard's still going to go for this 3-player flank. And it's actually our generator that ends up getting walled off. Not the flank, but it doesn't matter. Rafa takes out net. Go RVN finds 2. Valen takes out NTK. And Tex takes out Go RVN. Valen loses to Rafa. It's down to Tex to clutch out a 1v3 to prevent the Union from winning their map pick. The guard was in such a position to win this map. Then they fumbled the last 3 rounds. And boom, Tex. Oh no, he still finds the pick. Rafa, though, gets the res up. Able to res an NTK. Spike goes down as well. It was a 1v3. Still a 1v3. Because of that res. Now Tex getting ready. Nope, not expecting Oskia in generator. And he goes down. So the Union takes their map. It has to go to 17 and 15 OT. Mind you, that was the map. That was the final score of the second map of the M80 versus the Union game. During let me see if I can find it. The M80 versus the Union game to start off the group stage on Pearl, not Fracture. Fracture was much more dominant in favor of the Union, but then the map pick from M80 went to OT. This time the map pick from the Union went to overtime. So I am I'm feeling a little bit intrigued, you could say, about how that map went, and I do still expect a 3-map series, especially considering the fact that Fracture was won by the Union. I mean, 15-17 was the final score, right? If I'm not mistaken, 17-15 in favor of the Union. Such a hard-fought map, though. Let's take a look here. I really hope... Oh, no, 16-14. Okay, so still not the longest OT we've seen in America's Ascension yet. It doesn't match it, but still is the second OT we've seen in America's Ascension. Yeah, I want to highlight, you've got the Union, and you've got some beautiful kill consistency on top. Ga, RBN, Oskia, and Punk, all on top, all with above 200 ACS. Then you drop down a little bit. Rafa with 17, and EdDK with 15. But over on the side of the guard, 30 kills for Tex. What on earth? A 30 bomb from Tex. And it's clear the rest of his team was sandbagging him. Still, 22 and 22 for Trent and Net, on par with these two. And honestly, look at this. 18 kills and 15 kills for the guard. They actually had more kills than the Union did. It's just that, especially in the last 3, the guard started to drop some of that adaptive positional performance that they've been pulling through. I think the guard fumbled it. They really could have won this map. They just let these 3 be won. And I think from that point, the guard realized, oh, shoot, we should not have let that happen. And then we came into OT, where we're just sort of seeing the guard having to keep it even. And because they don't end up being the team that starts on the defense, it puts them in this awkward spot where they're always then having to match up against the Union. And eventually, it was just a matter of time before the Union won the defense, as they should have been able to. And then the added pressure put the guard in a bad spot. Again, it was whichever team made the first few mistakes, and it just so happened that it was the guard here. Again, really could have been shut down here. But the guard really just isn't able to pull through. And it was right, of course, during these last 3 that I was talking about how the guard is typically a more adaptive team than M80. The Union had a bad read, or at least a bad view of the guard coming into the series, saying that the guard was a lot more like M80, or that the guard was had a similar style or play style to M80, which just wasn't true. And so I was sort of, saying this might be the reason the Union loses. But the Union still able to pull up together enough. And again, I think it just came down, especially once it went to OT, it just so happened that the Union got lucky in the sense that they ended up being the team that starts on the defense in each phase of OT. and that's what ends up resulting in that loss. But still, the guard, 19 first kills. They ended up winning a lot of the post-plant scenarios. It's just like, it's very clear these teams are so evenly matched, but 30 and 22, I mean, what on earth? And the win still doesn't come through from the guard. The guard overall had more kills. It just did not matter as they started to fumble and started to slow down, it seemed. Maybe it was the stamina. I don't know. They just started to slow down towards that end of the map. There's still another map ahead. Especially after the Union took their map pick, I expect this to be a 3-map series. I don't think Ascent's gonna be, I don't think the guards are gonna let Ascent go down easy. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I'm saying. I feel like because of how powerful the guard is on Ascent, Fracture's the best map from the Union. Ascent's the best map from the guard. So, in theory, we're gonna see those come out. And especially because the Union is more worried about banning a map that they aren't as good on, rather than banning the map that the guard is good on. So the guard is able to ban, because the guard has such a deep map pool, they're not worried about banning a map that they're not good at. So they just ban Lotus, knowing it's one of the better maps from the Union. So then we end up seeing Fracture come out, and although the Union is able to scramble it together, it's very, very close. And then now we're going to be going into Ascent. Again, we're going to be going into Ascent, which is a map pick from the guard, a map they've won multiple times. It is one of their best maps, if not their best map pick. And we'll go ahead and take a look at the highlights from that map, and then we'll go ahead talk a little bit more about how Fracture went and get ready to gear towards the start of Ascent.
They don't make any noise in terms of getting the orb. They're just looking for a burst. They're just looking for this control. Nets has them all. Pank, Goo, and Askia all gone. He's already stepping up. They don't make any noise in terms of getting the orb. They're
Alright, I do apologize. Give me 1 second while I my headphones keep there's something wrong with them. They just keep they stop giving me sound. So give me a second to really quickly reconnect them.
Adaptations are so quick, and in order to beat that, you just have to be quicker. And the fact that Tex is able to get that first kill, and they're just that much quicker to respond, like the orbital strike immediately comes in. They even like stun the angle where they think that he's gonna go for the other peak, and they're just like so prepared for like what the next step is. And then the one off the Sage res, and they grab the alt orb only to res the person that got killed to come back into the round to keep their numbers up. Like, all of that is like a split-second decision. Like, you cannot predict that at all.
100%. And I don't know if we're gonna get map 3 in this, but I do know that we're definitely getting our rounds in. That is 100% for sure. I don't imagine the next map is gonna be any different. We're heading to Ascent next. The guards pick. We're taking a short break. Make sure to be back for it.
And it would mean a lot for me and the team to win this. The last 9 months of grind and hard work going into this moment, I think we're very ready for this event. And to win it and ascend into franchising would mean the world. Playing in front of those crowds, playing in front of the big stage all the time, and competing for those big LAN events is something we've always dreamed of.
just shock M80. This might be the frosting on top, the fireworks that we were expecting here on the 4th of July. Here we go over towards Cat, the flank coming in. Down, and the bragging rights go to the guard as they move on to winners finals.
Hello, my name is Michael Burnett, or Net. I play Sentinel.
All right, I'm back.
My name is Valen.
We can go ahead and listen to this as well, though. Or no, I was going to take a look at the highlights. So let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights. Let's take a look here.
Just looking for a burst. They're just looking for this control. Nets has them all. Pank to be isolated as Askia cuts things down by 2. Tex does the same.
Are you kidding me?
And it's all Tex, basically 3. They go right, Pank getting wrapped on as Trent gets a kill onto Rafa. It's all Pank in a 1v1 against Trent. Trent knocking him down all the way to 42 HP. but Space still has the timing. Trent holding on. Pank doesn't even have a gun out, and Trent now has the control. Trent now has it down to half. Pank playing with him, going in for the shoulder peek, and Trent, he's done it.
That time. Point one.
On some maps.
Act with an orbital themselves. Here comes MTK with the step up. Will they even need the orbital? All they need is Tex. Tex. I could just chip down the numbers with a bit of an off angle.
Look at that combo!
Oh, the nade goes in and it banks Goo! Still a lot more to do here for the guard as the kills do go their way. Rafa picking up one, NTK picking up two more. Tex, no! No way!
Tex!
No, he just
Sometimes if we would go down in matches.
All right, yeah, I'm excited to see the way that this goes. Again, it definitely seems more, in my mind, like M80 is able to, or sorry, what am I saying? That the Union's able to, or the guard is able to be more adaptive when it comes to the Union. And when we move into Ascent, which is a map that favors the defense a little bit more, and the guard is a more defense-sided team, I am interested to see how it goes. I imagine it'll go the way of the guard. I imagine we're going to see that third map come out, but 2-0 curse, it may play a factor here where the Union is able to 2-0 the guard. The thing is, here's the thing. I think the guard can make it to the grand final, even if they're in the lower final. And I'm actually more worried. I'd be more worried about the Union dropping this series than the guard. Because if the guard drops this series, their map pool is big enough that they don't need these two map vetoes in grand final. But here's the thing. If the Union has to fight through the lower final, and then they make it to the grand final, the two map vetoes will be in the hands of the guard, right? And then the Union will have to play on Haven, a map which they've been avoiding. Not because they don't like playing on it or anything like that, but because in Challengers, well, not because they're hiding it or they've got strats on it, rather, but because in Challengers, they did not do well on it. In fact, they haven't won on it a single time, so they're going to ban it every opportunity they get here in Ascension. And again, unless they get through unless they win here in the upper final, then when if they have to fight through the lower final to get to the grand final, the guard would be able to force Haven into play. And then the Union's going to have to play on it, a map which they've been trying to avoid. So they really want this win to give themselves as much of an edge in the grand finals as possible. If the guard wins it, the Union's going to be in a tough spot in the grand finals. That's all I'm saying, assuming the Union gets back there and also assuming, you know, the guard gets back there, all that stuff. Let's go ahead. Oh. Okay, an ad. I went black and I was like, what the heck? But yeah, we'll go ahead and throw back to the casters once this ad is over. And then yeah, we can get to, again, Ascent is likely going to start pretty soon here. What I'm interested to see is what type of team comp is pulled out by the Union to try and secure this series.
But that is going to be one they got to shake off as a triple OT after they were so close to taking down the map, Tanner. That was definitely a match that kept us on the edge of our seats, but it was the Union's pick. Now we get to see the guard pick coming out in Ascent.
Yeah, so Fracture and Pearl have been the two maps that the Union have been afforded the luxury of only having to play. Now we get to see a further step into their map pool. The problem for, I guess, the guard here is, although we've seen Fracture and Pearl, like going to Ascent and the guard picking this one, this is still a really strong map for the Union.
100%. Yeah, we haven't gotten to see it in Ascension so far, but that doesn't mean it's not something that they're very affluent on, Starry, in the past. So yeah. The guard, we got to see how close that they are able to bring that last game, and we now know that it is the smallest of errors, the smallest of margin between these teams that could really figure out if this is just going to be a 2-0 coming out from the Union, or if we will finally see that map 3.
Yeah, so obviously this is a map that the Union has played during their split 2. They play, I believe they play the same comp as the guard do. They play just the vanilla comp, which is just like Sova, Jet, Killjoy, KO, Omen comp. And honestly, I just love to see the guard kind of clean up those little mistakes. It literally just came down to those little mistakes. And as we see them do their picks, it is the same comp. It's a mirror comp. I love to see like the adjustments the guard makes, because obviously we know that they did their homework. They were ready for all the takes that the Union does. Like the Union has like these set plays around Sands on Fracture, and the guard were really ready to combat it. So I'd love to see what kind of research they did on the Union on this map.
Yeah, and briefly, I think what works or bodes well for the guard here is Valen's been working on the mid-rounding, working on being a leader. Ascent is a map where he can go back to that. It's hard to mid-round around Fracture. The map just does not play the same. Ascent, however, is more of a standard map to
Oh shoot, I'm
be able
so
to
sorry, I got
call
distracted.
efficiently.
All right, let's take a look at the...
It will be so interesting to see how all that's going to be working out, or if the Union is going to go undefeated.
It's okay, we'll get into the map. Oh man, I'm like dealing, because I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with my headphones. It's like causing the tech issues. I tried some fixes, and one of them did seem to work, at least momentarily. So we'll see if it's a recurring issue. And obviously, there's a break for a few days, so I have some time to work it out. But just trying to get through today, you know, it's like putting a band-aid on an open wound. All right, let's take a look at the agent selector before we get into this. And it's nothing new here. It's actually identical team comps. Sova, Jet, KO, Killjoy, and Omen all going to be played by both teams. Should be pretty balanced. We're not going to see somebody running an offense-sided team comp, somebody running a defense-sided team comp. It's going to be a pretty balanced play. It's just going to be down to whichever team has a better understanding of the map, which, of course, this is the guard's best map, so I'm not expecting it to go over easy. The Union, not horrible on this map either. They're good on pretty much every map, but that was against the Brazilian challengers teams, which were a much easier opponent, in my opinion, based off of their performance overall, than these certain North American teams are. And so I do wonder if that title will hold against these teams. Oh, look at that. The guard was initially planted in B lobby on this pistol, but then they decide to start rotating through mid. They're caught out by ATK. Shock dart comes through, trying to prevent that push into Cat. Unfortunately for ATK, the guard has dodged it. It's been completely dodged. Look at RVN, though, watching in tree. I mean, if a flank came through, that would have been beautiful, but they don't push through with that. Turret on Cat, going to be spotted by a Sova drone. Now the guard's starting to make their way through tree and onto site. Ponk, behind box, has been blinded. Tech's able to take out Rafa as well. Still, Ponk able to take out Fallon. It's now going to make it a 3v4 rather, but Tex takes out Go RVN, and Net takes out Ponk. It was a 4v4, now it's a 2v4, there you go. And it's down to NTK and Oskia. NTK tries to find a pick in his entry, gets denied though. Tex is very low on HP, and the Union knows that, so they're just trying to get him out early if they can, but Santa Oskia able to take out Jonah. His cards are played in the correct manner. His cards are played in the correct manner. This could be winnable. That's me right now. We'll see what he can do, though. Oh, able to take out Trent. No, shut down. Net comes around. Not going to let that one happen. And the guard will take the pistol round. And now, again, Ascent favors the defense. It's a map that leans more towards that defense side. It's 51.6% defense-sided. Meaning 51.6% of rounds on Ascent go to the defense. 51.2, I apologize. 51.2% of the rounds on Ascent go to the defense. And so, we should see, we should, in theory, see the Union take the lead going into the next half. At least the Union should be able to keep it even. But obviously, if the guard does prove their knowledge of this map enough, then it may not go that way. But the Union is still the Union. You know, sure, I'm a little biased for NA, but it doesn't mean I don't acknowledge the fact that the Union's not really just gonna let it be a complete stopover from the guard, despite this being the guard's best map. Look at that, Sova Dart, good for the Union. Protects so much, but it doesn't matter. Trent with the Shock Dart finds a pick. Valen finds a pick as well. Tech's able to take out Oskia. It's in a 2v5 now. Marshall picked up by RVN, looking to do some damage, but he's spotted in picking that up, and now he's down to 60 HP. It's an eco round for the Union. No point in saving these guns. So they're just going to either try and die to the spike, or try and take out some players before they go down. But look at this. Net's got a flank coming through onto Rafa. Oh, okay, alright. Alright, you know, nearly messes it up. Does find that pick. Now down to go RVN to try and find a pick. Prevent the flawless round from the guard. Net looking to deny just that, and he does it. RVN goes down. It's a flawless round from the guard to start off this half. They win the pistol, then they flawless their forced buy round. Now, the Union going to be moving into a buy round. The guard will be on a bonus round. Look at this, though. They've got some decent eco. They actually have two other players with the Vandals, one other players with the Guardian. So, those are three decent guns. I expect the guard to be able to at least get a kill. But of course, the guard's goal here is to kill the majority of the Union's players, if not get a win. Obviously, they're going to be playing for a win. But their main goal, or rather their side quest goal, I guess you could say, is gets. So I'd say it's like gold medal is winning the round. Silver medal is killing the majority of the Union's players. So we'll see if they can do that. Got RVN left to lock down tree room. Smoked off though, now backing out. Room, not room. Now backing out. Look at net, catches out Rafa, who's watching mid. Down to 5 HP, gets wallbang head tap. Bonk though, preventing this push into A by taking out Tex. NTK takes out Valen. Jonah takes out Ponk, but then NTK takes out Jonah. RVN takes out Trent. It's down to net. Inside of that Omen smoke. In A main. Again, looking to kill the majority of these players. NTK and Rafa are low, but it doesn't matter. NTK catches net off guard. He's more focused to have that player wrapping around Generator. And although NTK and Rafa are close to death, they're not dead. So the side quest, the silver medal goal, not achieved by the Union. They don't take out the majority of the Guards players. And that does mean the Guards going to be able to full buy this round. Still don't have the best eco stability, but they still will be able to buy. The Union. Wait, what? No. This means the Union will be able to buy. Although you actually see Ponk on Bulldog. Still, though, some econ stability behind them. I confused the two teams again. The Guard, of course, going to be on a buy. So it's going to be a buy from both sides this round for the most part. Next round, the Union will be able to buy off of a loss. Although that is because they're saving some econ by giving Ponk their Bulldog. And the Guard mostly leaning towards B. They've got their spike in D lobby. Ooh, Oskia looking for some aggressive plays. Down A main, gets flashed. There's an Omen smoke. Trying to allow him to help push up, but then that flash comes through from Jonah, and they clear in. Second flash is used as well to clear further. Not going to find anything, though. Nobody is there. Again, that Bulldog's still a factor for Ponk, so it's going to be difficult for him to find too much here, but he's playing in B main, B garage. Maybe be able to find something there. Ooh, Jonah meets Oskia in A main. And off of that, the Union actually starts rotating towards A. Perhaps expecting, if it's not an A hit, to be a mid push so they can play a little bit further back, not have to be so deep on the site. But Ponk is going to see that the Guard has started to push in towards B. And now an NTK going to get back towards that B site. Attacker lockdown now coming out. Sova Dart comes through. Is there going to be a lineup from Rafa to destroy the lockdown? No, it does not seem so. Nanostorm comes into CT. Spike gets to go down as Valen gets on site, gets that spike down. Look at Jonah all the way on A site, going for a big flank. Nat through mid, caught out. But look, Jonah coming for that flank, able to find a pick, misses the 0 point. Ooh, jump peeks out. They know exactly where he is. He's trying to figure out how far they're pushing him. He's doing such a good distraction, though, because the Union can't start a push without taking him out. Oski is able to wrap around eventually, but look at this. Time played so well by the Guard that the Union's not going to push. They actually have a player advantage, but they're not going to push for that retake. Look at that. What a play from Jonah. Able to play for such good time. Still do lose the majority, or not the majority, but they do still end up, the Guard not able to get the majority of the Union's players down, so the Union will still have some econ stability, but the Guard even more so off of that round win. So the Union's gonna have to win this round if they want to get back in this. Make sure to deny that round movement for the Guard. Again, this map favors the defense. The Guard is a defense-sided team, so if the Guard is able to get at least 5 rounds, I mean, they're in a good spot. But they're moving for more than that at this point, so unless the Union could stop this momentum, they may just allow the Guard to take a pretty solid map here. And the offense on this map from the Guard isn't bad. They've got some good executes. Look at that. I mean, who thinks of that fragment? In combination with that 0 point, right? Because now got RVN is in tree, can't use his util. Still, the Guard's not going to play off of that, but again, just an example of the fact that the Guard picked this map for a reason. This is their best map for a reason. The Guard getting out of that A main now. They're sort of caught out there. The Union sort of knows that they're there. So they're starting to rotate towards B. They've sort of cut sound everywhere, though, so the Union doesn't really know where these players are going. And as Tex takes out Rafa, you see the Union now prepared for this A hit. Naskia, who's pushed into B garage, is now pushed further back. Sound going to be heard, though, as the Sova drone is going to clear him out. He tries to swing off of that, but has to get away. Net able to take out RVN in mid, and then Trent actually takes out Askia. Ooh, Pong trying to get a pick. No, Valen shuts him down. It's now going to be a 1v5, and it looks like the Union will be unable to deny forward momentum for the guard, and they will lose the second buy from both sides, and it's possible it'll be flawless unless NTK can get a pick before the round ends. Which I don't know if he'll be able to do.
How many times they force re-peeks from that team? And they do it here. They force Askia in an uncomfortable position. He gets tagged out by the drone and punished.
Do you see NTK here? Getting ready to try and find that pick as he hears Tex jumping around, and it will be a denied flawless round. Good play from the Union there. NTK still looking for kills because he knows that the guard is hunting him down. So Valen, oh, able to take out NTK. So 4 players left alive for the guard. No players left alive for the Union on that second buy round from both sides. Or second buy from both sides, rather. It looks like Union gonna have to take an eco. Yeah. Whoa, my ears just popped. That was weird. Yeah, it will be an eco from the Union. Bladestorm is available for Askia. Hunter's Fury is available for NTK. Over on the side of the guard, they got it from the shadows and a null command. Let's see what they can do with that. Look over at the side of the Union. 5 rounds in, Rafa has no kills. Struggling a little bit. I'm sure he'll get some before the end of the half, but, you know, just something to worry about when guard is engaging with him. For now, though, it's an eco. The Union probably not going to win it. They're just going to try and get some kills if they can. Obviously, Askia using that Blade Storm to try and do so, but, ooh, spotted in mid, whiffs that knife. This 0 point, getting ready to start to clear space into A. They clear out wine with that 0 point, and now they're going to start pushing into a site if they can, although, no, the Union is quite collected there, and they've used so much youth still at this point. The guard may want to just slow their roll. And oftentimes, the guard has started to rotate in these positions, so they're hoping by cutting sound, they'll bait out a rotate, but instead, the Union is going for this aggressive push in. Askia takes out Valen, but then Trent and Jonah each find a pick. It's going to be a 3v4. Hunter's Fury has come out. It's not going to do a whole lot other than some minor damage. Askia takes out Jonah P, who used that null command. Vex takes out NTK and Askia. Rez can now come through. Down to Punk, trying to deny that Rez. Unable to do so. Takes no damage, but yeah, he's revealed. Going to try and break door here. He was thinking about going for a flank, but because he wasn't able to break that door before he went for the flank, he has to slow his roll. And now he's moving back towards heaven. He was unable to break that door with a full mag, so just having to move back.
Everyone in the guard able to avoid it as they make those trades happen. Again, the only real threat there was Askia with his knives, and as soon as Jonah P throws out his knife, it kind of just shuts everything down, and that null command as well.
See what Punk can do here in this 1v4. Again, Bladestorm is available for Tex, and not going to need to use it. His net shuts Punk down, but that Bladestorm now available for Tex could be used in a future round, or he may just save it for some eco. Regardless, 5 rounds now in this half, won by the guard, only 1 for the Union, so they take their first time out here. No question why. Like I said, this is the guard's map pick. It's it's a defense-sided map. It's a map that favors the defense. It's not a super defense-sided map, but at the very least, the Union should be keeping it tied 6-6. If they can't do that, I honestly favor the guard to win the map. And if the guard wins the map without it going to overtime, first of all, they break the 2-0 streak, or the 2-0 curse, rather. But if the guard does win the map without it going to overtime, the Union only won their map with it going to OT. So the third map's not going to be super confident. I'm not going to be super confident in the Union being able to win it. So the Union definitely wants to at least put up a good fight here if they are going to lose the map. And keep in mind, the guard is a defense-sided team, so the fact that they're able to win so many of these offensive rounds just goes to show how powerful their Ascent is, that they're able to win these offensive rounds. So I'm worried for the Union when we switch to the defense for the guard, where the guard will be able to put up a really solid defense, and the Union's not really going to know, or not really going to know, not going to have a good time. It's not going to be easy for them to break through that defense that is the guard. I view the guard as almost like rubber, right? You can push into them a little bit, but then it bounces right back out, right? That's sort of the guard. You know, first few rounds of their defense sometimes look a little shaky, but once they figure out what you're trying to do, they immediately bounce back out. They adapt to it. Blitzdstorm available for Tex. From the Shadows available for Valen. Trying to do some damage here with those ults. Look at Oskia though. He's picked up this operator. Tex may be the one to peek. Yeah, he is. So not the flick gonna come through. Oskia's not able to get that flick. Not quite quick. Not that quick, rather, I should say. Now he just backs out to watch mid, which is good, because that's actually where the guard is headed. He may be able to find some damage. It is smoked off, though, by Tex. Now Tex clearing into Cat, into Tree. Getting ready to move in. Paranoia comes through, which does do some good damage. Ponk's able to take out Tex, but then Trent trades it off, so it's going to be a 4v4. Garvian in heaven, finds 2, looking for more, gets shut down, though. Oskia's now got this operator here. Does get spotted, though, has to play back. That Odin in hell going to do some good damage. Spike not down yet, but does have the opportunity to go down, and it will. Door is broken. Trent's still going to commit to the plant. Sovadrone now comes through, doesn't spot Net. Net swings off of it and finds 2. Now it's a player advantage for the guard. Oskia in a 1v2. All he has is this operator. They know where he's coming from because they know all he has is the operator. So they're playing in hell. Oh, able to take out Net. Now it's a 1v1. Gun spotted, but it doesn't matter. Trent able to take out Oskia off of that jet smoke dropping. Look at how close Trent got before getting taken out. Or, sorry, before getting spotted. Regardless, the guard now takes the 6th round. If the Union wants to have a good opportunity of winning this map, they need to win the rest of the rounds in this half in order to tie it up. Because if they don't do that, again, defense-sided map. The guard is a team that is defense-sided in general, which would mean that the Union would be moving into the offense against the guard on Ascent's defense. And if the guard goes into that half with the lead, I mean, I don't know what the Union can do at that point. Hunter's Fury is available for the guard this round. Lockdown and From the Shadows available for the Union. Some impactful ults. They're going for a half by this round, so they may not want to use those ults, but as Jonah takes out Rafa, maybe move even closer to that reality of not wanting to use the ults. So Vidart comes out mid. It actually just barely hides behind that fountain. Just prevents some good vision there. Ooh, what a good flash. Doesn't catch Ponk out, but nobody wants to swing off of that, so the Union just backs up. Ooh, Oskia with his Marshall. Trying to do some damage. Not really going to find it. Look at Trent, though. Down to 2 HP. Jonah's down to 20, so could be some good damage there. No! What on earth? Hunter's Fury takes out Oskia and Ponk. Now it's a 2v4 for Union. And at this point, the Union just scrambling to at least find a kill or 2 before they go down. Deny the flawless. Trent and Jonah, easy picks. Or possibly easy picks. Oh, look at that, though. Got RVN. Going to be spotted in A main by the alarm bot. Spike going down. Now it's down to NTK and Gut RVN to play a 2v5 retake.
I think using an ult as well is kind of just throwing maybe not like full disrespect, but like, hey, like we're confident we don't even need this Hunter's Fury in our buy round.
And again, what do you do if you are the Union in this situation? From the Shadows is available, but I don't know how you use that here. NTK clearing into tree, making sure nobody's watching from Cat. Which there is a player, it's Jonah. An easy pick because he was low on HP. And that pick does come through. Net trying to swing into NTK, not going to take him out. 5 HP now. Valen finally shuts down NTK. Got RVN now in a 1v3. The flawless round has been prevented. Trent could still be an easy pick, but it looks like RVN not gonna swing into mid, just gonna go to die to the spike. And he does. So this round will go to the guard, and now they've officially taken the lead going into the next half. Again, this map favors the defense. The Union struggling on this defense. We'll see what the guard can pull out here to continue this momentum. You'd think they'd have shown everything that they have prepared, and that the Union would finally be able to adapt, but it just seems like they have no idea what to do in these situations. They don't know how to deny the way that the guard executes, because the guard will execute onto one site, then they cut sound, and then the Union doesn't know, should we use our util here, or do we just save it and wait until we know where the committing is, but then where do we go to place a good committal? It's a difficult position for the Union, and the guard is really good at making sure it's a difficult position. Lockdown available for both teams here. Could definitely come out from the guard. They do have Trent lurking up in A main, so they're watching that there. 0 point comes out from Rafa, and it does detect Trent in A main. It's a really good 0 point, by the way. clears right into A main in case you need a good 0 point for your KO lineups. Ooh, Sova drone does come through from the guard into A. Does spot a few, but not a whole lot of damage done because Rafa takes out Jonah and GRVN takes out Trent. That's that push through tree denied. So finally, the Union seeming to bounce back and Texas down to 20 HP. Not going to find any use either because Rafa trades him, or takes him out rather, in mid. Push through CT going to start for the guard. It looks like they want to aggress into it. Now they're backing up. See Ponk swinging it, ready for the possibility. Sends the turret out. Be a good choice there. Meanwhile, NTK now on Cad. He's cleared out though. Violent gonna take NTK out. I don't know why I keep saying Rafa. He's already dead. GRVN gonna take out Valen, who was trying to TP into tree. It's not onto net in a 1v3. Not the highest performer for the guard, but also we've seen him clutch out situations. Whoa, what on earth? Alright, Ponk pulls out the lockdown. Apparently. Able to take out Oscar. Fights have been isolated. It's a 1v1. No, not ready for GRVN to swing wide. And, well, there you go. 3 kills for GRVN to prevent the 1v3 clutch. But still, even on the round that the Union wins, the guard kills the majority of the Union players. Even though the Union had a 2-player advantage there for quite a while, the guard still evens it out. That just goes to show the way that the guard has practiced this map. And again, I don't know if this reflects on how the Union's going to struggle to perform this whole time. I'm not sure. The guard has a timeout to use. They may want to use it now because the Union did just win a bye, but at the same time, the guard doesn't have to. They could just save it for next half. The Union, on the other hand, already used their timeout in this half. They do have another one if they want to use it, but I wouldn't recommend it. And it looks like the guard not going to use the timeout yet. They're just going to be like, all right, sure, well, if we lose another one, we'll use it. We don't have to, though. We can save it for next half. We don't know how we're going to struggle on next half. Lockdown available for both sides. That's the only ult that the guard has. Over on the side of the Union, they've got 3 more. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, from the Shadows. Very useful ults for the Union to use. We'll see what the guard decides to do here. Ponk, able to take out Jonah and Tex in mid. Net trades it off. Looking for... Oh! Sorry, I don't know what that sound was. Valen takes out NTK. Rafa takes out Net. 2v3 now for the guard. I'm sorry, I don't know what that was. We do see a null command available for Rafa. GRVN has a From the Shadows available. It's a 2v3. Getting ready to push in here. Trent takes out Alskia. Valen takes out Rafa. Suddenly, it's evened out. But Rafa's null command needs to be res, and it can't because Trent takes GRVN out, and Rafa falls because, well, he's already down. The guard now has their 8th round. The Union struggling more and more. And with an 8-round lead, I favored the guard when we switch sides. I'm starting to see that this map will be less and less winnable. If the guard gets any more rounds than this, it's nearly impossible for the Union to win. At the very least, if the Union is going to win, it would have to go to OT in my eyes. I just don't see a world, even if the Union gets the rest of the rounds, 4-8. This is a demon-sided map, right? And the guard is a demon-sided team. 4-8. Not looking winnable. Union now has to take another eco, yet another. We've seen so many ecos so far. They've already used a timeout. I'm pretty sure if the guard uses this or wins this round, the Union may even want to take another timeout. Just because of the way this has been moving. Trent takes out RPN in A main. Rafa's there, looking for something. No, Tech shuts it down. Sova now going to come through, clear further into sight. Ponk's in heaven, make it cleared out by the Sova drone. He gets spotted and gets pinged. There you go. Paranoia comes through, and the guard's starting to entry onto this site. NTK takes out Tex. Now it's a 3v4. Defender Lockdown comes out, though. Really trying to scare this round. But the guard, of course, looking to stop it. No, Ponk's going to defend it. Jonah P takes out Oskia, but he's going to get detained. So does Trent, but he gets a pick before he goes down. Ponk's picked up by Vandal. It's possible. The fights aren't isolated, though. This 1v2, not going to be easy. Ponk no longer is util. Can't send that turret out. Taps the spike. Has to get dry peeked. There you go. Now the turret's available. Can send it down in main. Ooh, he crosses. Trying to catch these players off guard. Ooh, now he's revealed his position. Time's starting to tick down. The second phase of the spike has been entered. Oh, he's just going to grab an Odin and then save. Can't blame him. It wasn't going to be winnable. Or didn't really look very winnable, rather. Maybe could have been. Could have tried, but the guard, of course, knows how to play that post plant so well. Whoa, okay. Ponk, 3 kills in the round as he takes out Fallon. So the guard wins it. But they do lose the majority of their players. It doesn't matter at this point. They've got such solid econ. They'll be able to get a bye going this last round. The Union not going to be using a timeout. It's the last round of the half. If the guard wins this, they'll be up 10-2 going into the next half. And at that point, it's unwinnable. I straight up, I say, if the guard goes in the next half up 10-2, it's unwinnable. 9-3 is also unwinnable in my eyes, but there's still an opportunity, maybe, if the Union has an impressive offense. I mean, hey, the guard had an impressive offense, but also they're a defense-sided team, so yeah, it's not looking great. Always possible, though. Every situation is winnable. From the Shadows available for both of these teams in this round. Lockdown available for the guard. Punish Fury available for the Union. Jonah P, though, takes out Ponk. Boom. No longer has that option. Lockdown probably going to come out here pretty quickly. Anti-Carry just spraying through that smoke and CT. Takes out Jonah's null command. Oski takes out Trent in mid. Rafa trying to catch Net off guard. Isn't able to do so. Tech's going to res Jonah as well. So it's going to be a 4v4 here. That's caught out in mid. Getting hunted down here. Ooh. Bladestorm comes out there. Running him down. Spike's been down, though. Time can now be played by the guard. Sure, they're down a player, but this postman can practice so much from then. Doesn't matter. Oskia takes out Tex. Look at this. Jonah's all the way in CT. Union ready for that? Not quite. Jonah takes out NTK. Valen takes out Oskia and got RBN. Now it's a 1v2 for Rafa as my voice cracks. Jonah down to 20 HP, and it doesn't matter. Rafa takes out Valen, but it's traded by Jonah P. 10-2. I said this is unwinnable going into this half. If it is a 10-2 lead for the guard, and I'm going to stand by that. Very firm in that belief. This is not a winnable situation for the Union by any means. At this point, I'm typing GG in chat. I'm FFing. I'm not kidding. Like 2-10. There's a possibility, maybe, but it's the guard. It's a defense-sided map. I mean, this just shows a clear struggle from the Union. Again, and sort of that reason that I was talking about on Fracture, where the Union, I think, underestimates the guard. Sure, number 2 seed from NA. But I think the Union came into this viewing the guard and M80 as the teams that have a similar playstyle just because they're both from NA. And sure, they've got similar team comps and team comps they like to play. That doesn't change anything, though. The guard is still a very defense-oriented team, a very adaptive team, rather than a more aggressive team. M80 is a more aggressive team. And I think the Union saying that they think these two teams are similar in their playstyle just goes to show the lack of attention that the Union has given to the guard. This entry from the Union into B has been pretty much just, not denied, but very much so slowed down, as it is now a 2v2. Spike getting ready to go down. Trent and Tex on full HP. Rafa a little bit low. Got RVN a little bit low. Tex takes out Got RVN. It's now going to be a 1v2 for Rafa to try and clutch it out. If the guard gets this pistol, it is very likely the guard... I mean, okay, Trent just going to take out Rafa. The dash came through, and Trent takes out Rafa. Not going to clutch it up. And that does mean the guard takes the pistol. I mean, if you're the guard, you're feeling so good. You're embarrassing the Union in the Union's home turf. I mean, what on earth are you doing? Is the question mark from the Yoru there. The Union getting heavily embarrassed again in Brazil, their home nation, and they are getting humiliated here by the guard. I mean, it's not even close. This series, it's straight up. It's not even close. The Union forcing a bye because if they let the guard get to that 12th round, it's already unwinnable, but it's nearly unwinnable. At that point, the Union would have to win 10 in a row to take it to OT, and I don't think the Union wants to be in that position, so they're forcing here, hoping to get a win. I still don't think this is winnable, even if the Union wins this round, but could help them start a comeback if they do win it, and they're forcing to try and do so. Look at Trent, though. Odin spam. Sorry, Ares spam. Able to find a pick. I mean, the Union at this point has to just feel so defeated. I mean, I don't know a single team that takes a step back, looks at this situation, and goes, yeah, the Union can win this. And I don't think the Union is taking a step back, thinking about this, and going, yeah, I can win this. And there you go. Trent, 3 kills in the round, mowing them down with the Ares. Got to take that net. Straight off for Jonah, and that's it. three players off the line for the guard. They're going to get to that 12th round. The Union on low eco now still has to force again because it's a 12th round from the guard. I mean, what do you do here if you're the Union? They're lucky that they won Fracture because it looks like that may be the only map that they're going to get in this series. I mean, this is humiliating for any team to go through something like this. M80 put up a better performance against the guard. Again, like I said, coming into this series, the Union showed a clear lack of understanding of who the guard is. They literally said in the pre-match interview that the guard and M80 have similar playstyles, and they already beat M80, so it should be easy. When the guard and M80 are two very different teams in the way that they play. And it very clearly shows the Union wasn't prepared to fight this team. They were prepared to fight NA. But the NA teams are not the same teams, again. And the guard is prepared in a much different way for this fight than the Union has, in the sense that the guard has read what the Union likes to do. They know how to counterplay them. Look at this. The Union's on site. It's a 3v2. Door going to be broken. No more security in that tree. Oh, it's actually not broken. Trent doesn't break it. Interesting. This is a bonus round from the guard, but they did spend a little bit of eco. Because they know the Union's forcing, and they know that if they force, they'll have some better eco to work with. Still saving a little bit, though. Still taking mostly a bonus. So it's still winnable in theory. Okay, got RVN down to 20. Shock darts coming through. Oh, Flusher's got RVN out. Dies to Trent's hands. It's winnable for NTK, but no, Valen shuts it down. 13-2, the final score. As the guard, I don't know if they took Fracture personally or what. Final score on Fracture, 16-14. Final score on... I don't know what he's saying to the camera, but final score on Ascent, 13-2 from the guard. They are decimating the Union. I mean, there's not even anything I can say that's a plus for the Union on that map. They did nothing right there. Their executions on their offense, first of all, were always just going to be denied by the guard. They took a very heavy stance. Sometimes on that offense, the Union was able to get onto the site, but then the guard knew exactly how to execute a retake. Again, the Union, #1 in post plants. The guard, #1 in retakes. And it showed that they were a better team at retakes than the Union was at post plants, especially on Ascent. I'm in complete and total disbelief. What? I'm in complete and total disbelief. Put in the stats. I'm in complete and total disbelief over the way that map went. I can't process that mentally. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that the guard destroys the Union that badly. 32 minutes. A quick map. Very quick. Again, Fracture went 16-14. The Union didn't look half bad. Sure, it's one of their best maps, so it makes sense. But Ascent was not a bad map from the Union. It's not like it was a horrible map from them. It's a solid map from the Union. In fact, it's one of the best. Sure, they haven't pulled it out in Ascension, but in Challengers, they looked solid on it. And I did say coming into Ascent that, yeah, they looked solid on it, but that was against the Brazilian teams, which are not on par with pretty much any of the other any of the other American teams from both NA and Latin America. Is what I would say about the rest of the Brazilian teams, just on paper, right? So, of course, any map that the Union played against those Brazilian teams was going to look good, I guess with the exclusion of Haven. But then we come into this series, we come into Ascent, and the guard decimates the Union on Ascent. The first time the Union plays on Ascent and Ascension, and it's, I mean, I can't believe what we just witnessed. Look at the Union. Only 2 of their players with above 200 ACS. I've always talked about this, but I didn't think I would see the day where I can say good kill consistency, but they all got, you know, less than 10 kills, so it doesn't matter. Because, again, good kill consistency, but they're not doing damage, right? Only 2 of your players are above 200 ACS. 1 of your players is near it, sure, but at the same time, none of that damage is being done well. Rafa's the only one with good assist in my eyes, and 6 still isn't even that high of a number. Look over at the side of the guard, and again, keep in mind this is a short map, but 2 of their players, once again above 300 ACS, just like on Fracture. Then we come over here to Ascent, again, like on Fracture, or not on Fracture, wait, who was I thinking of? I was thinking about M80 in the previous series today. Never mind. The guard did struggle a little bit more, but again, they had Tex with 30 kills. Then they've got Trent with 22, and Net with 22. In fact, the guard had more kills on Fracture than the Union did. It's just that suddenly near the end here, the Union was able to pull it through strategy-wise and was able to barely clutch out some of those rounds. For the Guard, though, on Ascent, they took that personally. 2 players above 300 ACS, 1 of their players above 200 ACS. Hex doesn't even come close to 30 kills like he did on Fracture. He's not even the top frag on Ascent. It's the rest of the team, showing that the Guard doesn't need to rely on one of their players, and that it's mostly strategy bringing them through. Still, all of their players are positive in KD. 2 of their players with 17 kills. Again, both of those players are above 300 ACS. And you may be thinking, 17 kills, but they're only at 300 ACS. Or sorry, how are they at 300 ACS, but they only have 17 kills? It's because it's a very, very short map. So the amount of damage that is done and the average, I mean, had this gone all 24 rounds like it was a scrim where they play all 24 rounds, we would have seen a much higher ACS come out from these players. I mean, this is the type of ACS you see in your ranked games. You don't typically see this stomp in competitive play, or in pro play, rather. We've got, the next highest is 12 kills with Valen, 188 ACS. Keep in mind, that's the IGL. Then you drop down to Jonah with 10 kills. Then you got Tex with 8. I mean, you saw it on their faces, on the faces of the Guard after that series, or after that map, rather. Just the absolute power that they showed on their face. I mean, you literally had Neck going, "What are you doing?" multiple times. I mean, against M80, you saw the Guard doing little, like, you know, acting like they're reading a book, you know, showing that they're reading the team. But they can absolutely say that on Ascent. Here's the thing. They didn't even need to read the Union. They only played 3 rounds on their defense. The offense was what really carried the Guard, which you don't typically say for the Guard. We're going into Pearl, honestly, a weird map. We don't see the Guard on Pearl very often. So if there is a map where the Union is going to bounce back, it should be on Pearl. And Pearl has been played by the Union. They played it against Fusion, and it did go well for them, 13-7, but also Fusion was playing a very off-meta comp. And again, with how much the Guard just stomped the Union, I don't know how you come back from that mentally. And considering the map pick from the Union went into OT, and then the map pick from the Guard didn't even come close to that. Or rather, the map win from the Union went to OT, but then the map win from the Guard didn't even come close to that. When we're going into Pearl, clearly the Guard has had a stronger performance overall. They even got more kills than the Union on Fracture, so clearly the Guard is looking stronger in this series. I favored them to win the series. I favored them to win the series coming into the map already. Okay, I had them winning the series coming into, I had them winning the series coming into the series already, and especially after this performance on Ascent, I'm absolutely in favor of the Guard taking this series. I mean, listen, although the 2-0 curse has been broken, and it's sad to say, this may even be, if the Guard is able to put up another strong performance on Pearl, this may be a quicker map than some of the 2-0s we've seen in Ascension, right? Like, this may be a quicker series than some of those 2-0s, just because, look at the 32 minutes for Ascent. I mean, I know the Guard's great on it, but the Union isn't bad on it either. That's what's baffling me so much. Let's take a look at the highlights from the map, and then we'll talk more about how I feel Pearl might go.
We safe, but this... Oh, they didn't spot Nets! Nets!
Are you kidding?
Just bursts through, and he takes down 2 with a shock!
Spike play.
Union needing to retreat from it. There's no Asuka. He's getting pressured out even further.
I like
what?
That. Oh my god, Trent. He always finds something.
Union at the moment. Go down here for the Guard.
That could be big here. I mean, look at the guns.
Paranoia. Oh, that reaction from Goo is insane. Now it's a 2v2. Goo still alive and dancing. 20 HP left on Goo. But the shock dart doesn't kill him, but Trent does. NTK has his chance. But Valen closes it out.
Yeah, the curse is broken. The 2-0 curse. Hold on. Okay, let me collect my thoughts really quickly, okay? Because hold on. I need to make it unbiased. Despite the stomp that we just saw in the set, I need to think about how Pearl went. Okay, or how Pearl's going to go. So we haven't seen the Guard on Pearl yet in Ascension, I believe. I'm actually going to quickly fact check that. We didn't see it there. We didn't see it there. We didn't see it there. Yeah, and did we see it against M80? We didn't. So it's been a minute since we've seen the Guard on Pearl. In fact, they very rarely play on Pearl. They let it go through to the decider, though, so you know that they're feeling confident on it. And we've seen it on the Guard in the past. We just don't see it from them very often, so there's not a whole lot of data for me to make a prediction with. But what I will say is the Union yesterday against Fusion did play on Pearl, and they showed a clear lack of understanding of the map. Now, although 13-7 is the score, the mistakes that I saw from the Union on Pearl were honestly a little bit embarrassing. There was very common. They just were miscommunicating straight up. I saw some multiple opportunities where the Union should have been communicating better, and they didn't. I literally saw a play where we're on B and Fusion is pushed up in B link, and one of the players for the Union, and this is when the Union's on defense, one of the players for the Union sees that people are pushed up in B link and still doesn't come out. And I remember clearly, it was Rafa. So it was Oskia that saw the players in B link, didn't comment out, or Rafa didn't hear, or what, because then Rafa backs back first into B link and gets taken out by Fusion. That just goes to show, again, sort of this lack of situational awareness that the Union showed against Fusion, and I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out against the Guard. And if there's a team that's going to be able to take much better advantage of that, it will be the Guard, just with how well they play on this map. I mean, is it a big upset if is it a big upset if the Guard takes the win here? Yeah, they're the underdogs coming into the series, almost certainly. It's the #1 seed from Brazil, who's already beaten M80, versus the #2 seed from NA, right? Like, this should be a pretty open and shut case, but the underdogs in the Guard come through. I don't even know what the casters, what the analyst, the desk has to say about how that went. Like, what do you even have to say? It's a complete stop. There's not a whole lot to talk about.
Explore the options. You would think that when Coach was in, Tex was out, Trent had to play the Duelist, was looking to play the Raze. That's what we saw. We saw them also then adapt that same kind of idea with Tex in the roster when they moved over to Bind, and they're like, hey, Tex, we're just going to slap you on Chamber. Trent, you played the Raze pretty well. Like, let's just keep doing that. So I like that they kind of noticed that having Trent on the Raze is somewhere they can find success, and just because Tex is back doesn't mean they're not going to go back to it. So there are a lot of options. Unfortunately, I think Pearl, when I think Pearl, I think post-plant. Like, when I think Ascent, sure, like, you know, post-plant happens, yeah. But when I think Pearl, it's like as soon as you get that spike planted, where's the attack going? Out towards B long, you got players inside A main, you got players Art Flowers. The post-plant options there are insane. And I think this is where the majority of the 88% for the Union, their success rate of the post-plant, comes from. This map here in Pearl. So the Guard really got to whip it on.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see which comp they're gonna pull out, because I mean, even with, you know, their coach subbing in, they did pull out the double controller comp, but their other comp that they like to play is actually a mirror comp with the Union, which is the double initiator with Sova KO, Astra, Killjoy, Jet. So I'm really curious to see like what the game plan is like going in, because obviously, like you mentioned before, Tanner, like post plans is really huge on this map, especially on B long. If you just play post plant out of B long, it's just a util dump at that point. You know, whoever has the most mollies and whoever can delay the longest.
Especially too when we're looking at this map. Yes, this is going to be something that the Union, this is one of the only 2 maps that they've really played before we got to see that Ascent. So they're massively comfortable on it. But it then also does mean that there is so much for the Guard to be going off of, the way they like to be setting up, the way they're playing this out. Whereas in response, there's not actually really anything there for the Union to be going off of. Sure, there's such a great team that can adapt, that it can overcome, but that's still going to be prep work that they don't quite have on the other team.
Yeah, I think going in, like, the Guard definitely kind of has a leg up and an advantage in knowing how the Union plays. Like, as you said before, like, this is one of the maps that they've shown a lot during Ascension. So the Guard, I know, are people, like, you know, who do their homework. I know Valen is a good IGL who does a lot of studying up on the enemy. So they're going to notice those tendencies like they did in Fracture. And I think for this game, too, it might just come down to, like, the finer details of things, like those 1v1s, you know?
Reflecting back on our very...
All right, it looks like we're getting into the agent select. I'm excited to see where these teams go, and I'm excited to see which agents these teams decided to pick. And it looks like we've got identical team comps: a Sova, a Jet, a KO, a Killjoy, and an Astra picked for both teams. I'll highlight on Ascent, it was the same story, the same team comps picked for both teams. And I think people might expect the Guard to pull out a controller, or sorry, double controller, just because that's typically what they like to play. However, here I'm not surprised they don't pull it out. The Guard has started to realize and sort of draw back on what they used to do, these sort of double controller setups, because they've taken a more analytical view about how they play and which comps would be good for which teams they're facing. And I think against some teams, the Guard would still want to pull out that double controller, but they also know that they're working against a team in the Union, which is a beautiful post plant on their offense, and the Guard doesn't want to have to be in a position where they're facing the Guard after that spike has gone down, where they don't have good util to retake with, because they know that post plant is so powerful from the Union. We'll see, though, and it's not actually going to be the Union starting on the offense. It's the guard starting on the offense, and we will see which of these teams can pull through. Now, the Pearl is one of the most balanced maps, if not the most balanced map, and so I don't actually favor either side on this map, unlike Ascent. I'd say maybe it favors the defense a little bit more, but I still view it as pretty much a balanced map and more close to that 50% to either side. So we'll see what ends up happening as this offense starts from the guard. They're going to start this offense by pushing towards A. They've got a Lurkin Trent in A main, and then they've got 4 coming in through Art to go through mid, and it's going to be down to VN to lock it down. Tech's going to take him out, though, and it's now going to be a 4v5 for the Union, getting ready to shut down this plant. Nope, not going to be able to. The spike goes down in the guard, now going to be in a 5v4 post-plant scenario. We'll see what type of magic they can pull out. Tex takes out Ponk, Net takes out Rafa, Jonah P takes out Oskia, NTK takes out Jonah. Now keep in mind, the Union is coming off of a disappointing, humiliating 13-2 loss on Ascent, okay? And they did that in front of their home turf, in front of the Brazilian audience, so they're trying to make up for that. It's like Loud versus Fnatic, getting absolutely humiliated in front of their home turf. I think the Union's gonna have a hard time bouncing back from this, and I keep talking like the round is over. No, NTK was in it, still trying to find some kills before he went down. Did some good damage, but damage is not kills, and he does go down to the hands of Tex, and that does leave a near flawless round with the guard to start it off. So they're gonna be able to force a buy here. The Union, of course, gonna be going for a full save off of losing that pistol round. I really do need to... Okay, here's the thing. The Union needs to show that they've reset mentally and can put up a good defense. Keep in mind, the Union started on their defense on Ascent and failed to perform at all. They only got 2 rounds in their defense, and then, of course, their offense was just a complete stop. So, I mean, it was only 3 rounds of their offense, but still. Point being, I need to see a little bit of better performance from them on the defense of Pearl this time around. Obviously, they lost that first pistol round. Now they're not going to be able to win this eco, most likely. But if they can get a good few kills, it could deny some good early momentum for the guard. Jonah takes out Rafa. This push onto A site is pretty heavily defended. TK able to take out Valen, but Tex takes him out. And then Trent takes out RVN. And it's not going to be a 2v4. I'll just call him Guh. What was... I think the caster was saying Guh? Or something like that. I'm just going to say Guh. I don't know. Alright, 2v4 here for the Union, and it actually looks like they're not going to be going for any more kills. They're just going to go to die to this spike, which, of course, is the way that you do it. You get more money from dying than you do from living. Just going to go to die to that spike, and the guard going to get ready to accept this win. Spike enters its second phase, moving towards that third phase. If you didn't know, there's 4 phases of the spike. First phase, I believe, is about 10 seconds. I don't know the exact timings of everything. The first phase is about 10 seconds. The second phase is about half of that. I'd actually say the first phase is about 15 seconds. The second phase is about 7 seconds. The third phase is about 5 seconds. And then the last phase is about 3 seconds. And that's when it's like coming to an explosion. You see the black stuff everywhere and everything's, you know, pulling around the spike. Anyways, the guard going to be moving into a bonus round. They saved a bit so that player who died can pick up a gun. We've got 2 Guardians and a Vandal, some powerful guns. There's also an Ares and a Spec, not as powerful, but still could do some damage in the hands of the guard. Over on the side of the Union, they've got a full loadout of Vandals. But look at this, aggressive play, rewards with 2, and they know where the last player is defending the site. Rafa not going to find anything else, and Tex gets 3. Now he's moving towards that ace. Just needs to get 2 more. A site completely cleared out. If they wanted to, they may just want to rotate, but they don't have to, actually. I mean, yeah. Tex just going to, or Trent, rather, going to go plant this spike. So, I mean, I'm not going to, here's the thing. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm going to say it. Could this be another dominant offense from the guard to finish it out? Chua Curse is broken, but the guard not happy they lost that first map. Want to make quick work. I did say if this third map goes as quickly as Ascent did, this will be, sure, the 2-0 curse is broken, but this 3-map series would have gone faster than a lot of those 2-map series ended up panning out. So it's very possible if this map goes that quickly. Oh, Net trying to hunt down these final few players. Oh, they barely miss each other. Turret's going to catch on Net, so he can't really swing. So it's a flawless round from the guard. Some guns going to be picked up with the exclusion of Net, who's on a Guardian. That's why he was hunting those players down, so he could try and pick up a gun. But yeah, he can still buy a gun. Good eco for the guard. So that flawless round on a bonus as well gives him such a good econ boost to start it off. I mean, what a play from the guard early on to deny that. I mean, it's almost like they knew exactly what the Union was going to try and do, and they counterplayed it beautifully. So it's going to be an eco from the Union now. 2 players who survived in the previous round going to be able to hold on to their guns, but the rest of the players going to be on Sheriff. So this should be a win for the guard. It's just going to be down to those players in Askia and Ponk to try and find some kills and deny it a flawless round. Though Askia, the first to peek down B main. I think they're getting flashbacks to Ascent, and they really don't want to repeat that, but it may be clouding their mind. I think Askia, at the beginning of this series, would have been able to hit that shot, but he's just... I think this is going to be a repeating factor here on Pearl, where now the Union's mental. Because as much as you can try and reset, and you can still feel positive, you can't forget what happened on that second map. It still happened. So the guard still going to be pushing in towards A. Got some players going in through Art, 2 going in through main. 0 Point does detect 2 on A site. There's actually 3 players near A to lock it down. One of those players is Ponk, who has that Vandal. Tech's able to take out God, though. NTK takes out Tech, so keeping it even. Trent takes out NTK. Net takes out Ponk. Rafa able to take out Net and Trent. Okay, now it's a 2v2, and it's actually winnable for the Union, especially considering how low the health is. Rafa takes out Jonah P. Valen takes out Rafa. It's a 1v1. Oh! Valen barely caught out there. What does he do here? Thankfully for Valen, it is smoked off. Is he expecting Askia so close? He's ready for the Bonsibility. 8 HP down for Askia. Askia does win the fight, does. Valen was just 1 tap away from death. So, of course, I do believe I jinxed it, because it does look like the Union is not going to allow the same dominant round to happen as happened to them. Or the same dominant half to happen as it happened to them on Fracture. So the guard can have a little bit of a tougher time, most likely. Again, because of how balanced this map is, I would want to see it going 6-6 into the next half for me to feel confident the Union can win this map. Stinger is in the hands of Tex, not going to buy a gun because instead he's going to go for the Blade Storm. Over on the side of the Union, they got a Hunter's Fury 1 ult point away, as well as a Null Command. This could be some pivotal ults in this round to try and secure a buy round win. The previous round was an eco from the Union. Now we're going to buy from both sides. Now the Union has already lost a round. We haven't seen a buy from both sides yet. They've won a round that was an eco, and then they also lost a round where the guard was on a bonus and they were on a buy. Sova drones come out from either side. Both Sovas hit, I believe. Doesn't matter. Nobody can play off of either. Especially since that Sova drone sent out by NTK doesn't see very much. And the results still aren't up from the Union. So Hunter's Fury and Null Command are almost up for the Union, but they do need to get ult orbs in order to get them up. And they're not contesting for those orbs, so they're going to just have to get kills. Sova Dart trying to clear out Art. Smoked off, so it doesn't detect anything there, but they do hear that smoke. Askia is pushed up so deep into B. Ooh, does a bit of damage to Valen, but not going to find the kill, and does get away with their lives. Or their life. Guard starting this push down B long, though, and it's a 2-player push down B link as well. Look at Tex dashing so high up. Try and use those knives. Blade Storm to try and find something. See if they can. Net takes out Askia, and Tex takes out Ponk. Now it's a 3v5. Moving down to that 10-second mark as the spike goes down. The Union hoping maybe we could catch them off guard and deny the plant. They can't, though. And Jonah's actually able to take out Guh. He does take some damage to the Shock Dart. NTK able to take Jonah out. Cash in on that damage he did with that Shock Dart, but nothing else really going to be done. Net spotted in B-Link. It does look like NTK and Rafa going to be moving to save. No question why. Again, a dominant round from the guard. So it looks like they're going to win with 4 out of the 5 players alive, unless some further damage is done by the Union, but they're not going to push for that further damage because they don't want to risk losing their own lives with their eco so bad. Ooh. Does look like the guard going to push into the Union, though. Very willing to find those picks to deny that eco stability. And off of this round loss, the Union does keep 2 of their players alive. They won't be able to buy next round. Still going to have to mostly be an eco. Oskia can maybe get a buy, but the rest of the players won't be able to. And it looks like Union not going to take a timeout. They do remember that they have them, right? I know they use them on Ascent, but we're not on Ascent anymore, guys. You have timeout. You have a timeout to use. I'd recommend using it to try and prevent. Although to be fair, they used a timeout this early on Ascent as well, and then they ended up needing one later and didn't have one. So I'm just trying to make sure that they have a timeout to use later in case these rounds start to look as dominant as they did previously. Look at this. The guard, Tex, able to clear it to B-Link. The rest of his team follows. The exclusion of Trent, who's lurking near a lobby. Oskia is blinded. Can't watch B-Link, and so site will be taken and given up as nobody else is on B. Nobody in Hall. It's just Oskia in CT. Trent able to win the exchange with RVN, although a flank has come through from Rafa and NTK, and they take Trent out. So it's going to be a 4v4. But the guard has gotten this spike down and can now play post plant. Net able to take out Plonk and CT as he's clearing up. Rafa is taken up by Valen. NTK is also there, but of course the guard knows that. So Net pushing into Oskia as he takes him out. Knows that it's just NTK. NTK does have a Vandal. He was able to hold on to from the previous round. He loses the encounter with Tex, though. So the Union, that wasn't eco, I'll remind you. So although some of the players did have guns, they didn't pay the price for those guns. So they're okay losing them. But now they're going to be moving into a buy. They've got no command and a Hunter Sphere. They're 1 ult point away from a Blade Storm, 1 ult point away from a Cosmic Divide. Over on the side of the guard, they got a Hunter Sphere to use. And they're likely going to be trying to use it. The guard knows that the Union's going to be back on a buy. And I imagine if the Union does lose this round, that timeout will come out. But will it be too late to stop the momentum that the guard has built up? We'll see. Union hoping to win this one. Although Tech's able to take out the RVN and Art. Rafa is also there to lock it down from within the confines of a site peeking into Art. But Rafa reveals his position and just backs out. Now it's going to be 4v5, and Jonah takes out NTK. It's now going to be a 3v5. Jonah takes out Rafa as well, and it's now going to be a 2v5. What does the Union do here? Oskia with the operator peeking in B-Link. Misses Net, so Net's actually going to be allowed to get into connector. Ooh, Net's going to re-swing out. Oh, and Oskia wins the encounter. Still on top of his game to an extent. But it does look like the guard will win another round, and like I said, off that round win, this next... or after this round, rather, I believe the Union will take a timeout. But again, will it be too late to deny the momentum? It just seems like the guard has been allowed to get onto these sites. The Union is straight up losing their gunfights. I think that's the biggest issue. They've gone for some of these riskier plays, and early on in the half, those riskier plays were denied. Early on in this half, those riskier plays were punished, and the guard just took them out very quickly. And so now the Union is way more scared about playing those riskier plays, but they know that they need to play them in order to win the map, right? They know that they need to go for those riskier plays, but the Union is struggling to win them. So then they just decide to play on site, and then the guard can just clear them out on site because the guard knows how to execute on a team that's just sitting on site. But the Union can't go for the riskier plays because they're losing those as well. The Union, in all regards of the sense, is losing. They're not taking a timeout. Okay, what are you doing? Come on. You're going to wait until after the eco? Really? What are you doing? Is the Union giving up hope? Listen, I know I've just laid it out for them that they're struggling to do anything. They're not winning their gunfights when they need to. Their riskier plays aren't being rewarded. So any anti-stratting that they might have been able to pull out is being denied. So, listen, but that's not my job to figure out what they need to do. It's my job to tell them what they've done wrong and point out why it went well for the guard. Ooh, look at the Ponk, though. The Ponk for the Union. Ponk for the Union. Able to take out Jonah P. I mean, he is the Ponk. I suppose. The one and only. NTK push out in A main. Able to get that ult orb up. So finally getting that Hunter's Fury available. So you got a Hunter's Fury, a Blade Storm, a Null Command, and a Cosmic Divide, all available for the Union in this round. Again, it's an eco though, but as Jonah P does die early, could be an opportunity for the Union to win yet another eco. Reminder, their one-round win was an eco round. This, an early engagement was won. NTK jiggle peeking. I don't think he saw anything, but I believe they heard that push coming up from the guard. Dude just decided to back out. NTK able to get away with that Astra Util doing too much to him, although now he backs into backside where he's hit by Astra Util. Net's able to take out Ponk in art. The Ponk is taken out. It's now going to be a 4v4. No command, or sorry, Hunter's Fury going to come out in response to that lockdown, which does take it out, but Trent takes out Gut RVN. It's now a 3v4. Trent able to take out Rafa. Askia with the Blade Storm takes out Net. Trent takes out Askia. NTK takes out Valen, but then Trent takes out NTK, and Rafa falls because of it. 4 kills for Trent in the round. 7th round now going to be won. So the guard has a lead going to the next half. Because this is a more balanced map, like I said, I would need to see it kept even by the Union, or in order for me to feel like, or even take the lead, right? I feel like whichever team takes the lead is likely going to win the map. But 7-1, sure, you could still win the next 4 rounds in theory, and that's what they're going to need to do to try their best to win it. But again, I'm worried we're seeing a repeat of Ascent, where we're going to see another dominant scoreline come out from the guard. If we see another 10-2 scoreline, this map is over. And that's it. The guard takes the series. They're going to the grand finals. And honestly, I have full confidence the guard will be able to win in the grand finals as well. Because like I talked about, even if the Union gets knocked out and wins the lower final and comes back up to the grand final, they will have to play on Haven. Because the guard gets to veto both of the maps they want to veto. And I don't think they're going to veto Haven, knowing that the Union struggles on Haven. The Union has not won a single time on Haven. It's the only map they have a 0% win rate on. It's their worst map. And it even seems some of the maps that are supposed to be good for the Union are a struggle. Ascent, 10-2. Sorry, 13-2 final score. Not a map that the Union struggled on previously. Pearl, also not a map that the Union has struggled on. But I talked about it and how yesterday that Fusion was able to find really careless mistakes come out from the Union in miscommunication. And I showed coming into this series that the Union was struggling in that series against Fusion, and it may be a good show of what's to come today against the guard. And it's starting to look like that struggle that the Union put up against Fusion is once again coming out, but this time it's an even bigger struggle because the guard is also able to get good reads, able to execute well, more so than Fusion was able to. That does give the guard this really powerful presence here. Now, I'm worried here. Hunter's Fury available for Trent to help take this site. May not need to come out, the site's already taken, so it can just be used to play post plant from long. Guess what? We're gonna see it. Spike goes down and post plant can be played from long. This is, of course, a classic. It's a classic. Love to see it. My favorite thing in the world. That's why I love Pearl so much. I'm being sarcastic. What the heck? Shock Dart's able to take out Tex and Jonah P. Hunter's Fury comes out, which prevents the defusal for a while. Net takes out Ga. Valen takes out NTK and Ponk. There's a flank coming through from Rafa through B link, or onto Rafa through B link. Fine Net. Rafa's ready for it and takes him out, but at that point, no time to defuse. If this round goes to the guard, so off of that timeout, maybe looks a little bit better from the Union. A lot of teams do know how to prevent that post plant from B long being played. It's a retake a lot of teams practice, just because it is a little bit more common to see. But the guard is still allowed to do it, and that's it. Keep in mind, when the Union played M80 in the group stage, the second map was Pearl, and it went to OT. 17-15 was the final score, and the final round was the Union playing post plant from B long. So you'd think they'd know how to play it well against the guard or retake on the opposite end, but no. They can't. And the guard now going to be playing patiently. They know it's an eco from the Union, and they're ready for the Union to play aggressively, and it's rewarded that patience. Jonah finds a pick. Fallon finds a pick. It's now going to be 3v5. Asuka and NTK are down. The duelist gone. Tex takes out Rafa and B long, and now they can just execute onto site. It's not, I don't know how else to say it. It's not looking good. I think the Union is looking at another dominant half from the card. Again, a repeat of Ascent coming through. Another humiliating map could be on the table, especially given an additional humiliation factor that the Union is in Brazil right now. This land is in Sao Paulo. The Union may lose in front of their team. They are in front of their homeland, right? Their fans. And I talked about how some people view the Union as the second coming of Loud, but I don't think they meant that in the sense of getting humiliated in front of Brazil again, just like Loud did. I'm sorry, that's too far. Okay, Null Command, Cosmic Divide available for the guard. Hunter's Fury, Lockdown available for the Union. This is I can't watch, man. I hate watching stops like this. And the guard performing more dominantly already than the Union they did on Ascent. And the Union even waited longer to take their time out here. And still it doesn't make an impact. And I was saying coming into this series that the Union knew how to use their timeouts. Apparently I was wrong. And to be fair, the guard has so many anti-strats, it seems, against what the Union typically does on this defense. So it makes sense, right? But I mean, what on earth? Askia takes out Tex. Alright, an early pick on this buy. As I'm starting to say, it's not looking good for the Union. They bounce back. Guh takes out Jonah, and then, I don't know what happened there. Tret takes out Guh. 4v3, so player advantage will be maintained by the Union. Alright. Still, the entry onto A's sort of been allowed. Look at how deep Valen is. Doesn't matter, NTK still takes him out. So now it's a 2v4. Trent may get caught out by the flank from Rafa. And he does. Alright, suddenly, the guard the one that looks a little lost here. Net alone in a 1v4. Probably just going to be going to save his gun here. He's moving in to maybe try and find some picks here. Going in through CT. See if he can. Again, this master. In case you're wondering why the Masters posters are still there, it's because they're playing on an older patch, 6.11. Because they're not playing in the new episode yet. I believe the new episode will be in the Last Chance qualifiers. Speaking of Last Chance qualifiers, I'm probably not going to do this, like casting my solo casting, because it is very draining, and I've got a lot of stuff I need to do outside of this. Net able to take out Askia before he goes down. Boom. Operator down. And nobody for the Union going to pick that one up, so an expensive purchase not going to be kept into the next round, so another operator can't be picked up. Alright, there's potential for the Union to make a better scoreline going into the second half than it was for them on Ascent, but still, I don't see this as a winnable map anymore for the Union. I'm typing GG already. Like I just, when Jonah was looking at that FF spray, I think that's sort of where they're at. I think that is where the Union is at this point. It's just like, obviously, I'm not saying you should FF in pro play. You never should FF in pro play. It's stupid to FF in pro play, but that doesn't take away from the fact that the Union is in a bad spot. NTK takes out Net. Alright, Hunter's Fury used effectively in this round to take out that lurker in Net. So, already, that mid player down. Jonah P coming through B-Link, shut down by Rafa. Askia takes out Valen, traded off by Trent, but two-player advantage at this point. Cosmic Divide has come down in favor of the guard, or it's the guard's Cosmic Divide, but that lockdown does some good damage as far as clearing the site. The spike doesn't get to go down. And it looks like the guard may actually lose this. We'll see how this goes. I mean, of any of the maps I've seen 9-3s on, I think I've seen 9-3s on Pearl the most. So, in pro play, so maybe. But I don't think it goes the 9-3 curse without it going to OT. 20 HP for Tex. Smoke comes out. Nobody gonna be able to immediately stop the plant. What? Okay. Alright, okay. NTK, jump shooting at, and, okay. Alright, Spike gonna be defused here. And, the Union will take the final round of the half. 3-9 into the second half. I did say, if any of the maps I've seen a 9-3 happen on, I've seen it happen the most on Pearl, so it's possible. I still don't think they're gonna do it. And I don't think I'll believe that they're able to do it until we're in OT, because I think that's the only way it happens. So until the Union is in OT or they're winning, I don't believe in it. I don't believe in a comeback. Because it's the guard. It's a defense-sided team in the guard. They just destroyed on their offense again. Okay, not as badly as on Ascent, but still, I mean, it's not looking good. A little bit of a lore fun fact to pass some time. So there's 2 Valorant worlds. That's why there's clones, or like, you know, the same agents playing against each other. So there's Alpha, and then there is Omega. And on Omega, the Valorant agents are super public and everybody loves them. On Alpha, which is our Earth, the Valorant agents are hidden and actually people kind of hate them. This is the only map that is on Omega. And that's why there's a comic book store. Because it's like, oh, the people here love the Valorant agents. Because on Alpha, they don't actually, the people actually hate the Valorant agents because they think they're doing bad stuff. And yeah, so just an interesting fun fact for you. Anyways, the Union, starting on this offense, pushing into its A. A little bit of util used in some different places, but no kills have come through for either side yet. Though, Tex some engagement. Ooh, but that actually sucked. Gravity Well going to prevent some of that push into a site. Still no picks for either side. Though now, able to take out Net, and Askia takes out Tex. Jonah able to find a pick. Trying to find one more before he goes down. Unable to do so, but Valen takes out Rafa before Jonah goes down. It's winnable. They just need to isolate these fights a little bit better than they are. Trent able to take out NTK. Now it's a 2v2. Guh takes out Trent, but then Valen takes out Askia. Is that going to be tapped to try and get bait out the util? And Valen wins the 1v2. 3 kills for Valen in the round. Alright, buddy. Defuse the spike. Stop yelling. Come on. Alright. Okay, I understand. Let's just, you know, hold on. Let's calm down a bit. Alright, let's not get too overzealous. But, yes, the guard does win their pistol round coming into the second half. So, it's really, it's more than a good position for the guard to be in. It's again, nearly unwinnable if you are the Union. The Union likely going to be forcing this this next round, which would normally be an eco. They're probably going to force. They don't have to. Like, bro, Net saying, why so quiet? That's crazy. Crazy? That was crazy once. Never mind. Sorry. Okay, force by coming through from the guard. Askia takes out Tex. Okay. See what happens here. Trent takes out NTK. Mows him down. Takes out Askia as well. I thought Union was going to force, but they don't actually. Net takes out Pong. Jonah takes out Rafa. And 3 kills for Trent in the round to finish off RB on. Only 1 player lost from the guard. 2 rounds away from a win for the guard. 2 rounds. That's it. That's all they need. It's that close. 1 round. And they get to that 12th round. And then the Union has to take it to OT. Although, because the Union didn't force on the previous round, they will have better guns this round. And there's not a whole lot of good rounds on the side of the guard. They got 2 Guardians and a Bulldog. But you see them playing a little bit smart. They're not pushing too hard. They're not going to force here and try and shut down the Union. They don't want to humiliate the... I mean, they do want to, but they're not going to play risky to try and do that. Oh my gosh, look at that. Rafa with the team flash. Beautifully done. I mean, hey, if you're going to make a comeback, team flashing is the way to go. I'm sorry. Okay, the Union pushing up towards A. Getting ready to rotate over towards B. I mean, I thought coming into the series, I was being overcritical of the Union, especially coming out of Fracture. I was like, okay, maybe I underestimated them, but seems I was well placed to be so critical. Although Ponk, oh, able to take out Net and Jonah right as I say that. Now it's a 5v3. Be difficult. Ooh, and Tech's not able to win the 1v1 with Ponk, so it's going to be a 2v4 now. And at this point, again, it's a bonus from the guard. They're not expecting to win. If they can get the majority of the players dead from the Union, they've done a good job. Valen takes out NTK. Spike doesn't get to go down yet. Shock darts do some damage. And Ponk able to take out Valen, though. Oh, Ponk could get an ace. It's possible. Trent swings Ponk, but Ponk's not there. You know Ponk would love to ace, especially after all the BMing that the guard has been putting up here. I mean, tactically yelling at the enemy team to distract them so you can win better. And Ponk not going to have the opportunity to get the ace. Rafa steals it from him. This round will go to the Union. It's a round they should have won. And they did it in dominant fashion. What the? Is this a scuttle? Okay. Okay. Cool. Alright. Alright. Vandals for either side here. Full bias for either side, rather, is what I meant to say, not Vandal. Obviously, both teams do have a lot of Vandals, but I meant full buy for either side. And the Union needs to win this round if they're going to get back in it. If the guard wins this round, I am confident in saying it's over. The Union will be able to buy next round off of a loss. Their eco is good enough for that, but ooh, Trent takes out Ponk. Able to take out Valen, though. And Tex is very low on HP, so it's going to be a 4v4 where Tex is down quite a bit, and so the Union may be able to secure a win here. Have to play this well, though. That Spike going to take quite a while to get down on B. Guard does have time to think about how they want to approach this retake. It looks like it's going to be Net going through connector, possibly to B-Link. Actually, they're ready for the possibility that the Union has gone A, but no. Again, that shock dart being used to do damage to Rafa. Spike goes down, though. Suppression 0 point comes through from Jonah. I believe that was into Hall, so they know how many are there. Able to take out Tex. Traded by Jonah, though, but look at how low Jonah is at this point. Rafa finishes him off, so player advantage now in the hands of the Union, and Trent goes down as well. Net is on the flank. There's no util to spot him, but you can tell they're ready for that because they know Net is a lurker. Net not going to get anything before he goes down. Alright, I said the Union needed that round if they wanted to make a comeback, and they get it. And even had the Union lost that, they would have been able to get a bye going. The guard, on the other hand, can't survive a loss there, so they're going to be on an eco. The guard still has 2 timeouts to use. If I was them, I'd use one here, but they don't. They just want to... Alright, no. Take a deep breath. Like I said, the guard typically has a tendency to struggle a little bit early on in a half, and then they can typically bounce back. We'll see if that's the case here. Cosmic Divide available for both teams. Null Command available for Rafa, and a Hunter's Fury available for Trent. So 2 ults for either side, one of those being a Cosmic Divide for either side. Some still impactful ults, but again, the guard's on an eco this round, so they may not want to pull those out. Flash coming through. Recon darts coming through. And, yeah, B-side going to be taken. But look at this. The guard is very ready to try and stop that. Tex takes out GRVN. NTK takes out Trent. And Oskia takes out Tex. But Net and Jonah each find a pick. Oskia takes out Jonah. Valen gets caught out. So now it's a 1v2. Net once again in a clutch situation. We've seen him in these situations so many times. He's actually got a Vandal. So they're ready for him in B-Link, and Oskia takes him out. 3 kills for Oskia in the round. Oskia starting to really pull through for the Union. Seemingly the only player unaffected by that sort of mental energy loss coming into the map. It's now going to be a full buy from both sides again. Does the guard take a timeout coming into this? No. I imagine if they lose this, they'll take a timeout, but they're not going to use it here. Mundos separados. Also, Pearl is underwater. There's another story behind that, but it's because climate on Earth Omega is like really messed up. And that's why they're coming over to Earth Alpha trying to steal the Radianite. It's because they like need to support the life of the Earth using the Radianite, and they've run out of Radianite on their planet. So they have to go over to Alpha Earth, and it's weird. Anyways, the Union getting ready to push in towards A. Cosmic Divide now comes out from the Union. Got a Hunter Sphere for either side. There's also a Cosmic Divide in the hands of Valen. It comes out. Valen actually able to take out Rafa from within Dugout. Attacker Lockdown now comes out. Defender Hunter's Fury already used. Ooh, unfortunate timing for Trent. Spike is down as well, so the site needs to be retaken. Should be able to do that. There is a player. Cosmic Divide actually drops. Oscar able to take out Valen. There's a player in Dugout. Revealed their position. Net coming in through Connector. Able to flank Oskia. Jonah P takes out Ga RVN. Trent takes out NTK. It's down to Pog. Can't do it. Tex finishes him off. And that means the 12th round won by the Guard. The Union needs to win 6 in a row to take it to OT. And then they have to fight through OT. A minimum of 8 in a row. Assuming that they would win immediately in OT. But this is not looking good. Bladestorm available for both sides. Hunter's Fury available for the Union. Lockdown available for the Guard. And yeah, this is starting to look worrisome if you're the Union. They've got good econ stability, so they can afford that loss there, but they did just lose a buy from both sides, so, you know. And again, the Guard still has 2 timeouts to use to shut this down. To be fair, the Union has has 1 of their own. Ooh, and look at that. Net push out of B-Link. Push back into towards Connector. Look at this. The Guard, though, going to swing into B-Link. Nobody's there. Jonah P. Jump peeking out of B. Knows that there's some long. Ooh, look at Tex trying to peek with that off and find a cheeky pick. Can't, though. And Oskia actually takes him out. Jonah P. is low on HP. So is Net. And Rafa takes out Jonah P. in B-Link. The Guard wants to win this now. It's going to be a very, very difficult retake. Valen able to flank those players in mid. Now getting ready for the possibility that these players are rotating. He's going to meet them. Ooh, in the crouch. Perfect placement for Ga RBN. Pong takes out Trent. Net now in a 1v4. May just want to save his gun. He doesn't have a lockdown, but yeah, he's had some clutches. Emphasis on that. I don't think he's going to be able to clutch this one out, and I don't think he does either. So he goes for the save. I don't know. I feel like the Union is putting up a better... Obviously, they're putting up a better performance than they did on Ascent. They don't want to get humiliated on their home turf as badly as they did on Ascent. But here on Pearl, I still don't see a world in which the Union wins. I'm confident in saying the Union isn't going to win. I'm not a betting man, so I won't put any money on it. But it's still not looking very winnable in my eyes. Net has managed to pick up the operator that Tex dropped. So you do see the Union slowly encroaching on his position. Not going to meet him, though. That operator will be safe. But this will have to be an eco from the Guard. Actually, no, they may be able to get a buy going. No, yeah, they're going to be taking an eco. But the Guard still doesn't take a timeout. Maybe they don't want to have to. Maybe it's an ego thing. I don't know. But we're in Ascension, right? I don't think now is the time to be like, yeah, let's ego them. The Union did say that the rivalry that the Guard seems to have with them is one-sided, in the sense that the Guard seems to view them as their rivals more than the Union views the Guard as their rivals. But I think it's like that guy. Oh, I don't want to spoil Spider-Verse. Never mind. But Jonah takes out Rafa. But you get what I'm saying. If you've seen Spider-Verse, that beginning of the scene, the beginning of the movie, you understand where I'm going, right? That seems to be the situation for the Guard, where the Union doesn't view the Guard as their rivals. The Guard views them. I'm sorry, I should start talking about the game because the Guard has 2 kills onto the Union. They've got 2-player advantage. Alright, okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Still an eco from the Guard. Still very winnable for the Union. Ooh, NTK pushed down B main, trying to make some space for his team to play off of. Trying to deny this lockdown. He actually had a Hunter's Fury. He could have done it with that, but decided to push into it, and Net takes him out because of it. Still gets the lockdown out, but it's a 2v5 that the Union has to clutch out here. Spike getting ready to go down. Net takes out Oskia, and he takes out RBN. That's it. The Guard takes a 2-1 final score. The 2-0 curse is broken, but the Guard beats the Union in the Union's home territory, home turf of Brazil. Now, that's not it. The Guard didn't win Ascension, alright? It just means the Guard goes to the grand finals, and they get a big advantage. It's not over for the Union. They go to the lower final. We'll know who's playing in the lower final, but not for 3 days. That's right, there's a 2-day break. I won't be here tomorrow or the day after that, July 6th and July 7th. There are no games. Again, I appreciate you guys all for being here with me for Ascension. We're nearly done with it. On July 8th, we resume, where we will figure out who wins between M80 and 9Z team. The winner faces the Union in the lower final. The winner of that, which will also happen on July 8th, goes on to the grand final. The grand final will be a best of 5. The lower final is a best of 3, in case you're wondering. The grand final will be a best of 5, the winner of which moves on and goes to next year's Franchise League 2024 America's League Champions Tour. Big leagues, big dogs. And the Guard just beat the Union, so they're currently the top dogs to beat. We'll see if the Union will be meeting them again in 3 days. So tomorrow, the next day after that, I won't be streaming. Thank you guys so much for watching this live stream. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down and see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I'd hope you would consider it. Yeah, it's going to be so fun in 3 days. Make sure you're there, and I'll see you all then. Have a good one.